Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming so bright and early. I'd like to call the meeting of the Select Board and the Budget Committee workshop session to order, and let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With three of us here, we perform. Dan, the chair, is not able to be here today, so I'll be running the meetings as vice chair. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that because this is a workshop session, we will be recording the meeting for future viewing. We will not be Zooming live. And if anyone from the public comes there, welcome to observe. But the only comments and questions that are being entertained are from committee members and select board and staff. So that's the way it works. So we're gonna adhere to the schedule and start right off with fire and safety. Yes.
I just wanted to let folks know, Jillian just texted me, she's running a few minutes late, but she'll be here very shortly. And I'd like to ask just a broad overarching question in the depending.
Okay.
So we've got lots of information, but the piece of information that I did not see was what the overall increase is in the operating expenses. I wonder if we have that. Because when I work on the budget, I'll have to look.
I think that's on here. I have it on here.
It's long.
The long sheet that was waiting for us.
Because they see, I know.
Do you wanna?
That's not good. So the first highlighted line, that's the overall increase, 1.01%.
Yes.
The overall increase from 2025 to the request just in operating.
2025, that first column shows all of our departments and what that budget consisted of, and then that next column over is the request for this new 12-month budget. So that's the total that first highlighted. The 13 million in each column that include school and county. We budgeted 5% for school and county for 27 because we're not sure yet. We also,
I think we need.
Well, and honestly, I'm not worried about the school budget or the county budget. Those are things we don't have any control over.
Okay. I think we need to stick to the schedule as planned so that we can get through this.
That's fine. This is the information that I was at.
Okay, super. Anything else before we get started? Okay, oh, Abby.
I'm just wondering what the actual is, what you actually spent, and how much is it in the scope of action 2025 as opposed to budgeted? Because the budget was just your guess at the beginning of 2025, but we know what happened in 2025, so I'm just wondering what the actual numbers for these totals.
I don't have that in front of me, but we can make a note to get that to you.
We don't have the audited figures yet.
No, but you do have your system tied out. So you would get your W-2s out, so.
Is that
Something we make a note to.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with Dan McKenzie.
I do have, I kind of want to follow up what Kathy's saying, so in that highlighted number, the 2025, that's not unaudited actuals.
Says budget.
It's
that's
the
just the budget.
2025 budget, Bruce.
Okay, so we don't have, we should, oh, no more, I'll wait till the end of the meeting, I'll ask that question, okay.
Okay. Lorna and Dan.
So we'll jump to fire and rescue department for Dan. We separated out, we had ambulance, fire and rescue for some time, but we pulled that out just like we have dispatch and streetlights. this year, just to be more transparent, and that is a significant increase, which we knew about, that was coming. We're still waiting on information from a water bill for dispatch. They did meet this week, but they don't have a figure for us yet. So we're unsure of what that will be.
The reason we separated, just so people can see what that ambulance costs, we can,
Yes.
you don't look at the budget and see that.
So the board is providing apples to apples comparison. Do we just take out what was spent on ambulance in this budget so that we can sort of get a truer picture of what the,
It was 97,300 you had been, okay. And it shows it on the budget worksheet too. When was it? 2020. 2020. The 2025 budget for that was 97,300.
And
You have a page number for where that appears?
What's that?
Do you have a page number for where that appears?
I just got it off my budget worksheet.
No, okay.
I don't know what that.
I think it's on page 51.
it's 20,
2020.
so if you look at the fire and rescue department in bold, if you look at the upper
Yeah,
left, right,
okay.
and then 2020 is your ambulance.
We just wanted to show that, it's, I know it's showing our budget going down, but just so people can see what the ambulance services cost. Hopefully that levels off. It's an unknown. It was a big jump this year, it was 35 or so. Or 35, not 35%, but 35 per capita. So now it's 70, right?
No, 50.
60.
Yes. We also added a copier in under printing. That is category, if you will, 25 under fire and rescue.
And then some of the other increases, we put money in for counseling, for debriefings, which we've used recently, for some of our members or serious crashes, other issues that have come up in that. I don't know what's there. The overtime payroll you're gonna see is up as higher because Danielle and Travis have to get paid that way, not by volunteer wages. That's why that's an increase, but then we took some money out of the volunteer part. We try to adjust it. Once we get a full year in it, then we'll be able to adjust it a little bit better.
Barbara, how are we doing this? If we have questions, do we just raise our hand?
Yes, go ahead.
So Dan, once you factor out the ambulance cost, the increase in the budget is somewhere in the neighborhood of 11%. So can you just walk us through sort of where that cost comes from? And I'm comparing it to actuals, not to the.
Well, we had like I say, the overtime. They got the retirement and payroll tax was an increase of about $4,000 each. Health insurance was $5,000.
So I have a question just about the repacking. So, I mean, obviously that's a market increase, but you're obviously doing some different things with your budget this year in order to understand the difference between like Travis and Danny's salaries versus your per diems versus your volunteers. And at least in 2025, we only expended $10,000 on overtime. So tell me about your thought process with the 30,000.
So we took their volunteer wages that we paid them that year because they didn't get paid overtime. So we took that and multiplied it by their rate that they have now and added it to that.
So previously when volunteers got overtime, it was in the volunteer line item?
Well, no, it's just those two, because I guess it's state law that if they're doing the same job that their full-time job is, you have to pay them the same rate and overtime. No, it's not for everybody, it's just those two.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe I didn't clarify
Yes.
that, but yeah, just those two.
Now
I didn't know that law.
So they were previously being paid volunteer wages when they were in order.
Right.
And now they're being paid time and a half based on.
Right, and we dropped that volunteer, trying to guess on what it's gonna be, so we dropped that. Is that and increase the overtime, which is gonna cost us more money because it's that time
I
and a half.
understand. Thank you.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Until what? You let me know this past year, June. So we were not doing it correctly, for quite a few years. And then, retirement wise, I don't know what the increase is there, that'll be,
So retirement, so any wages, overtime, anything like that, total wages.
oh, that increases.
Yeah,
it.
it increases, it bumps that up.
So it appears to me that once you factor out the ambulance, the $50,000 increase is all payroll expenses.
Yeah, we went up in, fire truck repairs, 5,000, that's costing us a fortune now to get trucks worked on, it's crazy. And there's only a few companies here in the state that do it. That's another difficult part, but we just put, I don't know, another $8,000 into 6-1 down here.
I know we spent what, almost 48 in
Yeah.
25,
It's just been crazy.
it's 14.
And that's the truck eventually to be replaced. And that's another hard part, 'cause some of the repairs, they had to make stuff to work because they can't buy the parts for it, so.
But Dan, what is the EMS line on it? What is that? It's,
Oh, the supplies, EMS supplies,
okay,
yeah,
that's the stuff on the truck.
yeah, we have to buy all that stuff.
Yeah.
We try to get some out of Delta, they're pretty good about it when they do exchange stuff, but that's buying our supplies.
I was gonna let her, I mean, she's thinking, I didn't want to interrupt.
Jillian.
I have a question, and I apologize, I'm a few minutes late, so if you address this, but if I have general questions about like wages and salaries that would be applicable to the fire department, but also to any department, is that something you wanna address as we're going? Do you wanna talk about it at the end? Do you have a preference?
I think if it's relevant to a whole,
It should be department,
we should
yeah.
Department director.
we should bring it up when.
I didn't
when
want
it
to sound
first
like a
comes up.
broken record. So one of my questions going into today was just about understanding when merit increases happen, what we have done for 2026, because I know it was a half year budget and I don't think I fully understand what 2026 was like or how we decided to do that. And then what the plan is for 2027. And I'm curious about the cost of living versus merit and kind of how we're budgeting for that. The reason I ask is because of the 3% I see, so on the first page, I see hourly 3% for 2027, hourly 3% for 2026. And I just want to understand, is that flat cost of living? Are we budgeting to also have merit-based increases? I know we didn't do that in 2026, and I think in part because it was a 6-month budget.
So all employee reviews get done in April and employees can receive 0 to 3% pay increase. We budget for 3% because we don't know those who may get a lower if any. The increase is retro to January, so reviews will be done April of this year. They will be retro to January 26. In the budget, you see a 3%. That would not take effect until January 27. But after April, once the reviews are done in 27, if that makes sense.
So did we give a cost? So I have in my head, which may not be accurate, but I have this memory from when I was, before I was on the committee, but when I was kind of meetings, that in this 6-month budget cycle, we did give a cost of living adjustment. My understanding was that the town had both types of wage adjustments in their employee handbook. Am I wrong about that?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
It's an employee review. Employees may earn 0 to 3%. We do not know who may receive a lower percentage. Or if all will receive the 3%, we budget 3%. the reviews are done in April, and then those increases are awarded and they're retro to January. So this year, reviews will be done in April. Awards will be retro to January of this year. In this new budget, whatever that award is, the 3% carries through December 31.
Yeah.
So January 27, after reviews are done again in 27 in April, those would be retro to January of 27. So that's how the numbers are calculated in the budget.
Okay.
That's
With the new budget year, the new fiscal year.
Yeah, so it would be in that next chunk.
Would we still do reviews in April, or would we move them
We can talk about moving
to September,
that,
closer to the start of the fiscal
Yep,
year?
that's something for,
Okay.
yeah.
But that has, that
hasn't
hasn't been discussed.
No.
Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So in essence, the 3% is actually 1.5% because it only takes effect as of January 1. You're only budgeting, I assume when you say 3%, you're only actually budgeting for half of that because it wouldn't take effect until January 1. The fiscal year will start July 1. That's a 6-month lag until January 1. Right. So when you're budgeting 3%, are you actually, do the cost actually reflect a 1.5% increase or a 3% increase?
So for January 1, 2026 through December 31, 2026, that's a 3% increase.
I got that. I'm focusing on
Yep.
27.
So 27 would be a 3%, which would be awarded for April, but it would be retro to 2027.
I got that. But what I'm asking you is, okay, so let's use a nice round figure. Let's say $100,000. And
Can I interview you for a second?
no, I'd like to finish my thought.
Okay, good.
So let's say $100,000. And so you're budgeting a 3% increase, but the 3% increase doesn't take effect until January 1, halfway through the year. So when you put the cost for that person in this, are you budgeting $103,000 or are you budgeting $100,000, 1,000?
101,500 for that
Yep.
6 months.
Yeah.
So the cost that you have in here are the pay raises only reflect 1.5%.
In effect, because you're only budgeting that 6 months.
That was my question.
Yes.
About the 3% and the 1%, I see a little bit different than that. When it's 3%, if you have 6 months, it's 3%. $50,000, 3%. Next year, $50,000 is 3%. We don't divide the 3% in 1.5, 6 months and 1.5 the other. It's 3% across the board. The difference is the payment will be hit half. So 6 months is $50,000 is 3%.
I'm not talking about percentages, I'm talking about dollars.
Same thing. I'm talking about dollars too.
So
Okay, we have 10 minutes left to discuss anything specific about the fire department, so I don't know that we can.
I don't have any other questions about the fire department, but I do have questions just about salaries, if I may.
Okay, well, let's just make sure because we do need to stick to the schedule. So, and Jillian had asked if this is, if we can bring this up now.
Yeah.
So if we have time, that's fine. Does anybody have any specific questions about the public safety budget?
Can I make just one more comment to cap off the reason I asked the question?
Sure.
I don't think, I'm gonna speak as a person, an employee who gets raises at this point. 3% in my paycheck is barely keeping up with inflation. To me, that feels like a cost of living more than anything. And so I just would like the town to think about, if we're gonna try to retain employees, keeping the actual take-home wages that they feel consistent. And I think I don't have enough information to know what that percentage is, but then also considering a merit bonus on top of that and budgeting appropriately. I think inflation is just getting everybody, and our staff are feeling that as much as we are. And so we just want to be thoughtful of that in this budget cycle because they will leave for better paying jobs if their wages are not keeping up with inflation.
Anthony?
Similar question. So in 2025 was.
Excuse me.
No, I called on
Oh,
Anthony.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I saw his hand first before Sarah.
Beg your pardon.
I mean. So in 2025, were the raises 3% that year as well?
Yes.
So did anyone not get a 3% raise?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so there were employees after their evaluation and they got something less than 3%.
Yes.
Sarah?
I would like to make a comment about the raises and so on as well. Depending on the economic year and the decisions of the boards and so on, depending on how the monies are flowing, not necessarily we have to give a raise for inflation. I mean, I've been in companies that we have been flat in raises for 5 years just to keep going. I know I understand that it's private sector, manufacturing, stakeholders that are pressing a lot, but our stakeholders are the taxpayers. And I think at least a third of them were not happy with us this past town meeting, because either we were not using the reserves or there seems to be too many increases in different areas. So definitely we have to keep consistently and even the raises. It's not to be fair to everybody, but not necessarily we have to have raises every year in an account. That should be expressed in the policies of the town, that there's no guarantee that there's gonna be raises on salaries. And I think 2 years ago, we did a good job in putting everybody up to speed with what their pay scale was supposed to be. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Any?
Just so I understand, when we budget it, are we going to wait until each department head gives us their recommendation? Will they even know? How do we, whether they're gonna give them a raise or not? And if it's.
That's a personnel matter
That is it,
Lorna
yeah.
would handle.
So how do we
with the
budget
department head.
that?
But we have to budget for the maximum that it could be for each of them.
That's my question, thank you.
And I just wanted to mention, because Jillian had mentioned the inflation rate, I did include that for you. And the inflation rate as of February 18 is 2.7%. Annual inflation rate 2.4% for the 12 months ending January 2026.
And that's on the long sheet.
That's it's in here. It's on
Yeah,
this.
it's right at the beginning of the
Yeah,
packet.
it's right at
Yeah.
right on the general government.
Yep.
Yeah. And I prefer, in my opinion, I prefer COLA, which the board and the budget committee decide upon a percentage, and that is budgeted for, and then when the new budget year starts July 1, that is applicable to employees across the board. I like that better than merit-based, because I think having conversations with your employees monthly or quarterly, you're addressing any issues, and you're doing that at that time instead of waiting once a year for this annual review, where you're maybe in a sense telling them they haven't been doing such a great job, and so now they're not going to get a 3% raise. To me, that should be done throughout the year, if there's a problem.
And
I have a question, but first I would like to address that. With all due respect, I disagree. I think at that point, you're rewarding your low performers the same as you are your high performers. And I think salaries should be based upon the value that someone brings to an organization, as opposed to just showing up and doing a man job. But I have a larger question. Should we be considering, instead of having only one employee of the town who is salaried, that being the town manager, should department directors, particularly those who direct their own work and oversee staffs, also be salaried?
That would be a discussion for myself and the select board.
Well, I mean, it's also a budgetary matter, because it could reduce your overtime costs to some extent. And so that's why I'm raising it. I mean, I think you have directors on staff who, by all accounts, should be salaried. Because they work jobs that. The best description that I've heard of salary jobs, comes from, one of your town attorneys. Who says that salary people work until the job gets done. And so they're not necessarily counting hours.
I'd
And,
like to get salary.
well. You're sort of,
Let's talk about this more.
sort of in your own category, Dan, but I just think it's something that ought to be considered.
I am not opposed at all. I've talked to some about it already.
But it does have budgetary implications because you might be able to reduce some of your overtime.
Something to think about as we go through the process. Sarah?
Can we move the discussion and stick to the agenda, please? The agenda doesn't say anything about discussion on salaries.
Okay, but we had talked about how each department has the question of salaries and, wages and benefits. So we had, before you came in, Jillian raised this question, and so we said we could start to talk about it the first time it came up, which is now.
So I'm asking as a protocolarian let's move the discussion and stay with the agenda, please.
Abby?
I think that this might have been answered,
Nope.
so I apologize, but. You spent 97,300 in 2025 for ambulance, and it's 16,000 for this year, so did something move to a different line item?
Got overpaid the year previous, I believe, and that was what was left over.
Yes, and that
It was
was
the
about-
97 that we ended up paying.
It was left over from what?
2024.
Somehow we got overpaid, right?
Yeah,
In
Because
2020.
they're,
That's why there's only,
there's one, June 30th, one, this
Yes.
year.
Yes.
yes. That's when we did that 6 month, but the total price for Delta was 97,300.
Okay, gotcha, that was Delta.
Yes, yeah, that's the ambulance. Yeah. Well, that's the other issue. That's just a service to have them be able to come here. You're still gonna get a bill if you use the service. If they transport you to Augusta or Portland, wherever you're going, you're gonna pay. It used to be free. And now the whole mess with ambulance service throughout this.
You're gonna pay a lot.
Yeah, it's-
You're gonna
But
get,
it's still cheaper than us starting an ambulance service. I mean, it might happen someday, but we're gonna spend $1 million doing it.
It'll spend more than that.
We'll see. That's just one truck, probably. You're gonna have to hire 4 or 8 people. Yeah.
4 minutes on fire and rescue operations.
I have a question for Dan.
Yes.
First of all, I want to compliment you on the management of your budget because I think you're hewing really closely to your budget. So
Trying.
good job, lady. The only other thing, and this is really minor, Dan, in here, I noticed the fit testing. I mean, we're only budgeting $700 when it was, we spent nearly twice that in 2025.
Because we're charging Rome uses it too, so we're gonna bill them to pay half. It used to be like $300-400 to get it every year, we have to send it out to be tested, but and it was like 3-4, now it's got to be so expensive, they use it.
I understand, but if you're still incurring the cost, but you're getting paid for it, the full cost should still be reflected in your expenditures, and then you also budget for the revenue that should be collected from.
Yes, you could do it, yeah, I mean, I didn't know
I
if we were, yeah,
your expense side should reflect all your costs, even the ones that you're gonna get.
because we're gonna pay and then we're gonna get revenue back.
Because we do show, the room cost when we do the half for,
So we did come back, yeah, we could adjust
So we
that
could
back.
show that
Yeah.
way, reflect it, yeah.
So you could change that
More
back.
transparent.
I forget that revenue part, it's,
Yeah, there are two sides of
yeah,
the
I
ledger.
don't know, you try to explain that to me.
Okay, anything else on operations? Fire and rescue capital reserve.
So we're only doing one this year, we used to have 2, one for the building and, was 200 and one for the major equipment trucks. We're just sticking to that 200. That's gonna keep going up because, trucks are getting ridiculously expensive. We just spec'd out a rescue truck, haven't got bids back yet. We have about was 800,000 in the capital reserve right now, and that truck's probably gonna be 300 to 400, we don't know exactly.
Do we have anything in our packet about capital?
I don't have him.
I don't have nothing for capital, I'm right back there.
Do you have a paper over here, you copy, Lorna?
The only sites we've mentioned anything about the fire truck capital reserve is on this long sheet. That's the only one that I had received, the only request that I had received.
Right, but what, how
was
much is in
from-
it? Is it-
was
how much
from
is in it?
Ian.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
I've got GL accounts, do you want a copy of the GL accounts, is that reach like that?
Yeah. But we're talking about a capital reserve now.
How much is in our truck loan?
That's.
Fire department.
I'm not sure how we got there.
I'll take one of these and we'll pass them around, I'm looking. Fire department truck, you got 786. So if you want to. take-
So if that truck is 300 to 400, and
I'll pass them.
I'll-
to replace 6-1, which is the next one on the list, it would be in probably around 800,000, yes,
Barbara?
to replace it.
So given, and this is what you've got here, reserve, that's just pretty close to 800,000, and you have to start.
We'll get
Okay,
two trucks.
Excuse me, you're two, so you
Sorry.
replace two trucks, 822.
One,
Kathy, excuse me, Bruce had an order question. If everybody could please raise your hand so that, and if I don't see you,
Sorry,
give a
sorry.
yell. But we can't have multiple conversations going on at once.
So, can we get paperwork for each department that's requesting funds for capital reserve, what they're. So that's part of the budgeting process, to have some paperwork to know what each department's asking for capital reserve, it's in the schedule, so we should have. What,
The only department that made a request when we were meeting for budgets was Dan. Corey sent me something late yesterday afternoon. And Kenny and I talked about his, which was just the hopper, and that we have enough money in his capital projects account to address that. So. That's why you don't have anything in your binder,
We didn't
because
get it.
I didn't, nobody brought me anything except
so when
Dan.
you guys passed out your budget packet to each department, did you have requests, capital reserve requests in your budget packet?
We asked them if there were any reserve account requests. The only person who gave anything
Right,
when we
I
met
knew that,
was
because we
Dan.
discussed that.
Yeah, nobody else gave anything.
So. I guess,
Now, the cemetery committee met, and so I know that there are some requests
right,
as a result of that meeting, because
And-
that's what Corey
and facility
gave
maintenance.
to me yesterday, but he did not give that to me when Penny, Mary, and I met with him.
Okay. I just for another year, that's should have been for this meeting.
But we should have had
but we-
those requests before.
Right, but what we're telling
you
you
know,
is that we
before
didn't
it's
get,
defense.
we-
We should
there
have
weren't
had those
any.
requests while we met.
But
with those
no
department
one's seen department budget packets. There should have been a piece of paper in there stating, this is what you requested from capital reserve last year, what are you requesting this year? Just a comment.
Yeah, but we didn't have it, Bruce, so that's why nobody got.
I know, but I'm just saying,
because
next year it should be, it's
It
always
should
had.
have been, when we met with each individual department head, they should have had the foresight to say, okay, and this is what I'm considering. And making that request at that time, so. We put these together based upon. The information with each individual department, and no request came forward except for the.
Okay, Anthony and then Jillian.
To Bruce's point, he's right, so the requests are part of when you sit down with people, that's when that conversation should. I might suggest we don't talk about capital today, because I think that's its own separate discussion. And that could be a whole workshop in and of itself. I think we should be focusing on our operating expenses today, particularly since we don't have all the requests. I think we might need to schedule a separate meeting to discuss those. You get a gold star.
Okay, so let's discuss Dan, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I would like to ask if we could make the decision to include that in the 6-month budgeting process. I understand, Mary, that you weren't given it, but if I were to hand in a grant application and I didn't include a component, my executive director would come back to me and say, this is missing and it's needed. I don't think we can plan adequately for the town's financial needs without understanding what we need to be saving for. And so I understand that discussing it today is not useful, but I would like to make that request of all staff.
Do you wanna make a motion?
Sure, I will make a motion that, in this 6-month budgeting process, I realize it's gonna take time to do it, but that we include the planning for the capital projects that both staff are requesting, but also that as the manager of the town, Lorna, you know are coming. And if they're not turning that into you, that.
Yeah, this is a workshop session, so I don't think we're gonna be taking any vote today.
So,
But
I would like that to be part of this
Yeah,
budget cycle.
Mary?
I just wanna mention that that was requested from each department as we went through their budget, and no request came forward except for Dan's.
But,
So that's why you're not.
And a follow-up request was also sent out.
but to Jillian's point, she's right, that's a management issue.
But I guess my question also is, Lorna, are you aware of things that maybe they haven't requested, but that we need to be discussing? That's really the root of my question, because I understand that maybe they didn't request it, but that doesn't mean the town doesn't need it. So like, talking about buying, cannot think of the piece of the equipment that we talked about the last select board.
Skid steer.
Skid steer, okay. That's something that should be part of this discussion as we're budgeting. That's what those sorts of.
But I think Anthony's right that we should table any capital reserve accounts, discussion until a subsequent meeting. Sarah?
Can we think of setting up a deadline for everybody to do those requests? If you don't do it by that deadline, it's not gonna be in this budget, you missed it. It will be next year. And that was. I mean, if we don't know the needs by some time, so we can appropriate budget,
Okay.
and I agree with
Do
this.
you want to respond?
I just want to
Janice, can I
respond.
finish?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Anthony and Julian on this. If we don't wrap up the needs before we start doing the budget and the numbers, and in the middle of that, almost at the end of that, the request come, too bad,
Right.
we
Well,
have a deadline.
I've heard Mary say, and Lorna say that they were requesting.
Every department had a deadline on when they would meet with the budget.
In writing,
Yes, Lorna sent
Yes,
the department heads out and they adhere to.
so
your
too bad, the request for, whatever request they have after that, they can only
Okay,
take
can
it.
we move on? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, move on, this is
This
I-
is operational,
Right.
this is administrative.
I think-
We can do it.
where public safety has done theirs and prepared theirs, I think we ought to go to their capital. Just because they did prepare for it and he did put the time up to
Yep.
come for the meetings, I think it'd be more unfair for Dan to go over his part of it.
Okay, Sarah?
I do understand that, but that put this group on a pinch. If we don't have that clear communicated that there's a deadline and that it will be favorable for everybody, we have all those done by certain time.
Okay.
And even forecast. If they don't have the numbers right now, they can forecast. It's just for future reference.
Okay, thanks.
Can we just clarify one thing?
Sure.
Down here, and your request was for 10,000?
Capital reserve,
Yeah, because the capital equipment says
200.
10,000.
200.
200,000.
200,000, and I just don't see, where's that in our budget?
It's on this, not on this.
I don't have.
It's on this sheet, right?
It's on this sheet.
That's what we've done, well, we've increased that over the years because of the truck and
This is for, okay, the 200,000.
So there, so can you sort of outline the plan of how those funds, when and how those funds will be used?
Right now, we have the 30-year, always been on the 30-year replacement cost of pumpers and trucks. 6-1 is past that. Rescue truck gets used, that's like a 10-year. Stretched out to 50, right? It's a little over 10 years right now, I believe.
Yeah, it's just over 10.
Jillian.
So that's another one that needs, because we use that every day. That's our most highly used truck. The rust, as much as we wash them, they still rust.
We have another rescue truck.
Yeah, yes. And so 6-1 in the village, that truck's supposed to be replaced. And the rescue truck. So we're paying approximately $1 million.
So it's when you need to be replacing
As soon as if this gets approved, we might be close.
Oh,
Well,
great.
we're 780, so it'll be 980, it's gonna be.
Yeah, but if you subtract the cost of the rescue truck out, that's
It's gonna be 300, yeah, so it might be another year, but we'll stretch it.
So we did recently purchase the an ambulance, which may be slightly different. than the rescue truck, and that's not.
I'm guessing between 3 to 4. I'll tell you, it's called a rescue truck, but we're designing it for an ambulance because we don't know what's gonna happen with Delta. Because if Delta all of a sudden says we're done, we're gonna be scrambling.
Mhm.
And then a lot of services in this town are gonna be scrambling. So it is a ambulance body, but it's not gonna have all the bells and whistles in it, like the all automatic stretchers and all that. But if something happens in the next 5 years, we'll be prepared. We'll have a higher staff.
Because we just recently purchased one, I learned something about the different brands.
Yeah.
And which are able to be re-chassis.
Correct. Which brand did you guys go with?
We bought a Demers, but that's sort of the Ford F-150 version.
Yeah.
The better version is the Braun. And that's because the boxes with the Braun are built better, right? So you can re-chassis them at least 2 times.
And there's Sugarloaf Ambulance, the PL Customs, stuff like that.
Ron Lawrence guy you wanna talk to.
Right, but their warranty for their wiring and all of that is a high, and see, is you don't wanna go to the cheapest, I mean.
That's right, that's right.
That's my thing.
The Braun, you can re-chassis it once without having to rewire. The second time you would have to rewire.
Right.
But we previously in the past used AEVs and those boxes are disintegrated.
Yeah, it's like the truck we got now, we got it out of Georgia. It's not made for me, and it's the back to, it's just rotting away. It's just, and when we priced in or spec'd in for undercoating, trying to do everything we can to keep it. Like that truck's on the road every day. I mean, if you ever listen to our calls, we've been increasing every day.
So once you buy your rescue truck, it may still be
Another year.
a year away from
Yeah.
being able to.
Probably what I'll do is put feelers out to some of my salespeople that I know and just see where we're gonna, how much roughly we gotta be, because that truck's a pretty basic pumper.
Yeah.
So it's not a high, we don't do custom CAD, we don't do all that, because we don't have the people. So it'll be more on the lower end of a pumper. I'm thinking 700,000-800,000, but I'd have to get some prices from them, and that's what we're saving. We used to do 50 grand a year in capital, we can't do that anymore. If we wanna replace trucks.
Sorry.
Kathy?
No, you're good.
Thank you. So now you have, 986,000 in the fire department truck with this extra 2.
Yep.
So that's enough to buy the truck, and then you would have to project for when your next piece of equipment is coming due, and we would start that increasing.
Correct, but
Go ahead.
that's 2 trucks though. We're gonna buy rescue and a pumper, but the pumper, we might have to wait another year or 2 till we add more to the capital reserve. There's gonna be $1 million plus for 2 trucks.
So the 986 covers the 2 trucks.
Well, it's gonna be over $1 million.
Plus or minus.
Yeah, and then we'll keep saving for the next, and I think you sent out something, we're gonna come up with we have a
So, okay.
program to say what's
You're
gonna be
making
replaced.
efforts then when you need the next one. Oh, that's my question.
And that's also the people on that capital reserve we use too for major repairs, like say if we blow a pump in one of the trucks, that's
Yeah.
what pays for that. So I don't have that in my budget. It'd be 40 grand, 30-40 grand to rebuild a pump. And that have to use that too. So if something happens between now and then, that could extend it too.
Yeah, so going forward, I'm just thinking, we're gonna see a regular amount coming in from you.
We pretty much have done this, well, like I said, it used to be 50 grand and now with the price of truck, we have to keep it going. Running, they only had to put 50 in.
The planning that you do is very impressive.
Yes.
Right. We keep everything on them.
I agree. When I first came to Belgrade, one of the things I thought was really progressive was that the town saves for its people. With the fire department, those assets, just those drugs and now. I did a good job on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for
That's it?
preparing your request. Well, wait.
All right.
I'm just saying. Coming to the end.
I'm gonna try to go ahead and look.
Discussion on the reserve. Thank you, Dan, for putting in that request.
I don't have to come to the next one.
So before
yeah,
Dan
we didn't
leaves,
take that.
is there anything else concerning fire ministry?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
See
you.
none. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for coming.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Aaron. Good day.
Have a good day. Enjoy. Don't you wanna stay and enjoy
No, I'm
this?
going skiing.
Dan,
See ya.
when tell Hans he's up.
Oh,
Thank
Fishing, they're out.
Huh? No, we're still on first,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Hey, Hans.
See you, public safety,
No,
you
it's
know,
under general government.
okay, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. He's got a pretty flat budget.
Oh, it's under general.
Oh, general government, yeah.
Not any very good.
So we're doing for what?
For code enforcement.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
So Barb,
yes,
I
sir.
have a question.
Yes.
This actually may be more for longer funds, but it's related
Sure.
to this budget. Hans is working at least an average of 36 hours a week right now, correct?
He works,
Or you budgeted for 36 hours?
we're budgeted for 36, so some weeks he may do 30, he may do 37, 38. But
So-
he's budgeted for 36.
So under the law, that would qualify as a full-time position. Why aren't, I'm just curious as to why we're moving his wages from a full-time wage line to a regular part-time, because at 36 hours legally, that's not a part-time job.
I'm not familiar with a law that says if you work more than 36 hours that you're considered full-time. I think it's up to where you're employed. 40 hours is.
And it's really just a budgeting
Right.
question, but I think.
Here, 40 hours is full-time, 36 is not.
Respectfully disagree. I mean, under the law,
Can you give us the, I'm
I
sorry.
can't cite the law.
Oh, well, that's very important right there.
Not in the.
This code said, if you get us a code, we will walk through it.
Okay, Bruce has a question.
Okay, and it has to do with payroll, so. And I'm kind of following with Anthony, but I know I'm looking kind of towards Hans, on this firm, so. Being the 36 hours, he gets no retirement?
Correct. He's permanent part-time.
Yeah. I kind of agree with Anthony on that one because he is kind of considered a full-time, so he should almost have the retirement. Okay,
Sorry, is that something we could verify? I also don't do it in employment law, so despite being a lawyer, I literally know nothing about it.
Yeah.
But is that something that maybe we could verify either with MMA or the attorney, just to make sure we're appropriately?
Yes, we can do that.
I know as an employer, after, I can't tell you the exact law. Once you work so many weeks in a row, over 32 hours a week, you're considered a full-time
That is
employee.
correct. Correct.
That's, I do know that as an employer, Dougie does too.
I have another question, both for Hans and for.
Yes.
I don't see anything in here for professional development. I mean, I would think as a code officer, Hans, you might need training every now and again.
Do, we have the benefit of online Zoom trainings now, which.
I know, but there are organizations for code officers in the state, as you're well aware, they do trainings and so forth. And I just think that's something that's important, that we need to ensure that you're getting the training that you need in order to be effective.
I've been staying current
And I have no doubt about that, but it just seems to me some of those trainings cost money and we should be accounting for that.
again, I've been finding the freebies online, keeping stones on that one.
And that's great. But I also think that we should be investing in your professional,
Okay.
and because some of those trainings may not be free.
Do we have training broken out by position in general government? So that there would be training for the clerk, for the treasurer, for the town manager, or is it just all lumped together so that there is money
It's lumped.
that, so there is money that Hans could have available to
But there are some of these divisional budgets that do have training line items.
Right, but I think
Clerk
general
funds
government
and-
is one of them, and that's. where
Could
my
certainly
thoughts-
add a training line and fund it with. I mean, most of the training funds that you're doing are either low cost or no cost.
And there is one on the horizon, the harbor master thing, that may cost,
That definitely does.
but that's on the horizon.
I understand.
That's
But-
over
but
the
that
other way.
definitely does cost.
So we can either put something nominal in there now, or we already know, we've talked about the harbor master piece, but that's not up yet, so.
Yeah, that's not gonna be made.
But I guess my question is, if we have it broken out for other positions under general government, then we should put something in for Hans. If we don't have it broken out, if there's a lump sum, then, you know,
It's a lump sum.
it's a lump
Yeah.
sum that anyone in general government could take advantage of as far as paying for courses.
Well, it is one way for the select board, the whole code officer account. Like,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
just saying that
Yeah, I'm just
there's
saying,
funding
so,
available.
so let's say you budget $1,000 for Hans for training and you see that he hasn't spent any of it at the end of the fiscal year, you say, Hans, why aren't you engaged in doing more training? So the accountability.
Okay,
That
Look
was
at
Sarah's
that.
gonna
Sarah?
read that, and then me.
So Mr. Rasmussen, the question for you is, you want money for training? You need money now for training for next year?
I don't see where this coming year out it's required,
So,
but I see on the horizon, it will be,
so this year, not, next year maybe.
yes.
So then next year when we come in session, we put that line up.
Bruce?
I'm kind of opposite. I think we should kind of start with the education line and put a $500 in. It's basically where most of the baselines education is, and each department is roughly 500. So I think we ought to add that education line, put the 500. That would be if there's a class at Hans sees that 3 months down the road, go, hey, I think I probably ought to have this class, it'll help me do this, it's all just to help you, so,
Well. Not to speak from the budget side of the table, but putting 500 in this year saves $1,000 jump next year.
right, exactly,
So it's not a shock value when it shows up.
right, so that's my recommendation.
Sarah?
I usually will question that, because if we don't need it now, why are we budgeting for it? Just more money there, and if we wanna do that in every section, it's not a problem. So if the employee himself is not even requesting, is never starting, I don't see any need to put $500 there. Thank you.
Okay, Jillian?
I don't know that 500 is necessary, but I respectfully disagree, especially with how much change we're seeing coming from Augusta about zoning. Municipal ordinance changes, like there is a lot coming from Augusta. And what I don't want is for Hans to say, gosh, this training would really help me, and the answer would be there's no money in the budget. And that's my concern. And so I think that is a balance. Even MMA programs, I finally got into MMA, the upcoming budgeting training, the all-day workshop is $95 a member. That's just a good example. It's $100, but if there's no money in the budget, our staff aren't doing it because they don't want to run over, which is respectful. So even if we put $100 or $200, it would give each staff an opportunity to attend something if it is relevant to their work, and that's always a decision Lorna's going to make with them as their manager.
Right, and we do have $2,000 in the budget
Yeah.
under administration for education.
Yeah.
That's the request for 26-27 is
And that's-
$2,000.
And that's something all general government staff can access? Or is it all staff in the town?
It would.
No, that's
It's
general
general government, it
Yeah,
would just be
general government.
administrators. Anthony?
Every position needs professional development every year. And I'd like to speak to something that Jillian just mentioned about the $95 cost, because I think she was told that if budget committee members, for instance, want to engage in that training, which I think would be really helpful, that we have to report out of our own pockets, that shouldn't.
I think I said we would have to put something in the budget for June, if if you go back to that email,
Well,
we would need to fund,
well,
so.
and so how much of the?
I think I put the
$2,000
cost, member cost is 35 to 45 on the, on-demand video section.
So, and I don't remember what your email said, I don't, in my mind, but the training happens in May. And so it would be in our first 6 month cycle. And so if there's money in the budget, great, but I also don't wanna take away from an employee getting training. You know, I don't think we're padding the budget if we're just making sure each professional staff has a small pocket to access the training they need to be good at their job, which will save the town from expensive mistakes. So.
I would just advocate that the town, you end up with a budget surplus every year, you're not gonna go with the volunteer training. And if the volunteer wants or needs training, the town should pay for that.
Okay, Sarah,
I don't have that in hand right now. What was the actual last year for training?
Spend.
I was just looking for that very thing.
Under, general government,
it was budgeted. In 2025, $2,010 was expended,
$2,010,
$2,010.
and we budget,
We budgeted 2,250, right, in 25.
And I'm curious who had access to that money for the trainings, like who actually went to trainings? Was it spread across all the staff or was it a staff or two that really needed that support?
That's not, that, as I understand.
everybody,
Everybody.
everybody.
So
In order
not
to
just,
keep
not
our
just
sort of
town office staff.
Separating this way problems.
It looks like you spent.
so I think 2,500 is already big too much. So we got 30%
for last.
all of the trainings, the actual. We keep it, we keep doing with that, with every line, we're gonna have really do a good job with the budget.
Patients up here.
Okay, Mary, are you gonna respond to that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was there. So we have to keep our certifications, which provides us an insurance benefit. Through our current insurer. And we are working on getting 2 of our front office staff certified as well. So I have a lifetime certification, but I still have trainings that I have to keep up on as well. So it's spread across the table. And then we had a new treasurer. She took a number of trainings to help get her to where she needs to be, and Lorna. So basically that money was expended in this office for training, so.
Kathy?
It looks like you spent $2,325 on training. If I go by 25 expended and I picked out the education line items, 22,325, so maybe the 2,000 for a whole year is not really enough, or have I got that number wrong? And then education, number 13, number 10, which page are you on that? I'm doing,
Those are the numbers, you're right.
yeah,
The Lawrence numbers are right. We're spending
so I know, I'm
now.
just saying, it looks like that what you spent, I got it wrong, so maybe the 2,000 is not quite enough for next year.
I think, sorry, can I respond?
Yes.
I think to speak to what Anthony said, that we always have some money left over in the general government budget, and if there is a need, we can pull those funds to cover any trainings.
Unrestricted, if you need to, and you pull out of like the unrestricted.
Because
it's
we're
3 million.
voting the bottom line.
So Kath, you don't,
Not,
yeah,
sorry.
you don't have to, so none of these lines are ever gonna come in perfectly, some are
No,
gonna,
of course not.
some are gonna be down. The important thing is that the departmental budget doesn't exceed what was authorized by the legislative bodies.
Right.
And so to Mary's point, I think she's absolutely right, you know, budgeting 2,000 is probably fine, and if it goes over, fine, you just spend less
Maybe the
another
money's
line.
Right, but
Okay,
it's
so-
not, we're not spending that unrestricted, so I want, which would be unrestricted to me is undesignated.
Yeah, so-
And it's not been designated for that budget, so I just want to clarify.
So-
that.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes left
I'm sorry.
for the code enforcement officer, and Doug Sawyer had a question.
I was just thinking for transparency, it's nice to have that professional development
Just sits in.
as a line item for each one, so you can track each department easier, rather than having a broad.
Yeah, and some of it is lumps, like this one is lump sum, but then there's a separate one for the town manager education. I haven't had a chance
No, we put everything in.
Oh, you put
here.
everything in. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw, it said I was the line item from previous year. Okay, Mary.
It is just one more point, is to that, we did have it separated, and then the consensus was,
I know, we
we're
changed.
just
the
gonna put it all
membership.
back together
We changed membership and left education on town.
on yours,
Yeah,
so.
Okay, so
It was
this will certainly come up again, but does anyone have any specific questions for Hans about code enforcement? 2 minutes.
Just so I understand, we're gonna keep it the way it is. We're not gonna add any professional development in that category.
I'd like to see a line with, to add into that for professional development. Cause like Julian said, there's so much stuff coming from Augusta, we have no clue what's gonna happen once they're done in session in Augusta, what type of, more stuff that they're gonna throw back to the towns that it's gonna require Hans to have some type of training to figure out how to manage it.
But MMA gives it free and.
No.
Oh, no, it was free.
No, it's not free.
No, but, well, some of it is, some of it.
No,
No,
None of
they
it is
pay for
No.
everything,
Yeah.
no.
It's $50 for some, that's $100 for others.
What do you think? We'll ask you.
Again, this year on the horizon, I don't see much, but,
We know,
Yeah,
we know.
but I
something's coming.
understand having a line item there that even if it carries over
It doesn't carry over.
or doesn't get used and doesn't hurt to have it available.
I have a suggestion.
Jillian?
I was just gonna say, it sounds like there are some of these questions that kind of are gonna cross departments. Could we
Yeah.
maybe put them in, we always call it the parking lot where I work.
Yeah.
But put some of these questions in the parking lot, and then I see that we're set to end at two on the schedule, but 3 is what I had planned for. Maybe we can loop back after we've been through and make some decisions about how we will treat these common issues across departments.
Good idea.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so in the parking lot, we will have education per position or per department. And we will also have
Capital reserves,
capital.
do we wanna discuss
No,
that?
we're not gonna discuss capital reserves today at all.
Or maybe just what our next steps are for that.
Yeah, okay, okay. So everybody can keep a parking lot list and we'll compare them at the end. Okay,
Good idea, Jillian.
thank you, Hans. You should know Okay, next we have animal control officer. That would be
I didn't
Lorna.
know Dick was our animal control.
He wears many hats.
He's doing a good job.
Did you really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we
We didn't change any.
Wait, animal control is under public safety.
Yes, we didn't change anything except, I
Wait,
believe,
first, we don't have page numbers, so it's a little bit of. Is it at the end of public safety?
yeah, I think health officer is at the end and then animal control is before that. The only thing that would mean.
Let's be up with the.
We have 12 minutes on animal control, so let's stick to that, please.
The only thing that changes on animal control is that when, hours are submitted for, wages, for payrolls, that, falls to the state minimum wage, which is more than what we were paying previously. I think we were doing 15, a flat rate, an hour for wages, so that will be bumped up accordingly. But everything else pretty much stays, has stayed the same.
Robert?
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
I'm sorry, Anthony.
So Laura, I just want to make sure, so is the ACO being paid the weekly stipend plus the hours that they
Yeah.
actually been responding to calls?
Yes, yes, and mileage,
Am I?
and mileage.
And
Where
we're
is it
taking out
on?
from Hillary Roberts. Who is Hillary Roberts? Journal.
Hillary Roberts is our gal, at the Humane Society.
Oh,
No, yeah. You do it for,
oh, so that's the fee for.
Yes, that's under contracted services 2007.
And just so everyone knows, legally municipalities must provide that service. So that's how most towns do it. They contract with the animal shelter.
That's a quarterly fee.
And,
Yes.
Bruce,
it looks like the contract is not gonna be about the same dollar figures last year.
That's what she said, yes.
Just wanna make sure we check.
Okay, are you having trouble finding the
I was just doing
pages?
this.
Sarah and Penny, are you having trouble finding the page?
We already did.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank
okay,
you.
okay.
Mona? Are we good with equipment there this year? I know some of it.
I believe so. We've purchased quite a bit of equipment. And Jeff is really good. When he needs something, he'll let us know.
This stuff did come back from the other guy.
It
He
did,
was missing
yeah.
it for a while, but
Yes,
he got it.
yep, yes, yeah.
Bruce?
Also, the late fees and stuff from licensing, we can buy equipment out of that instead of taking it, raising and appropriating it, correct?
There is an animal control officer, what do we have in there, 24 something.
24.
Yeah, so if we needed something,
Right.
yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
so, you
that's
know,
a big-
I know we've rented in the past, we've rented the big live cage, you know,
Right,
so
yeah,
we
if
do
we
have
needed
money.
something, we do have that.
We have money in there to purchase that, if we need.
And do we have a backup ACO for
But
when
we
we
don't-
this away? Or unavailable?
We
Sort of.
have, we had someone in mind and that won't work out.
No,
Okay, so we,
we
That's
do,
not-
we are looking for someone.
okay,
How about that?
that's fine, because he's obviously not available 24/7 all year round, so.
Right.
We would need to have somebody as a backup.
he does pretty good at it, so
Understand,
we'll see.
yeah.
Yeah. He's really good.
Anthony?
So will someone, Lauren, can you please remind me, so, I'd forgotten about the special revenue fund for the animal control officer, which has almost $25,000 in it.
Yeah,
So is a portion of that used on an annual basis to help offset the cost of the animal control officer?
we have used that in the public safety account, if you look
In
under.
that warrant article?
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
I
we
mean,
just
that's-
did it and the 6-month budget was 1,667.
I would say $25,000 is a really healthy figure. And so maybe that's something that you guys, I mean, obviously, I don't like using a one-time revenue source for an ongoing operating expense, but this is not a one-time revenue source because it gets replenished
Right,
to
but
some extent each year. And so at $25,000, I think there's an opportunity to help offset some of the $15,000 cost of the animal control.
Yeah.
and I think there was discussion previously about maybe using 5,000 of that for
right.
this budget. But also Mary, you use that for the
We use it
rabies clinic.
for the
too.
rabies
Yeah.
clinic.
And the gift basket and all of that.
Right,
But $25,000.
Yeah.
it's a lot, it's
a lot.
been building for many years.
Yeah, it doesn't, right,
There is-
it's been building for a while, so it's like
Yeah.
that money didn't build up quickly.
Yeah, no,
But we can use it for paying for salaries as well as equipment and other expenses related to the ACO.
Yes,
Yeah.
you could, yes.
Yes, okay. Jillian?
Could you give us an idea of how much that builds each year so that we just understand the growth pattern?
so.
So according to this sheet, it looks like, did it grow by?
Because we've used some.
Did it grow by
we've used some of it.
$1,300 this
Yeah.
past year?
This past year, it grew to 1,300, yeah. Yeah, which is a little bit down from what it was growing from. The state has new programs, so
Or
we're
maybe
not
with this
getting.
registry?
If you look on your your
late
G25 GL account, you'll see the top, it's a special revenue account. It is number 556, animal control officer. So you can see in 25 what came in, how that grew, that's where Anthony just set that number, that $1,300 number.
So basically, if you're using $5,000 a year, it's gonna have a gradual draw.
Yeah, you don't wanna draw it down too much.
So
Mary?
I just want to comment that that particular account is regulated by a state statute and can only be used for animal control purposes, and those are late fees. So people have been getting better about coming in, so and registering their dogs on time, because nobody wants to pay that $25 late fee. So this amount is actually less than we have collected in the past. So it,
And that's because Mary is doing a great job.
She is.
There are constant reminders. As a dog owner, I know, there are constant reminders to pay your dog fee.
And the other thing, it's being a proactive, going back, animal control helps that people can get dogs licensed on time.
Anthony.
To Doug and Bruce's point earlier, there is an education line item for this position.
Yeah.
I have a procedural question about the budgeting process. So like, we're talking about a potential place we can use to build the two pieces of budget. We're talking about expenses now, but when do we talk about, like, as a group, if we want to allocate some of that money to offset the cost? Is that something we talk about now, or do we set that aside and that's a separate conversation later?
If that's a parking lot thing that.
Yeah.
Are you
I-
talking about utilizing the animal control officer special revenue account? That's usually the select board. When
Well,
we start doing,
that's-
warrant articles.
Bruce.
so that's part of the budgetary process of the town, which includes the budget committee. I think it's something that should be discussed today. That's part of it, why we're having an all-day workshop, so we get some of the stuff done, so we're not doing this stuff weeks and weeks and weeks and months down the road, still getting stuff right, so I think that's something we should discuss today.
Is that included in revenue?
It would be.
Because we have,
Yeah, if
We're not-
you think of when you look at the town report and the warrant articles, so for public safety, you've got all of those items listed, dispatch, ambulance, fire and safety, health officer, blah, blah, blah. And then underneath, so you've got their total budget, and then underneath, you've got non-tax, or I can't remember how we worded, revenue sources. So we put cost recovery, we put the roam cost for Danny's position. You would put, and we did this year for the 6-month budget, we put the animal control officer line in there.
Mhm.
So it would be whatever amount you all deemed
Right.
you wanted to use.
but just in terms of when to discuss it, we don't have an agenda item for revenue.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would do it right now.
I think that's a recommendation needs to come from staff to this group. And so if we don't have that today, then I think to Jillian's earlier point, that becomes a parking lot issue. And when we have follow-up discussions, we hear a recommendation from staff and then we kind of discuss it then.
I think we had already talked about
we talked about using it.
5,000, right?
Yeah.
5,000.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the idea of taking $5,000 of revenue
Yes,
out of that? Special revenue?
yes.
So when you say revenue, you mean from the reserve thing?
Yes.
So
So
that's
okay,
special revenue.
special, there's the special revenue account for the animal control officer, which is $24,000.
So that's already decided then?
Sorry?
That's
what-
already suggested and decided.
It's suggested 5,000.
Yeah, but it hasn't been, it's not written down, it's not
It is
typed down.
not.
Thank you. It's not in any of our papers. But that is what the staff.
Then
Yeah.
the real cost for next year will be about 700, something like that. That we're gonna be appropriating. Or we can discuss it later, I guess.
So we'll make a note, under notes, we'll make a note that $5,000 could come from special revenue, the AC special revenue.
Yes.
And that's dog licenses.
Late
Late fees, so it's not been.
No, it's that animal control. I don't, is that late?
It's 556-00.
That's where the late fees go. I apologize.
But that's where the late fees go, and the better job Mary does at getting people to register their dogs sometimes,
But
the less money goes into that fund every year, so it's a, catch-22 situation.
So it's $5,000 will come from,
The special revenue account.
55600.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
5500.
556-00.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, anything else on animal control? Now I'm gonna make a bold proposal that because we have our dance duty here,
Yes.
And because social services is handled internally by staff. Would everyone be okay if we revert those two discussions and take care of dams first, unless Dick, you really wanna stick around and also get to the social services for 15 minutes?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. All right, so now we're talking about dams.
I think it's way said.
Way back, yeah.
It's 20 pages from the back.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't have anything after my dams tab. Is there paper? I thought I didn't notice that.
I wonder if it got stuck with what was, before it maybe?
Yeah.
It's just two
It's just two
pages.
pages.
Two pages.
Where is it? Sorry,
So everybody understands that the dams is an interlocal committee, which
Yes.
means that the cost is shared proportionately among the towns based on shoreline. Did I forget to what? Go ahead, Dick. Or Lorna, do you wanna?
We'll let Dick have the floor.
Any questions or, yes,
So, Dave, two questions. One is in 2025, we budgeted 46,000, but only 25,000 was expended. Can you explain sort of what happened? What you don't spend, does it go into some sort of capital reserve?
it goes into, to reduce the, budget for the next year, for the following year. So in other words, like last year, we had, the budget was 91,000 and we had 20 something left over. Then now the budget is 71,000.
So from an accounting standpoint, is that money, is it needed to go somewhere specifically for the dam? I don't recall, or does it last?
It's in a general, capital project account.
But
The dams.
But my question is, what the dam committee doesn't spend, does that automatically lapse into a dam capital reserve, or does it lapse into into the undesignated?
It is already in a capital projects account, so it doesn't go anywhere unless it's expended.
But does it, but the.
So it goes into
But
the
the
capital
dams,
reserve.
the dams still have operating expenses.
They have, I think CSP is the only one that gets paid out of there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the operating expenses are paid out of the reserve as well?
yes,
And so this, I assume in this, because statutorily, only the select board can spend that, so you guys are making like just decisions about spending specifically from the capital reserve?
I think,
when they approve the warrant.
It's on a warrant article.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then my other question for Dick was simply, just talk a little bit about the request of $39,000 for this coming.
We have, for this year, we have 5 years ago, we rebuilt Wings Mill Dam. But we didn't do anything with 2 9-foot by 10-foot gates, which are basically 10-inch squares of hemlock that are 30-something years old, 39 years old. And you can basically just take a screwdriver and pull it right in. We know they have needed to be replaced, but we have the superstructure first. And then the last year and a half, we've been working on the chassis. Because everything's been shifting, with the ice and whatnot, and the gates would go up or down. So we've since rebuilt the chassis around that this past year. Now it's time for the gates.
So this money is essentially for improvements to the Wings Mills.
Part of it, yeah, part of it. And then we have the gates. We have also, if you look at the village dam on the northwest corner, it continues to wash out. And there are pothole sinkholes underneath the 27 bridge.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, yeah, there's 5 of them. And they're size of like this. So if you were walking along, the water's only waist deep, but if your foot went in it, it'd be hard to get your foot out because of the water pressure. Now, I tried to involve DOT and got them out there with two of their divers, and they said, no, there aren't any sinkholes.
Their
And,
feet in
pardon?
it? Did they put their feet in?
Apparently not. And, you
So
know,
how, so how does that get fixed?
well, it's hard, because it's under the bridge.
Right.
And now what the inside people do is they take the residue, the ash from the smokestacks when they clean them. And all of the dams, like up the big dams, all have piles of this stuff. So when they have a leak, an emergency leak, they dump it into the bucket and it goes in and it seals it.
So,
But that's what they recommend to do. It's really the only fix. But then environmentally, we have, you know, there's,
yeah, I can see that creates a water quality issue.
yeah, I mean, it seals it. But we have to get past that. So they do it at night.
So no one can see.
So I do it at night. But that's something we have to explore other options.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that to get DOT. I just told them I need 5 gallon buckets. If you get from Home Depot, I'll take care of it. But we're trying to find a better way, but that's what the dams people do, because otherwise you can't go in and excavate underneath. And unfortunately, these sinkholes go 75 yards and go to the spillway and then undermine the spillway. So we had the divers, Commercial Divers Inc. There about 5 years ago, and we videotaped the whole thing. We used dye, and we dropped the dye in at the sinkhole, and we timed it like 2.5 minutes till it came out at the bottom of the dam. So we did that with all the 5 sinkholes. So we know that they're, DOT they weren't looking in the right places apparently. So that is something that we need to do because it's undermining the spillway. So that's in the neighborhood of around, we think 35 to 40. We'll have to get the commercial divers back in and just figure out something.
And so that is an expense that the committee, the interlocal committee would assume, even though it's.
That's part of, yeah, that's.
Even though it's the responsibility of, is it the responsibility of DOT or not really?
No,
As it's not on the
it
road,
is,
it's under the road.
it is, but it isn't. They deny any. They don't think it's there, so they don't have a responsibility.
That's easy, just,
Annie, did you have a question?
that's easy, you can just say it's not there and they don't have the responsibility, but how much money did we spend fixing that, bridge? And the dam at
The
the
dam.
time?
The
What
question is, how much
was
did we
fixed
spend
then?
fixing the village dam?
Oh, well, the dam's fine now. First, the dam.
But you said it was corroding or something?
Oh, yeah, on the spillway.
Yeah.
The physical dam is fine. The spillway is if you walk down there on the north side, next to the camps, and you look down, you'll see all the silt coming out.
And why wasn't that eradicated when they fixed it?
Oh, because that's another whole project, and we don't know, it's a little bit more involved in that we don't know, we'd have to excavate the whole thing.
Okay.
And then we have to get DOT because we're
Yeah.
excavating part of their foundation.
Yeah, but it's theirs, not ours.
Okay, I think Bruce was next and then Sarah and then Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, my understanding is also an issue with the old dam in the lakes too. Is there any plan on doing anything with that this
The
year?
old dam,
Yeah, the old dam in the lakes, over closer to
It
Carroll.
wasn't closest to my house, the old spill.
the spillway.
Yeah,
Yeah, we call it the emergency spillway. We want to close that down completely.
okay, is that something that's gonna happen out of this?
Not under this budget.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to get DOT involved because we'd like to shut it down at the bridge
Okay,
without a concrete or riprap or something. And just close it down. Otherwise, we're spending $200,000 or $300,000 to remediate the spillway. We don't use it. And I had Tony Fletcher, who's the state dams inspector, down last year. And he looked at the whole thing and says, you don't need it. The spillway that you've got, the 90-foot spillway, is enough to handle load. So why spend $200,000 or $300,000 on a bid this thing?
But
It's all collapsing on the sides.
Okay, Sarah, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Green, I understand how, thrifty you are.
Cheap.
Yeah, I was, I am 32 and I pride myself on that. So I'm gonna shake your roots a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fire away.
Yep, just because we had such a hard town meeting recently.
Yes.
So anyways, I see here that there's some contractors besides CMP, there's something that CMP definitely have to do, not just about whatnot. But other contractors, how the committee choose them?
Steve Liberty, he's a resident of Rome, has been taking care of the dams for the last 30 years.
Okay.
And has been doing a phenomenal job.
Okay.
So when we did the remediation, to give you an example of the village dam 4 years ago, with all the concrete, we sent out bids. We sent them out to Kleinschmidt. They came back at $1.3 million, and didn't have time to do it. We went to, I forget the other one, it begins with a K, another engineering firm. And they have obviously the ability, they do the big dam up in Bingham. And they were like $1.4 million, and they didn't have time to do it. So got a hold of Steve Liberty, he got a hold of another neighbor up there who's also an engineer, Sean Landry, and they came up with a whole bid for $210,000.
So that's all I wanted to hear, that you
Yeah.
bid it.
Yeah.
And then we made the best choice into it.
And they brought the concrete contractor from Bingham down here.
Perfect. So it was,
So they
and
jobbed it out and they did a phenomenal
the
job.
best part is that you hired a customer.
We did it local, I mean, more than local, we did it right.
Yeah, so.
And they were able to get in there and get in and do it.
But,
Super.
yeah, thank you so much.
So we're tickled pink. And actually, it was going so well, Tony Fletcher brought all the staff, his staff, which is only 2 people, and all of MEMA down there to watch and to see
Ah,
the work being done.
Cool.
yeah,
Nice.
So
Great.
we're very pleased.
thank you. I just want it to be on record that we chased that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to make sure this as skimpy as we can, and you did a great job for us.
We tried, I mean, I think most of you know, we tried Army Corps of Engineers, we tried, it was because of you folks. We were like, we didn't know what we were going to do, so you suggested, have you tried Army Corps of Engineers? You suggested, have you tried these guys? The feds, we tried Susan Collins' office, we tried everybody and nobody. I mean, this is infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Especially with COVID and the funds.
Yeah.
ARPA funds, this is infrastructure, it's a definition, when you look at Webster's. Zero help. So also part of this budget is our capital reserve, and everyone said you don't have enough capital reserve for projects like this. And we're not concrete experts, we didn't see it coming. But it came. So anyways, you're now asking, in this budget is a total of, not, the total budget, not Belgrade's share, but is of $30,000.
Yeah.
We now have, as of the end of this year, we'll have 86,000 in the reserve.
Very good, wonderful.
So for big things that come up, because we can't count on support outside of 5 towns.
I think Kathy had a question first.
I think I'm okay.
I was just curious if that 86,000, and I have lost our reserve sheet, is that held by Belgrade, but contributions from local towns, or is that held separately?
How it works is, this goes back to 1976, but the CMP actually owned all the dams. And they wanted to divest themselves of the dams. So they said, why don't the towns, at that time, 3 towns, Rome, Oakland and Belgrade, set up an interlocal agreement. So they went through all the legalities and had it all set up. They came down to the share of cost, okay? And for example, Belgrade has the greatest share, 48% of the total budget, because Belgrade has 37 miles of shoreline. Rome comes in at 23% of the whole budget, because they have 17 miles, and then it goes down from there. So that was we had the three towns, for until about, from 76, actually about 86, when things got all settled. About 4 years ago, we brought in Sydney and Mount Vernon, which did not want to participate originally, but they jumped on board. So now we have 5 towns.
Okay, great. Now we have 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
for
okay.
Mr. Greenman, anybody has any questions?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So when I look at our capital projects account for the dam, that is only a portion of the total reserve that the dam committee has.
Yep, 48%.
Thank you.
When was Sydney and Mount Vernon brought on, what year? Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
No.
geez, I'd say 4 years ago, maybe 5.
Close enough.
Maybe 5. Yeah.
It's right after, it's right after COVID.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard that from,
and they've been great. They've been great. They've been supporting the dams unanimously. So that was.
See, so how is it distributed, Sydney, Oakland and Mount Vernon?
I'm sorry.
How are the rest of the funds distributed?
Well, Oakland has 14%. Sydney has 8% and Mount Vernon has 7%.
8 and 7?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
here's those of you that want, this is the big picture.
Well, thank you.
Anybody else?
I'll take one.
This is what all the towns get.
Thank you so very much.
Anybody else?
Awesome, thank you. I'll take one, Dick. Thank you very much for coming.
Oh, no.
Glad I could send you home early.
Yeah.
You're welcome to stay.
You know, just couldn't have to keep me.
Yeah.
Hey, Christine, I'll be here at least until 2.
Right.
This is what all the towns get to show you the full breakdown. I guess, okay, I thought.
And that'll give me a report anyway that you,
Pardon?
I got it electronically.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Dick.
Yeah.
We're gonna move on to social services. Thanks for your time.
Just a what if, we are looking at until the ice goes out, we're looking at the long-term forecast is 28% more precipitation than normal for the next 3 months.
Oh,
Just as of,
right?
That's
if you
good.
believe it, but that's,
But now your dogs can float away.
so, yeah,
Right.
and we might have enough water
Yeah,
this spring.
the summer will, people
So that's
will
what-
love it.
Yes.
Once
We have all the work to do.
Right.
Just one question, you'll all be glad to know about the social services budget. So we're budgeting 4,000 for general assistance, seems appropriate. Are we also budgeting the 70% reimbursement from the state as a revenue?
We have not had any reimbursement because we've not put anybody
Right.
through.
But if you're gonna budget the expense, it seems like you should budget the revenue. And if the expense doesn't happen, neither does the revenue, and so it's
Correct.
a wash.
Yeah, we could definitely show that. Thanks for that suggestion.
Yeah.
I'll make a note, we'll put that on the warrant article.
And that would be under general assistance.
Yes.
Okay, so Mary Lorna, do you want to walk us through new reports?
Do you wanna, take that in?
For the senior resource,
Sure.
is that right?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so the senior resource, programming money, didn't increase at all, it was still at $5,000. We use it for programming for seniors to hold different events, to provide additional opportunities for seniors that they might not otherwise be able to afford. And we are moving forward with aligning ourselves more with the recreation center and Jilly, I'm not Julie. Kristen is
They are.
going to start working with us more. And helping with that senior resource. We try to provide reprogramming, but a lot of times that there are costs associated. One of our most successful programs is the craft group, which is where some of our monies here are budgeted for. They provide on a weekly basis a craft program for seniors. Right now, they're very limited on what they can provide because of it's run by volunteers. We don't pay anyone to run these programs, but there are supplies that need to be purchased, and we want to expand that craft program down to the Center for Rural Seasons. And so anyway, we think that we can manage with this budget, so. And you can see that we had very little left over.
Mary, so would that be that expansion to the Central Seasons, would that be in addition to having
In
the
addition
program at
to,
North Belgrade,
because
not
we feel
extended?
it's important for seniors, for driving purposes.
Yep.
You know, it is quite a distance for North Belgrade. Some seniors don't drive very far. And the core group that's up there now is mostly North Belgrade seniors. So we have had a lot of requests for to have another program down at the center. So Kristen's on board with that, and we're in talking about it, so.
Yeah, Anthony?
I just wanted to say, because I saw it was on the agenda to speak about the fuel funding, because I've been critical about how that fund has been handled in the past. I just want to say that I'm very appreciative and grateful to see that monies are now being given to people who need heating help. I think that's critical. So thank you to the town of Belgrade staff for making sure that happens.
And Mary, I had a question about the senior resource programming budget item. Does any of that go to help with the cost of the bus trips? Because
Yes.
those bus trips are very,
Right.
very successful, but I know that they're
They
not
go to
revenue
help
neutral.
support the cost of the bus trips, and we do use like a Sear bus line. And it's very expensive. It's anywhere between $1,500 to $1,700 per bus. We do charge a fee to people who are non-residents.
Would you consider increasing the fee? Or, doing it on a, I don't know, sliding scale or a optional fee basis or something like that for people, because many people who attend certainly can afford to pay
And
a share of the fee.
I agree, and we have talked about that, but we also want to keep it affordable.
Yeah.
We haven't gone to looking at having an application process. Because I don't know how else you would do it
Right.
based upon income, and then what guidelines do we follow?
Right.
Do we follow a general assistance guideline? Because those guidelines, you have to be poverty based to qualify
Right.
for
Or maybe
that
have
kind
a
of program.
optional contribution or something like that.
We do get donations, and you will see
Okay.
that there were some donations that came in that were applied to the expense.
Yeah.
Of,
That was my.
That was my
my
question, that
understanding.
maybe we should send a letter out to the business group to ask for donations for the bus trips, because I think it's a very good program. I just.
But also, if there are residents, I mean, I've been on some of them, I could certainly afford to
Right.
contribute, so I think that, if the appeal is to the people, who are signing up, that would also be helpful.
I think when you sign up, that we say, the cost of this trip is $78 a person if you would like to contribute towards that cost. Because I never thought about, so I've been on them and it just took on when I very clearly would have given a check.
Right.
But
And
it was,
they're great.
there wasn't an easy way to do it, right? Short of
Okay.
saying, oh, I want,
Right.
maybe suggesting or recommending
recommended or donation.
a donation.
Or you just have a basket where you can put in checks if you want to help offset the
Right.
cost.
Good
Right,
point.
yeah, we have time to figure that out.
Yeah.
Good.
I
Jillian?
definitely want to keep it free though. I think there are a lot of seniors who, if they have to apply, will not have the capacity or the time or the resources or the will feel like they should, and so I think it's an important way that we serve that community, so.
So maybe asking for donations
Yeah.
is the better way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than to make people feel that they're obligated to
Exactly.
apply. Because we have people that I know in the community that could use general assistance, but they would never come to this office to.
Right.
Well, and I, to that, point, I don't think they necessarily need to. If
You know, some of those. people.
if they need our help, we could go to them with the application.
That's true.
You know, I send them to Pine Tree.
What'd you say?
I didn't know I send them to Pine Tree. I can't solicit, I can't walk around and say, you look like you need civil legal help, but if you know there are people in the community that need help.
Send them
Legal
to-
Services for Maine Elders and Pine Tree both help people look at their situation and decide what initial support they can access in the state.
It's one of the great things about having Mary on board, is she knows so many people in the community and she knows sort of what their situations are. And that can really
Pine Tree
help
Legal, yeah.
as far as providing that sort of assistance. I would see directly to.
We often see seniors who are not getting the SSI that they should be, which is federal money coming into our community, and they're not getting the full benefit, and we help them access that.
And I
So
just
as
wanted-
far as the, did you have something?
Oh, I was just gonna respond to that because we do have a senior resource, flyer trifold on services outside of our community that are available, but we'll make sure to add Pine Tree Legal to that.
There's free housing counseling through CAP agencies, so if you need, and they do
We have
have a
TV
HUD counselor for budgeting and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So you can call them there.
That was actually, I'm pretty sure we had a tap on that flyer.
So the fuel fund, Anthony had brought up the fuel fund. I don't see any.
It's a special revenue fund.
Okay.
So it's on this sheet right here, so
I was just looking, can you see it quickly?
it's 552200.
Oh, yeah,
It began the year with $12,000 in it, and it looks like 755 has been spent. The columns aren't listed, so I'm not sure what the 557 is.
we've just,
Is that a donation that you received?
these are 2025 figures and we've just done, within the last month, we've done another one or two, Anthony.
Okay, so my question is the 755, that's the amount that was expended?
I don't have the,
I mean, the columns aren't listed.
Right.
Yes.
It was the amount that was expended in
And so the-
2025.
Yes, and so is the 557, are those donations that were made?
Or interest?
No,
That would be that much interest
Or
on
the previous,
$12,000.
or the previous year or something.
Dan, could you tell us what you're looking at?
So it's this GL,
Oh, that, right, it out.
Doesn't. have-
And it says, and it's 552,
I think that is.
Yes.
What is that?
552 on this page. On the GL accounts,
Question.
and it's line 552 dash 00.
So, yeah, that page.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because the balance only changed by $200, which is the difference between
between that 7
755
and
and
the 5, yeah.
557.
But we have had, I wanna say this year, haven't we had?
We've used it twice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
this
done, we've helped 2 additional families. It's very, I must tell you, it's super heartwarming when you are able to help someone in need. We get the biggest benefit because it makes you feel good to be able to do that. It's an awesome program.
Okay, anything on memorial? Oh.
No, it's on the fuel fund. Maybe when we do our fuel, RFP, that we include that in so we get the best buck that we can per gallon on this fuel.
Well, the problem with that is you can't, we're not using our
We're not using
supplier.
ours, they're using.
It's whomever,
Yeah.
it's whomever they use is who we go through, yeah.
Anthony?
So to that point, there is a website that you can go to and it tells you at any given moment which of the central main suppliers have the best rate. That said, at least when I was with the town, our supplier was Augusta Fuel, now Dead River. And that was because Paul Nato lives in this community. It was always, he works for that company. It was always a source of pride for him that his company had Belgrade's contract. And they always cut us a very sweet deal on that. And so at one point I was having trouble finding someone who could deliver the next day. Paul told me, he said, just call us anytime you need fuel, we'll provide it at the town's rate. So moving forward, that's what I did, because they can always offer the best rate.
Yeah, okay, Jillian?
I was just gonna say, as someone who works with families in this income bracket, they are generally very thrifty and shop around. Rarely do I see a family who's paying a higher rate than what I'm getting on fuel. Like most of them utilize Bob's Cash Fuel or some other provider. So if that's reassuring.
But in this case, we don't necessarily use the same supplier we do. I mean, we typically shopped to find the best price, whether it was online or with Augusta Fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Ron?
I'm glad we have that. How does that, does a request come to the town office?
Yes, it's anyone who does not qualify for the general assistance program can qualify under the town's fuel assistance program. So we've been able to help people who wouldn't normally get help under the state's GA program. So
I appreciate that.
it's really, it's a wonderful program.
And it's, our church gets requests sometimes and help people.
Yes, yeah,
I'm glad we have that.
yes, agreed.
Okay, any other questions? Holiday school, Memorial Day, general assistance, senior research. Are we gonna? It's good. Okay, let's break for 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. So, public having your vote.
When are we going to?
Public works.
It's near the front.
First, I get into this for a second. It's the difference between the force that
I'll start. I just have, hi Jason. Hey Anthony, how you doing? Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
So.
Hi, Anthony.
Whatever.
You're not up for an hour.
So I have two questions. So, and I don't know if this is for Lorna or for Jason, but, so the budget for operating supplies, am I correctly assume is that your salt and sand?
No,
So where's your salt and sand in this budget?
aggregate.
Oh, that's the aggregate. Okay, all right, very good. And then the other question had to do with the contract services for plowing. So, in 2025, we spent $535,000. Now, I'm just curious, how come the cost has gone down? That is the budget. So we're budgeting $505,000.
It's the, yeah. 140. Yeah.
Now, I'm just waiting for an answer from someone.
Can you please restate the question, Anthony?
Yeah.
So under contracted services, which is your plowing contract, in 2025, we spent $535,000. This year, we're budgeting $505,000, and I'm just surprised that there's a decrease.
I think it's a way in the way the payment schedule is.
But this is gonna include an entire year, so shouldn't the payment schedule be similar?
Do we have a copy of a contract we can look at? Possibly.
It's something we can look at and
Put that
bring
kind of on
back to you. That would be quicker for us.
You're right.
I know we've already looked
I
at
didn't
it.
catch that. So.
And Anthony, I misspoke on sand and salt. That is under, 10/30/04 operating supplies. That's our sand and
Okay,
salt.
so that was my question. So that
Yeah.
is in fact where we're purchasing our sand and salt from is from that line item.
Yes, 140, yes, that was, yeah, my share were.
Bruce,
Okay. And I know what, probably this has been answered to me in years and years, rentals. On 20-06. What is rentals? What do we consider rentals?
Like excavators, dump trucks,
Okay,
any piece of equipment.
okay, so we overspent that by 16,398 in 2025. And so in reality, it was 116,398. But we're only budgeting 110. We perceive that 110 is gonna be adequate for that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So Bruce, I also think it's important to note that in year, I mean, this budget is still like nearly $50,000 to the good as a whole, so that could remember that line item. I mean, to me, it's not material. Jason, are we still charging for both labor and the equipment used at state rates?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So do flaggers come under contracted services when you have to hire flaggers?
No, that comes under. Sorry.
Yeah. Lorna, there's a question.
Yeah.
Oh, I flaggers, where they go. Oh, flaggers are under, our flaggers under contracted services.
Yes.
So that was my
Yeah,
question.
07, 2007.
I typically are you hiring a contractor, and part of that contracting services for road work would include flaggers.
What's that?
So that's really going to the, contract.
Can we stop? Can we listen to the questions, please? Anthony, go ahead.
No, I was just saying,
This is.
I think whenever Jason, for instance, hires someone to do road work, that's a contracted service, and as part of that contracted service, that contract would then hire flaggers. So I think all of that sort of labor would probably fall into that lineup.
Yeah, contracted services would be flaggers.
Those would be flaggers.
Yeah, I can't, the one
like
I
tree
can't
work.
think of that name of the company. That work. Yep, yeah.
Rentals would be like equipment rental, contracted services would be like flaggers.
And the tree removal.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sorry.
and so remind me on the warrant article, Lorna, this is a departmental budget where the surplus doesn't automatically.
It does.
It does. There's a
There's four of them. There's not a perpetuity article. It's the way the warrant article has been since I've
Okay,
been
so
here.
that could be changed, but currently.
Yeah,
that's
That could be
correct.
changed.
You are correct.
and it
Yes. And the only revenue offset on public works is LRAP, Local Roads Assistance Program.
And so that change, if somebody wanted to, could they make that change on the floor of town meeting, or is that?
To change that on the warrant article to not let, no, you
No.
cannot
Okay.
do
But
that.
we could change that
Before.
before. We could
Right,
make
no, I'm good with it going in, because that's one of our biggest expenditures in the town.
Well, that really helped us, that capital projects account, really helped us this year with, the bond. Doing the paving, we spent 700 and something thousand out of that account. Raised and appropriating another, 335, 345, and so then there are only 2 payments for that $690,000 bond, so that was super helpful to have that, available to us, so we weren't bonding more.
Jillian?
So I do think for consistency's sake, I would like to see us change that in the next warrant article. That would be my suggestion as a member.
To change what? To change where the money, the excess money goes?
Exactly, to stop the lapse into the reserve, but we also need to be proactively, like, if we're gonna do that, we need to be proactively planning for those costs in the way that we're budgeting the capital project. So I'd like to see those two things happen in tandem.
Anthony?
So So Jillian and I have talked about this. This is maybe one of the few areas where we disagree. And I just think, if anything, I frankly wouldn't mind perpetuity article to have that happen simply because roads are so capital intensive and historically, Belgrade has, of course, done a paving project every year. To Lauren's point, I think that helps to offset the financing cost. And as a consequence, Belgrade has really good roads compared to a lot of smaller communities. And so I think we've been very smart about doing that. And if we did, we would have to be proactive about just ensure we never got to a case. But one of the ways you could be proactive about this, just to sort of make that happen as a matter of course.
The roads and public safety are our biggest expenses to plan
From a
for.
capital standpoint.
Yeah,
But public safety often doesn't have any money to, or sometimes doesn't have any money.
Right.
Back.
yeah,
in.
they don't, they don't always.
Usually the other way around, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Sarah?
I know Jimmy and I are running first.
No, that's, you can go, I've already spoken.
All right, I'll agree with Anthony on this thing, and specifically, there are rumors, of, residents from Belgrade that have moved to Sydney, and they don't have what we have here. They don't have a plan for their structure, for the roads and so on. And Sydney right now is having an influx of people that is tremendous. So I think this town, in this matter, for years and years have done the right thing. So let's keep that going.
So my only concern, I mean, I want the planning, like how we do it, where we do it. You know, I want us to be doing that planning, but I think this is a good example of where people are feeling like they're being overtaxed and money's just being dumped in, and then the town does what they want with it on the back end. And so I think there's gonna have to be a decision that the select board makes about how we respond to that question.
Yeah.
In the planning process of.
Yeah, it's a transparency question.
Yeah, and so I think maybe we're just more transparent about, we're doing this very intentionally through a warrant article, and this is how we're doing that planning. For transparency reasons,
Right.
or we budget otherwise.
Right. Anthony?
So I think the danger in that, where I work, is a perfect example. They once went 6 years without doing any road maintenance in an effort to keep the mill rate flat.
Yeah.
Ask me how that's working out for us now. And so at least you are constantly, like a rogue select board could decide, you know what, we're not gonna do that this year. And then all of a sudden, then we're behind the 8 ball after the 2 or 3 years.
Just on this,
Heather?
just on this same topic, my thinking would be, why can't the warrant article say, you know, X for regular costs and Y for planned road maintenance, scheduled, you know, reserve because these costs are coming up, and then it's really clear that you're rolling it over, but you're rolling it into a reserve for something that's planned, not that you're just rolling it.
Yeah, and that's what's happening right now. I mean, because the warrant article clearly states that any surplus is rolling into that.
Yes, but it doesn't explain.
Yeah, it's not.
Sometimes it's just rolling into surplus, and what the taxpayers thought that it was raised for, it's now going to something else. And you could clearly say,
Yeah.
we need a reserve for this, and in this warrant article where, you know, we're appropriating X for this future cost, at least then it would be clear and people wouldn't feel like
Yeah,
there's a
Hey, Mary had her hand up.
Okay. No, and so I just wanted to point out that when we do those bond articles, and we did a bond article, what, a year, 2 years ago?
Yep.
It tells you in that bond article where that $750,000 came from. Every 3 years, we're doing roads, every 3 years, and so having that amount of money built up actually helped the taxpayers. And so, you know, those 2 reserve accounts, the public safety, fire department, and the public works have been the longest standing, and they were put in place for a reason. And honestly, he only had $50,000 lapse into that reserve account, which is so small, because if you, to the $750,000, the cost of doing business is not going down, it's going up. And so.
I just.
And the warrant article clearly states that it goes into the public works capital reserve. It doesn't go into some general, you know, general public works or roads. The nomenclature hasn't been consistent. So but it specifically says it goes into
Yeah.
public,
Yeah,
public
on this.
works or
yeah,
roads,
roads,
capital
maintenance.
reserves, so it doesn't, if people are saying they don't know where it goes, that's misinformation.
It does say it on this one, because while this isn't a perpetuity article, the warrant always spells it out, but there are other areas where money's rolling and it's not spelled out, or, that's all I'm saying.
They're only four,
That's all I'm saying.
they're only four that roll over.
Fixing that warrant article, maybe like.
I think the warrant
Right,
article, maybe there's a better job of communicating what that means.
Yeah,
But
okay, so let's stick with the
Yeah, okay.
operation cost.
Yeah, that was just my issue.
Sarah?
This is questions for Jason. Nice to see you here today. And this is not quite a budget question. It's a stretching question in terms of the planning, which will affect the budget. We're doing this every 3 years. Everything's going on. Is there any point in having a little research into getting materials that will last us 4 years for the same amount of money? I don't know, I mean, you will know that more better than anybody else.
So the paving has been the same for a long time. It lasts the same. I mean, there really isn't anything different as far as paving that I know of that we can do to make it last longer.
Check in on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Bruce?
Just to help Jason out on that is so we're not paving the same roads every 3 or 4 years. So some of these roads are, Jason can quote me on this, the 10, 12, 13, 14 years before they're paved again.
Right, we try to do it kind of in the order. So we do these three, then we go back to the latest, the earliest ones and.
We were able to do, 6.2 miles
Yeah, we've been
this
trying.
last time, we
between
were,
6 and
so we were
7.
right around 1.7 million.
Yeah.
So the same road will be paved every 14 years?
Yeah, however
Every-
long the cycle.
Every
comes,
12 years,
right
about
in that
12 or
area.
15?
12 to 15, it's the 3-year cycles.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you clarifying.
And it's 14 years the lifespan in.
Pretty good.
It all depends on the quality of what's underneath the road and everything, but yeah, pretty much.
And the traffic that's on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, a
like
lot
where
of big
Jason
trucks
lived
that ruins
on
it.
Horse Point Road, a lot of sand pits there, a
Yeah.
lot of heavy traffic.
Yeah,
And school ones.
yeah. Yeah, trying to keep them off of it in the spring of the year by posting the roads and that type of stuff.
Okay, plowing and sanding.
I just have a quick question,
Oh, sorry.
Jason, which is not really a budget question, but my brain's thinking of it. On the short narrows, just before you get to the four corners.
Yep.
Is a big, huge frost heave with potholes. Is that the state that fixes that?
Yeah.
And I assume we've notified them that it's really bad?
They were working on it the other day. They had stoplights set up there and.
Okay, well,
That
it's
is
still really bad.
I agree, and there's not posted.
Well, it is, it says frost heave, but I was gonna call Lauren, and so I went back through, and you can see, it does say frost heave ahead. But the frost it's now heaved, and it's pothole,
Yeah.
and it's tough, so that was
Yeah.
my question,
Yeah.
so that's the state,
That is, yeah.
all right, thank you.
So I know we've already talked about, in previous meetings, we've talked about the plowing contract. And how pleased we are with the work that they're doing. So is there anything else that people have questions about in terms of the plowing and sanding?
I guess I would ask. We were going to put into the budget, the money for snow removal in the village and the sidewalks. Would that come in under this?
Facilities.
So
Under facilities, okay, thank you.
And it should be the 535,000, not the 505,000.
For the plowing and sanding.
Yeah,
Oh, 535.
yeah, because its price is the same. Let's see. So we need 2.5.
So it's no 505, it's 535.
Yeah, that's what his contract is, I believe. We'd have to double check on that, but is that correct?
I don't know why we have 505.
I don't
It's
either.
supposed to be 530. I'm pretty sure we've calculated that more than once. But we will, I've got it marked to double check it.
Well, isn't every year different roads and different miles?
No, that's paving, this is plowing.
3-year contract.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe when you're Sarah, we'll skip plowing the Chandler Road.
Glad you called me.
Well, that's true, that contract is the same money every year.
Hey, Jason, I'm just wondering.
For plowing, it's not the same, there's a.
It's a tear down, isn't it? I think it's a tear down.
I think Mark.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think Bob was right, I think the contract's a tear down
Goes up
contract.
5% every year, I think.
Yeah, but it starts out at a higher rate for the first year, the second year is down a little bit, third year down, I bet. I'm not sure how close to the contract.
Yeah, me too. Like,
It's a bigger, so they get the bigger lump sum of the 3-year contract the first year. I think it's for purchasing vehicles,
Uh-huh.
I may be
Oh,
wrong.
that could be, that could explain it.
I have a question or a statement or something, just to put it in everybody's ears, back when we did the chip seal on Minot Hill, when was that, like 2021 or something like that?
Probably.
So, we had planned on paving in the transfer station, cause it's falling apart, that place hasn't been done in 30 years.
Right.
But we ran out of money because it was during COVID or right after COVID and, prices were through the roof. So we weren't able to do it, so.
Then we're gonna dig out section 2.
Yeah, there's some parts that are really bad.
My road has a,
Where is that?
east-west.
East West Road.
Yeah, so what budget would that be, Anything within the transfer station, would that be a transfer station cost? Or would it be?
It was originally on the road.
Yeah, it was a.
You could hear, originally.
Yes.
Ron?
Because it is a road, it's a named road.
Transfer station.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ron had a question.
I was curious how the contract works. Is that a yearly price or by file?
For plowing, it's an annual
Wow.
contract. I mean, it's an annual project.
The 3-year.
It's a 3-year contract that we extended.
Yeah, it's a per mile,
Per mile.
That's right.
Yeah, I was curious, cause definitely it's more expensive this year than last year.
But we pay it over, what, 9 months?
Mhm.
We pay it in 9 payments,
Oh, we pay more than,
plowing contract,
yeah, we pay more than,
9 months,
Yeah.
yeah.
oh, not payments, every single payments, yeah.
Okay, so was the question answered about,
Nothing was answered, because I don't know if it was a question, I just wanted to put that out there. Because we've been piecemealing it over the years, part we did in 2014, that's falling apart now.
Lorna, Ken brought up the question of paving the transfer station road. Which was supposed to be capital, which is hoped to happen,
Mary?
identified as a
How much
property.
money left in the capital reserve account, we're gonna spend it all.
There's not a there for baby.
No, nowhere near it.
No, we have to fund, I mean, we have to fund that capital reserve, capital project account.
Well, see, the bit, what I. So
Happy
the
have a hand.
no, that's
Oh,
okay.
sorry, that's okay.
No, go ahead.
So I think what I heard earlier was that they had a request out to the departments for people who needed extra money for capital project, and maybe you need to get that number in, so that whatever the number is for that.
That's not, yeah, but that doesn't include paving, that's public works, that's not.
So would it be capital improvement for the road
Yes,
or to fund your capital budget? I just
Okay,
said.
Bruce is next.
Needs to be in.
Okay, so the transfer station road is a named road, which is a town road, which is maintained by Public Works. So that needs to fall into the capital, so if I'm saying this right, the capital rotation on the paving.
Right, and that road goes up to the gate, is that how?
Now, all that road is all the way into the
The
recycling.
whole.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, the rest of the paving, the lot, the lower lot, which is falling apart and it's just.
Yeah.
So the
Okay,
next 3
Sarah?
year cycle, maybe.
so
Yeah.
wouldn't that just be an issue of including this road in the schedule?
I have Well, so I was just speaking with Anthony, our next 3-year paving cycle. It could fall under that, so we get a better price, they're already here.
Right, that's why I was
So you
bringing it up
got
now.
two, we have
because
2 years to.
It was planned, but I believe we only had about $40,000 left last time we planned it. And we couldn't do it because of both.
So I think this is a planning matter as opposed to an FY 27.
Yes, but I just wanted.
Yeah, that's the one.
Those are leaders. While we were talking about roads and paving.
So to recap my understanding, that is something, Jason, you would be thinking of in your planning for paving.
Yeah.
So that communication's happened and we should be.
Matter of getting the money. So.
Totally agree.
That's it.
Period.
Okay. 5 more minutes for Jason on the hot seat.
Let's start in on that.
So addictive.
We love you, Ken. We love you too, Dick.
Anthony, that's another, that's another story.
So I went and pulled our payment schedule for snow plowing. So the payment schedule 26, 27, I've got October 26 through May 27 at a cost of $505, $567 and 91 cents.
Good. So less than.
So
Okay,
we put on there.
Correct.
So I know in the contract, we did a fuel escalator.
Yes, right, that's in here.
That's in here.
Yeah, it's 3002
Fuel.
fuel.
Okay, that's what that fuel's for.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the 505 is correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
what I have.
I don't even think so.
I'm sorry, what?
Let me look at the expenses because we've definitely spent more than.
But we would have it in the contract as well.
This is for the next year.
It's easily calculated just by looking at the contract that has a payment schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
The contract has set rates.
So that will get confirmed and we'll see it correct in the next budget vote.
Yes, yes. Okay. Last call for roads. Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jason.
Jason.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, I'm gonna get over the lake.
Don't rub it in.
I know, sorry. You guys.
Hey, you get 4 extra minutes.
No, I don't want that. How's that?
It's probably good.
Can I return my 4 extra minutes?
Yeah, let me.
I have 2 questions, yeah. So one is, just first of all, I would like Ken did a really excellent job both budgeting and team budgeting. And this doesn't need to be any different. I know there's an increase, but that's due to waste removal, so those costs, the typical fees are not.
Can you speak up? I'm having a hard time.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I was just saying, I think that Ken was, my time here was one of the better directors, both at budgeting and managing his budget. This doesn't appear to be any different to me. It's the increase while it's market is understandable because I do know that tipping fees are going up and that accounts for most of the increase. And then also, but in the notes, it's noted that, increase in household hazardous waste due to an increase in cost and participation. It reminded me that recently KB Cog did a survey of transfer station fees across the service area. And so I'm wondering if there's any consideration about looking at those fees and adjusting our fees, just to make sure that for specialized services, we're maximizing revenue and shifting the tax burden away from.
We just as of January 1st raised our fees on freon removal or refrigerant removal, tires, and demolition.
Okay, that would be the big one, right?
Yeah, we just raised our prices more than double on the demolition.
Okay,
Because we were underpriced from that KB Cog research that we did. So
And do you recall when the last time like brush removal was addressed? Has that been done in the recent past?
no, brush removal, there's no cost to us for brush removal to have it.
I'm talking about when people bring brush to us.
The cost has been the same. It's the first load for residents. First load you bring in for the day is free. It's $4 each additional load for that same day. Contractors, commercial, at 75 cents a cubic yard. We don't pay for removal though. That is removed from the facility for free.
Do commercial trash haulers currently pay anything for dumping?
They pay $100 a year for a permit.
I mean, frankly, I think that that's an opportunity. Because we don't know whenever a trash hauler is dumping at our transfer station, whether that trash is actually from Belgrade. Chances are there's some of it that's not. And during the discussions that Ken and I attended, Katie Todd regarding transfer station fees, one of the managers said something that really resonated with me. He said, what we tell trash haulers is, you may have picked it up from Mr. Hall, but once you pick it up, that's your trash and you're a commercial business. And so you should be paid for the disposal of that. On Monday night, I'm going to be making the same argument, maybe not successfully to the Winthrop Town Council, but that again, that to me represents an opportunity to shift some of the burden of the operating cost of the facility from taxpayers to users who are using some sort of specialized service.
We would need scales for something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. If you're gonna do that, you're gonna need scales. And the other thing is also think about, another thing is, you increase your commercial hauls, they're gonna increase their customers. So when they increase their customers, the customers are gonna stop doing it. Instead of having one vehicle going around the transfer station road for dumping, you're gonna have multiple more vehicles. So you're gonna add more traffic to the transfer station. It's a proven fact.
You will add more traffic.
Because, I mean, the only reason I know that, because being on the transfer station committee since it started, we've done a study, we paid a lot of money for a study, and it's a proven fact. The more commercial hauler participation there is in the transfer station, is less traffic for the town, which will save you on paving, save you on labor, so you're better off to keep your commercial hauler fees reasonable, because they're gonna have to take that cost on to the consumer.
That's true, but if a hauler has, let's say, 1,000 pounds, then that's gonna get divvied up incrementally, so the user will see a minimal increase. And so maybe this is not a good idea, but maybe it is a good idea to say, hey, we're gonna charge more than $100 a year.
I mean, if we're gonna do it, then I'd like to see, the surrounding towns go up. The surrounding towns are all the same we are.
Well, and that was a topic of discussion at KB Cog is there's all sorts of ways that people are, but everyone's sort of thinking at this point, because of the pressure on the property tax, to try to offset that cost by ensuring that commercial businesses, regardless of their nature, are paying for their use of the facility.
Okay, we have Jillian and then Sarah.
I heard you talking at a previous meeting about incentivizing the sorting of recycling and like really getting everything we can into recycling, because that's more cost effective for the town. And I'm curious, and this is, I've been curious about this since I set up with a commercial hauler in Belgrade, if you see that the commercial haulers do that, and maybe that's one way that we can, if we can create an incentive for them to really make sure they're sorting the recyclables and minimizing the actual trash bill, if we could hold fees steady, but also try to control costs.
So your question is, on the haulers?
Are they actually, like when I separate
They
my
are,
stuff,
yes.
are they actually sending it to?
Yes, they are,
Okay.
yeah, all of our haul, we have 3 haulers, and they all back into that building and dump a lot of stuff on us every day that we're open, yes.
Okay.
Now, are they recycling 100% of what's there? Some of it does get lost, some of it gets dirty and it's contaminated, so we do have to throw it out, but for the most part, yeah. I would say 99%, 99.9% of what's in their trucks for recycling gets recycled.
It's good to know. Yeah. Sarah, question?
So you said it's $100 a year
Yes, for
for
a permit,
each hauler.
yes.
You know, Anthony, I'm with you on this one. I think we should charge for the amount of trash that comes in.
And you better plan on putting a scale in.
Yeah, we can't.
Well, I mean,
Should,
I think we do like we do with the pulp trucks right now, so, I mean, charged by the load.
That's gonna
Okay,
be tough.
I need to see hands up because otherwise people talk over each other. Sarah, did you want to make a?
yeah, I will say that this is gonna be in the parking lot, this discussion. But it would be worth it to, look and investment on scale. And see if we, the fees and so on, and, he will have a understanding of the traffic of these haulers. And compare what other towns are doing and see what is visibility there. I think that's worth looking into it.
Feels.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Jillian, oh, sorry, Bruce.
I think this is something that should go to the transfer station committee. That's why we have a transfer station committee. Bring a recommendation to the transfer station committee, let it go, but nothing's gonna happen for this budget cycle.
Right.
No.
And let's get it, cash it out that way. Like I said, we've done studies, we spent thousands of dollars for studies for this, that's been done. So I hate to throw that out the window that we literally spent $150,000 for this study, so.
Okay, so we can take it off the list for the parking lot.
Yeah.
Put it right back on the committee.
Just real quick, I think 2015
It's
or
not-
2016,
Yeah.
we did try to raise the price to $200, and there was a big uproar. The select board at that time decided that they weren't gonna do it. They brought it back down. Yeah, it's for
Commercial.
it's right.
It's not there.
There's nothing.
The haulers at the
I
time
agree.
called a meeting to the select board, and the select board said, okay, fine, we'll lower it to.
Just so you guys know. You guys saying it's nothing, a commercial hauler doesn't make that much money. They barely, and the only reason I know that, I'm involved in it, okay? There's not very much money in hauling trash. Unless you're a big community and you go across this, so you take like, I'll use a neighboring town, Manchester. So a commercial haul in Manchester charges a large amount of money because they're going across the scale to pay. I mean, if you're gonna go across the scale, then that's a different story. It's hard to do by the cubic foot. That's because some trucks are. Load goes like this, then he's guessing, and it's tough. It's gotta be by a scale. Now, like I said, I think this discussion's for a transfer station committee. People are welcome. It's a public meeting. You can come in and comment, and then we bring it to the board.
Good. Anthony.
Completely different topic.
Thank you.
I noticed the expense for for Harris Computer Systems treated. And there was talk about some operational efficiencies they could have by ensuring that the transfer station doesn't have its own separate license where it's connected to that's being used here at the town office, so that when Kenny enters information in Trio at the transfer station, it doesn't have to be re-entered here in the town office. And I'm wondering if that has been explored.
We have actually explored it with Main Tech, but they have not offered any solution.
Well, I don't know that it's a main technology issue. I think it's just a matter of dealing directly with Trio.
It's, and I'm assuming, I don't know what you have over at Winthrop, but it might be web-based. If it's web-based.
We don't use web-based.
Right, so we don't have web-based either. So without web-based, I don't believe there's any way of us actually doing.
There is, because it's what we do in Winthrop. We don't use web-based, and our transfer station attendant enters her figures into Trio.
Right.
And then there's not a printout that then comes to the town office and someone at the town office re-enters.
Okay, but they're not re-entering every transaction. They're entering one number. Then I'm re-entering every transaction that we do at the transfer station.
I'm just saying, I think there's some operational efficiency by having those systems.
So your transfer station is connected directly with the town office Trio system?
Mhm.
How is that if it's,
I don't
because
deal with that on a
they're
daily basis.
standalone systems.
I don't deal with that on a daily basis, but I know that all that happens is our transfer station attendant every day brings the cash receipts to the town office. There's no re-entering of any data whatsoever.
We checked them, didn't we?
Yeah, they do.
I would,
It's
I'm gonna
just
see if
standalone.
we have more information about that,
Yeah.
if you can get more
I'm not sure.
information about how to do it.
Mary?
So they bring no report to the town.
With the cash receipts, there is a report.
There's
There's a report.
That's the same thing he does.
I just emailed.
Everybody,
That's just, we don't re-enter anything, it's just for reconciliation.
How does it get into your municipal?
Again, I don't deal with Trio on a daily basis.
We'll talk about that.
Okay, Sarah,
That'd be a wonderful, that'd be a wonderful thing, because the same thing happened with, Rexon.
Correct.
That's what I was gonna say. I'd like to see all of them connected.
Yeah.
And we've talked about if we moved to web, you could do it that way.
Yeah, right.
But Mary's gonna talk with Deb over in Winthrop and see how they're doing it. So we'll see if we can fix that.
There you go, you got it in it. That's
Or,
Steve has no
we're talking to
information.
Nick, I mean, Nick, the town clerk's office doesn't deal with that, the treasurer, the finance director's office does.
So the money gets deposited with the finance.
That's
office.
correct.
I'll talk with Nick.
Thank you.
Then he has more information than him.
That is true.
Thanks.
Lillian,
We did get your email about capital improvements, so thank you for that. And I apologize, I don't know the answer to that asking. Are you saving for any of these in your current budget that you proposed, or is this money that we need to save separate from your operating budget?
That is money that we have currently have $119,000 in our capital reserve.
Correct. But you're saying that we also need to plan for the compactor replacement?
Right, that's good, that's coming up this year, that's
Okay.
gonna have to be replaced.
And so we're gonna use money from the capital reserves that we have.
Correct.
And then do you have a plan for how much you would like to add to the capital reserves each year to bring that back up so that we're ready for the next equipment replacement?
Yeah, we'll prove, way we've done it, and usually $5,000 to $10,000 a year is what we'll take on unexpended. Now, if we deplete it so far, we might do all of our unexpended. I mean, last year, my unexpended was $566, so that ain't very much, but, so, yeah. We're also, just another thing that came up after I sent that email to Lorna on Thursday. We spoke, right now, we're budgeting $7,200 to rent an excavator. When we decided to do that, it was, I believe Dan, someone had said, maybe we should be looking into purchasing a used excavator instead of renting it for $7,200 a year. This just came up yesterday, the guys that are currently grinding the wood right now, they have an excavator that he would like to sell us for $30,000. Which is something that would come out of that capital reserve and not happening tomorrow. I just wanna put it in everybody's ear again.
So could I point out, Ken's warrant article does not automatically
It laps over into.
lapse into his capital projects account. That is a separate request on a separate warrant article where we ask to fund our capital projects accounts. I just wanted to point that out.
And
I think it's more transparent.
We've also, sorry,
so when we've done it from unexpended, we had a dollar figure in the article. Say in past years, it was $5,000 of unexpended go into our capital reserve, or 10,000 of our unexpended. So it's right there in black and white, how much of the unexpended was going into the capital reserve for the transfer
I
station.
wasn't aware that we did that for the transfer station. I thought we did it for.
We never done it every year. It's
Right.
so once we got to capital reserve to $100,000, we stopped doing that.
Okay. Lorna?
So I just grabbed our last town report. If you look at the solid waste warrant article number 27. We're just raising and appropriating for the budget. And then if you look over to funding reserve accounts, we do have a request for solid waste capital reserve of $10,000. So there was nothing in that warrant article that said we were gonna put any money.
right,
It was the separate warrant article.
Right, and that was requested out of the undesignated, not out of the unexpended.
But,
If
right,
I'm not mistaken.
this was, we split that half and half this last year. We split it, we did half through taxation and half through undesignated.
Correct.
Yeah, right.
Jillian?
Do you have like a written 5-year, 10-year plan about the
Yes.
life cycle of your
Yes.
equipment?
Well, we have a 3, 5, and a 10-year improvement plan for the facility itself,
Okay.
which we're coming up on the 4th year now, and we're almost done, so, yeah. We do have a plan.
And that's through comprehensive planning committee, right?
No.
it's for the transportation committee.
Recycling.
And so are there any other things that you anticipate in the next 5, 10 years that we need to be saving for beyond what's in this email?
That's large that we need to, a lot of the improvements we've been doing through budget. But the large things, yes, we're looking at, off the top of my head, generator needs to be replaced, was going to need to be replaced. And we were also looking at expanding the facility itself, the recycle center. Making that larger, because right now we're spread out over the whole facility. We have trailers that are holding our recyclables all over the facility, and the trailers are starting to fall apart, floors are falling out of them, and
Okay. Thank you.
so, yeah, that we're gonna try and look at grants for them.
Well, that's good to be hopeful, but I think we just also need to be planning for that.
Yeah, oh, no, absolutely.
Anything else? Solid waste, recycling? Brush piles?
Anthony, before I leave. I have an extra 4 minutes, what do you?
You actually have another 15 minutes if you want.
What, say that again?
Huh?
What'd you say?
You were allotted that 30 minutes.
Yeah, so I have 15 minutes and then there's lunch, did I hear lunch?
Yeah, you can stay until 11:30.
No, I have to get back to work.
Yeah,
you do.
We are open and it's a nice day and it's extremely busy, so if I'm dismissed, I would love to go back and work.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Thanks, Ken.
Everybody have a great day.
All right,
I'll take Jason's mess and recycle it.
Oh.
And for that, I'm taking the donut.
Thanks, Ken.
Guys, have a great day.
All right, you too.
Thanks.
I think Corey's in here, isn't he? I thought I saw him running around.
So.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Now it's a house too, right by the channel.
Are you serious?
Huh?
What house?
What number? Where? What number?
On the Augusta Road.
It's on the Augusta.
Oh, Augusta Road.
The only room.
Oh, the apartment building.
It's next door to them.
All right, cats are away.
Yeah.
Be safe.
While we're waiting, I just like to say, from where I'm sitting, I can see folks out on the skating rinks.
Yeah.
And it is so wonderful just to see people out
I
and
heard
showing
someone
what
say
they have here.
I see them inside,
Yeah, yeah, it's just
my daughter.
wonderful thing. Unfortunate that we have
It's
to have.
just like.
I know, I was here last
Oh,
Saturday or Sunday afternoon, I forgot. And there were nine cars in the parking lot. There were people sledding and
Yeah.
people on the skating. rink.
Chair,
Anthony,
if Corey's not here, maybe we could start knocking off some of these things under general government that are just like. really-
Yeah.
I'll look while you.
yeah, I'm sorry, I thought that Bruce was
I don't
gonna
think he's
look,
here.
was looking for.
No, Bruce is gonna go.
Out of here.
As is that,
It's great.
to go.
No, well, I know he's floating around, I saw him, but he's not in here, so we could.
Do you wanna text him?
We
Tell
could.
that I run it. Ready and So what do we have, what I have under parking lot is professional education. And, is there any, what else do people have under their parking lot?
I have a list if you want me to go
Yeah.
through. So next steps on capital reserve planning. And like what we just heard about, like that 5-year plan, translating that to something the budget committee and select board can use. I have actually a request. I don't know if parking lot's a good place, but in the future, whenever we get any kind of handout, I would ask that it be dated so that if we're going back and comparing things, we
Yeah.
can tell when the handout.
Thank you.
Even if it's just written in pen in the bottom corner before you make copies, it would just help me.
Everybody.
And then also headings, make sure whenever we get a chart, sometimes we're getting charts that I don't know exactly what column is, just because I'm not educated enough to know these things. And so for those of us who are new, it would be really helpful. So dates and headings,
And page numbers, I would have.
and page numbers, yep. We're gonna talk eventually about using revenue or using leftover money, how we're gonna use that in this next budget cycle, whether we're doing it for operating expenses or allocating it for some of our capital project improvements.
You're talking about lapsed funds?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, any extra money,
Yeah, surplus
Whether
fund,
it's,
yeah.
whether it's expenditures or
Yeah.
revenue.
That's all I have on my.
A good suggestion on that, Jillian, if you look at this long sheet.
Yep.
At the bottom. We've got a suggestion, of course, we've got the fire truck capital project account, the 200,000 there, but. Mary and I had looked at, Anthony, you picked up on the TN interest, so we were like 100 grand there, 70,000 left over from general government.
I just wanna talk about all of it at a single unified time, so I appreciate the suggestions, but I just wanna shelve it so that we're talking about it as a holistic. Yes.
Madam Chair, can I speak to that issue real quick? Please.
Let's just see if there's anything else that we have, that we wanna add to the list, Sarah.
Yeah, so in that list also, I thought we're gonna be itemizing the professional development line for everybody.
I call it professional education.
Okay?
Yeah.
And and that's it.
Okay. Okay, so while we're waiting for Corey,
Is
Anthony,
he
you wanna
here?
drop out surplus funds?
Yes. So I very much appreciate the staff effort to try to reduce the burden on taxpayers by using those surplus. Well, Jillian mentioned there's gonna be an MMA budgeting session.
Yeah.
Coming up in May. If you go to one of those, here's the message that you will hear over and over and over again. Never, ever, ever use one-time revenue for ongoing operational expenses. And the reason for that is that $170,000 that we apply towards taxation this year won't be available next year. And so at that point, yeah, let's say the mill rate dips a little bit, but then the following year, you're gonna have to make up not only what just the natural growth of the budget is, but an additional $170,000. And so, and I know that there's been some criticism of this, but I think the smarter thing to do is just to apply those surpluses to the capital needs that we've been sort of discussing here today. And then it's incumbent upon this group to do, hopefully, a better job of budgeting so that it doesn't create these large surpluses, at least on the expense side. The revenue side, you don't always have any control over that. And then it's up to the staff to ensure that they're managing their budgets in a responsible manner. So that there's also not these large surpluses. I just think it's a super dangerous thing from a financial standpoint to use that one-time revenue source towards ongoing expenses. May not hurt us the following year. Eventually it will bite us in the rear end. And what taxpayers would much rather see is like, if there's gonna be growth in the taxes, incremental growth, not these wild swings up and down.
I think they're already gonna, oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
So,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think they're already gonna feel that because the mill rate for our first 6 month bill, it felt low to me when I got my bill, so we're already gonna feel that somewhat. So we just need to continue to be cognizant.
So I lost your track of thought here. Anthony, hold on. Can you explain again? That whole statement, how it is different from expenses to revenues?
So you're never gonna hit your budget exactly, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's on the expense side or the revenue side. And so ideally, you want your expenses to come in a little bit under what was planned, right? And if you're gonna create a large surplus, would you much rather that be on the revenue side? So for instance,
So what you said is this such a surplus in expenses?
yes, of course there is. So
No, there's not. Expenses are expenses.
no, Sarah, so
Surplus is what you have leftover monies.
that's correct.
So you have your expenses here and the revenues, if they're low or high. Then they're low, we have a overrun. Okay, and then the surplus only comes when the revenues are higher than expenses.
No, you're mistaken.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
So-
real?
So let's say you budget $100,000 on a departmental budget. But you only spend $90,000 of that. That $10,000 is the expense surplus. That lapses into.
When you budget,
That lapses into the undesignated.
Yeah.
On the revenue side, let's say you also budget $100,000 for a specific revenue. And it comes in at $150,000. So that $50,000 is surplus that then lapses to the undesignated.
oh, we're calling things different here, I think. But in general, when we are expecting revenues, we have our expenses are actuals and here are revenues. And the surplus is that, but it's above the actuals to the revenue.
I think it's,
We're talking the same thing, you're going for a different way,
but
but it's kind of confusing.
But I think it's what you wanna do is have your surplus on the expense side be tiny. Compared to the surplus you're gonna have on your revenue side, so I think you have.
Oh my God,
I think you have to look at it
you
from.
make it loop in my head, that's okay.
Okay, so Corey, you weren't scheduled to come on until 11, so we decided to take a few minutes to talk about one of our issues that we put in the parking lot. So we're just talking about surplus funds. So do we want to continue surplus funds discussion or do we want to move on to facilities maintenance and come back to this at the end of the day? And here's lunch. Thank you. I believe we move on sometime. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to Corey and we'll come back to surplus funds and lapse funds and everything else. Later, when we have another time.
First facilities.
Okay, Corey is facilities.
You wanna start with cemetery courting, kind of go through that?
Oh, yeah, cemetery and facility.
You have your copy, copy on the table. You should, I think Mary made a copy for both cemetery and facility on there, right there. Holy. For this. This is the, and Corey's budget, I thought for both cemetery and facility, were fairly flat. If you look at the bottom, I remember. When I had. Down 2.68 overall on facilities.
I just have a request, can we do like cemeteries?
Yeah.
First and then facilities second, just because I can't.
Right, it's hard to
Yeah.
switch back and forth.
Yeah.
So let's do cemetery. And the question that I had, we have a figure of $1,600 for overtime. And I know we've been talking about various ways to reduce overtime, one of which is to stagger scheduling. So I would just like you to talk about the overtime and is that primarily for the weekend burials, is that
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's real no staggering overtime in the cemetery, it's. We could have 4 burials on a weekend, we could have no burials on a weekend, so.
Right, okay,
It's
so
kind
it's not as if we could take Kevin and reduce him by a day during the week, because he would be working on the weekend and we would still have to pay him overtime.
Yeah. No, and that ain't fair to Kevin to switch his schedule all around,
Right.
to accommodate the town, just to save money where. You're putting him up.
Right, okay,
So is it fair to say that some weeks he's working like 6 days?
Some
Some
weekends, yeah.
weekends,
And during the week, if he knows he's got a scheduled burial on the weekend, he takes off.
We've talked about that, if he's,
Is that
now
that's a
he's
lot,
got burials
you know?
that had, he'll take off during the
And
week.
him and I, we didn't do any last year because he just wanted to do them, but him and I. Can swap out and do burials when we do them, so it's not all on him, it's just. He chooses to do the most of them.
There,
yes, I'm sorry,
um. Is there a revenue figure for the burials on any of the information we could provide?
Actually, Anthony, Mary and I sat and put together this revenue sheet.
I'm looking at it.
Yes.
I don't see cemeteries.
No, but you do see burials
Oh,
or
there is-
graves, look, grave opening number 22.
grave
We've never used that.
Why not?
I don't know. We've never used it, so this year, we thought we could pull 12,000 and use that as revenue against the cemetery budget.
Is there so where do those funds go?
That I don't know.
Right now, they're just going
Into
into
the
the
general fund?
undesignated,
So at our
It's
cemetery
red.
committee meeting. Thursday night. That was brought up, because we changed the ordinance last year or the year before, so that we're collecting more money. To cover overtime, but then it just goes into the general funds, so the cemetery committee is gonna come up with. A new ordinance to change that ordinance to offset overtime for the cemetery. From the burials.
Well-
We do.
Well, if we use this grave opening number 22 here. Under the revenue sheet, you've got, in 2025, we collected 16,000. So we proposed, using 12,000 against. The cemetery budget this year as revenue,
I'm just curious,
which would be super helpful.
is it necessary to change an ordinance to use that?
I would not think so.
Yeah,
No.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it seems
no.
like that's just something we
No.
can.
yeah.
It's just something we would do administratively.
Anthony.
So Lorna, if you, let's say you use 12,000. Is there there's a cemetery capital reserve as well?
There is,
There is.
Okay, so does the balance of that then go into that cemetery capital reserve?
this does not, no, it's not set up that way.
So how is the cemetery capital reserve calculated?
With a warrant article. To fund capital projects accounts, that whole laundry list of them.
So
So this is just revenue, this is not an accumulated fund.
I understand, but I think there may be two options for this group to consider. And one is that you simply apply that revenue against the operating budget, which is gonna reduce the level of taxation that the cemeteries require. Or use those funds in order to populate your cemetery capital reserve for future improvements or roads, equipment, whatever.
Yeah. Lorna,
So, the last, 12-month. Budget cycle, we did request. 20,000 to go into cemetery equipment reserve. We started out with just $8,900, so we were adding 20,000 to that. I think we did that in order to purchase a new lawnmower. which we need to do again, we need to budget again for a couple of years to get another one, right?
Yeah.
But we've not used any of that burial money.
So I think it's a way that the cemeteries can become a little bit more self-supporting, whether it's on the operating expense side or the capitals.
Yeah, Jillian and then Mary.
I'm curious if the fees that we're charging cover the cost of the grave opening? Or if I mean, I don't have a feeling if it does it, I'm just curious if from a budgeting perspective, it's like an equal offset, so that some years when we do more grave openings, the fees float with that.
I think it does. I think it does cover it because what was it? 2 years ago, Mary, we upped the price or just
Yeah,
last year?
we did, yeah, there's another piece of this too.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there are, the cemetery, I understand what Anthony's saying, but what are you gonna do? Create another cemetery reserve account for operational, because we have a water line, we have the equipment, we have.
No.
So, not quite done.
Okay.
When they made this change, my keynote was chair of the cemetery committee. The reason that they made the change to increase the cost for the grave openings was to cover the overtime, the weekend work that the sexton, assistant sexton was doing, with the balance of whatever was left that was not used out of the revenues to go into the cemetery portfolio to generate interest. But that never happened. That never was part of the ordinance. So it has been for 2 years now, just the revenues going into the undesignated account. It was not doing as it was intended to do when the ordinance change was made.
So the cemetery, you said that again, the surplus of cemetery fees? Or the cemetery,
For the
cemetery-
grave openings, because the
openings.
lot sales already go into the cemetery portfolio.
Right.
But the grave
openings
openings do not, but they did not realize at the time, because Mike, and actually Bruce, who's not here right now, had that discussion. They increased things to generate the revenue to cover the cost, because we were paying so much overtime for the sexton or assistant sexton to work during the weekend hours. So that was to be paid out to them, and then the balance of what wasn't paid out to them was to go into the cemetery portfolio to help generate interest to be expended and used.
Because if you look at the warrant article for cemeteries in our town report, we do use monies from the portfolio
From the
to
portfolio.
offset that budget. So
Can you clarify what the cemetery portfolio is? I don't mean to interrupt, but I just don't know what you're referring to.
it's like,
It's a trust.
Okay,
yeah, and you can't just like spend all of the money. It's like very restricted and lots of rules and yeah,
I just knowing
it's
a trust fund.
it's craziness. And it is.
So you would not create a capital reserve in the cemetery for operating expenses. I think you could do if you wanted to use those funds towards operating expenses, you would just include that in the warrant article like we do with other warrant. Say, this is the amount of money to be raised and appropriated to support this activity is going to be reduced by this amount from grave. So you would do that, and then, so the trust earnings, are those used right now for like equipment purchases or?
It's used to offset, what we can use is used to offset the budget.
It offsets the entire.
If you look at the warrant article, there's 3 or 4 different items there. From the trust.
It's the interest.
Interest from, that's all we can use.
I mean, again, you could offset your operating costs with the grave opening revenue and then rely upon your trust earnings for your capital expenses.
Right.
But you wouldn't want to create a capital reserve for the grave opening revenue in order to support operating expenses for the reasons that I just talked about.
I think using the grave openings to offset the budget each year is a great idea.
Yeah.
And then because it's more transparent, right? It's there, you see it, and then funding the capital project account right, as needed, is that separate warrant article. So that when residents are sitting there and they're looking at this warrant article to vote on, they see what they're funding and how much.
And the cemetery
It's very
portfolio, it
transparent.
doesn't generate a lot, what is it,
It's not a ton of.
$5,000 or $7,000 or something? It's not a lot.
It's like 12, isn't it?
12,000.
The warrant article.
Yeah, it's
In the
like,
warrant article.
it's like, it's not like
I
a,
don't remember exactly what
it's not like 100,000 or something.
Yeah.
I can tell you, if you give me just a moment, I just had it.
The lot sales listed somewhere?
This is $13,962.
Okay, okay, first Jillian, and then we'll come back to your question.
Actually, you wanna answer that question first, that's fine, because it kind of, I have a holistic question.
Okay,
so-
Carol has a question too.
Well, I'm just thinking if we make it our practice that we take whatever we got from grave openings in 2025 and use it to offset 26. And then we go to the 27 budget, you take whatever the actual was from 2026. It would just be a process that we could use. And probably those grave openings, we have less full casket burials now, don't we? Have mostly cremation, which are a lower cost, but just keep. And we just take it at year end, this is what it is, and that offsets on the warrant the next year.
That's an
And
outstanding
just keep
idea.
it simple.
Jillian?
I think that's what the community's saying they don't like though. Why wouldn't you offset your costs against revenues in the same fiscal year?
Because you don't know what the revenues are gonna be.
How many people are gonna die?
Like.
They're gonna die, Jillian, there's
That
no
was a-
guarantee.
You don't,
No, I
you
understand
don't
that,
know,
but like,
you
but
can't forecast that.
I understand that, but if
That's
we
a good
know that the cost, I mean, we have an estimate of how much we do per year, right?
No,
Yeah.
But no,
It varies that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think I did 23
That was
my
a good
first
try.
year.
I mean,
That was really a good try.
I did
It's
23 my
it's
first
like-
year and 30, I think we did 37, 38 last year.
but
So, yeah, there's no rhyme, no reason.
No, there is.
Just take the actual
cannot
from the
predict
year
that.
before.
and I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is if our cost for doing it and our revenue coming in are about equal, it doesn't matter if we know exactly. No, okay.
No.
We cannot
Okay.
predict that.
Budget, you're projecting revenues, aren't you?
Yeah,
Okay.
your costs and your revenues.
Okay,
Revenues.
okay, Penny had her hand up. Penny,
Ron also had a question.
okay,
Yeah, Ron.
okay, Ron, let's get back to you, sorry.
Okay,
I was just curious, are the lot sales listed in?
You mean as to who buys them or
we
how
don't
much they
publish
are?
them.
Yeah.
I assume you have to purchase them.
Yeah,
Yeah, lot sale, lot perpetual care.
No, we don't
No.
publish it now, but it
Some
did
towns
used to be
do.
in the town report.
Yeah,
I
some towns
gave a
put them
list
in.
of those lot sales,
Yeah.
who purchased those.
no, but he's asking, is the information available for purchases?
It's different.
We have
Yeah, I know.
in our file, we purchased them. But there's no anything in town, in the town office that I know of
Is
that
it-
keeps track of how many were sold and how much revenue we made off.
That's
of
why I was
those.
interested. The
I don't
revenues
keep
not
track,
listed.
we just have who bought and how many they bought.
So
So where's that money at?
Okay,
yeah,
It goes to the,
That goes into
goes to the
trust.
trust fund.
But who takes the money?
Mary takes. the
Mary
money,
takes
Mary takes,
Well,
But it goes to the trust
the
fund.
front office.
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
the money.
yeah.
yeah, now Mary takes it.
Yeah.
I've never seen what she does with it.
Mary collects it for the town.
okay,
Sure, roll that little in there.
okay, Penny first and then Jillian,
thank you.
and then we have 2 minutes left on cemetery.
Okay, so to piggyback on his, that money comes in and it goes into the reserve. Can we use it to offset the budget? That's question number one. And the one I had was, I've forgotten now because I've forgotten what I wanted.
Okay, let's just deal with the first,
Where does that money go, for the lots?
lot sales. When someone,
Yes.
when someone pays for a lot, where does that money go? That's the question.
And how is it used?
It gets deposited into the account, it's broken out into 3 separate. It goes to the cemetery portfolio, which a check is cut to them.
Some of
to
it
put that
is-
money in.
Perpetual care, right?
It's all perpetual care now. It used to be 2 categories, non-perpetual and perpetual. So cemetery trust is perpetual care.
So
So
It goes directly into perpetual.
how can we spend it?
How do we spend it?
We get-
Can't touch it.
But we
Well,
get
then-
interest.
Only the interest can be touched according to the trust document.
So that fund keeps building?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we
And
have
the interest is used each.
90% of
Year.
the interest is used,
To
10%
offset.
stays into the trust.
Why? What is the point of
There's
that?
there's a lot of regulation.
It's,
on it.
it's a trust, that was.
Yeah.
Okay, but I remember what I was gonna ask before, and it was piggybacking on what Carol said, when we take the revenue from the prior year and throw it into the request for
Against
the new
again,
year
yes,
to reduce the budget.
yes. That grave opening figure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just want you to, so all those trust accounts, that's what we do now. We have to take the year and interest. And then 90% gets transferred to the town. And then the 10% stays there, to help keep that trust building.
how much is in the cemetery trust now? Where's that
It
figure?
should be on your paper.
Oh, not, yeah, not, the,
No, because these are.
that's just some.
We don't have
No,
trust
no,
accounts
that's
there.
Bar Harbor.
Like 500,
That's what
It's
Bar
quite a
Harbor.
bit.
500,000.
And we
The
can't
cemetery
spend
trust
it?
is actually much lower than it used to be.
Do you remember the last?
No, I don't.
Okay, Jillian,
I'll answer your question. My parents used to sell gravestones, so I know a surprising amount about cemeteries. Sometimes there is a history where cemeteries were left in disrepair, and that can cause huge problems for towns. And so they are now a regulated kind of piece of land. And that if you want to establish a cemetery, you have to set it up in such a way that it can be cared for in the long term. So that's why the trust is required. Because if graves start coming up and coffin, like all of that has to be managed if something happens. So that's why nobody can touch it. And so I wanted to clarify, and also like fixing the stone, like there's, I wanted to clarify just so I understand what money is coming in. So it sounds like we can, now that I understand, from last year, we can pull that money from the grave openings and use it to offset the costs in the year ahead.
Mhm.
And then we can also use a percentage of the trust funds to
Interest.
the interest, thank you, to offset. So those are the two revenue sources we should see in the warrant article to offset the cemetery costs.
right,
Yes.
but the question was raised, do we want to keep taking that trust interest to offset operating budget, or do we want to think about putting that into cemetery reserve?
I would use
That-
it all. to
That was
offset.
the question that was raised.
Yeah.
So one more question about cemetery, and then we have to move on to facilities. Anthony,
So just so everyone understands, if you do a burial on after hours, on a weekend, on a holiday, you're paying a premium in order to do that. And so to me, that's another argument for using those grave opening revenues to offset the operating costs, because that helps to offset the
Right.
overtime costs that
Right.
every staff is going to incur in doing weekend, after hour, holiday.
And that $1,600 figure, it's not high.
it's not,
For overtime.
It's not, but it's an operating expense.
It is,
And it generates a revenue, and so in my opinion, you should be offsetting that expense with the revenue that it generates.
okay, so now Corey gets to put on his facilities maintenance.
Did we finish one couple questions on the cemetery
Yes,
first? All right, cemetery committee meeting the other night. They wanted 2006 going from 1400 to 1800.
So if you look at this sheet that you got handed out,
So it'll be on, it says cemetery on it. at the top.
Rentals,
Yes, rentals. Yep,
Before,
2006.
but for,
because we spent $1,600 in rentals last year, I mean, in 2025. And we're not covering.
oh, you look at that.
we knocked down.
Yeah, we
I know you knocked me down, but
Because
it's
you said-
to absorb
What number is it, Corey?
2006.
2006 rentals?
Yep.
And
And
we're
the
putting-
cemetery committee voted that they want that raised to $1,800.
After we knocked you down to 1,400?
Yep,
We've already gone over that. They wanted up to what?
We said
1,800.
you could absorb it.
oh, you said we could do so.
That's our.
And
measure.
then,
Absorb.
the 5304 down at the bottom,
Yeah, very
it's
bottom.
$200, they want it at $500.
What was that
Miscellaneous.
one?
That's miscellaneous costs.
And what do those get used for?
What
Um,
number?
Mary, we do the deputy with it, we do the band, the chorus, whatever payments for that, and whatever miscellaneous payments that come up to do it.
What number?
We don't have that expense
5304
anywhere.
at the very.
Isn't that under social services?
But last year you only.
There's something under social services.
We do have memorial stuff
That-
under social services.
Not necessarily
I think that's the
as
sheriff.
far as.
It is the sheriff.
That's the sheriff under social services.
That was wrong.
Corey, how much did you wanna increase it?
$300 they wanted to increase it. Outrageous,
30.
outrageous, isn't it?
So you're going from 2 to 5.
500, it wants to be overall $500.
Oh, so increase it 300,
Yes.
500, okay.
There was just an exchange here that I wanted to make sure I understood.
missed something.
You said that the 180 actually spent isn't accurate?
I'm not guaranteeing it's accurate because some things got billed where they shouldn't have been billed.
Okay. So it's reflected in your overall budget, but just maybe not from that line item.
Exactly.
And so the miscellaneous that we're talking about, the Memorial Day 5304, that covers the program, the
Yes.
program basically.
Program on Memorial Day.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Not the speaker, just the program, mostly the music. We usually send $100
And where does-
check
do
as
we
a
pay the
courtesy
speaker?
to,
Yeah.
we do not pay the
We do not pay
speaker.
the speaker,
No.
okay.
Yeah.
And we do not pay for the music, except for the band, except for the school. Do we pay for the? students?
Actually, we have given, when, we've had different people come in, Union Church, we have
Would
given
give,
that choral group down there a donation of 100. To just be consistent with what's been going on for the last 15 to 20 years.
Okay.
So $1,000 is sufficient.
Huh?
No,
$500.
only one.
500, I thought they wanted. to-
Sure, you can throw 5,000 in there.
I thought they wanted 1,000, sorry.
Okay,
And that's it.
let's call the cemetery. Moving on to facilities. Corey, the floor is still yours.
Still mine, huh? Well, I don't have any.
Can I ask one clarifying question about the facility
Yes, sir.
budget? So, Corey, when you skip down to the, like, I like to work from the bottom up. Oh, it's,
Of course you do.
and so when you skip down to the sheet that ends with the what would be,
With the workman field,
right?
the very end.
Very,
Okay.
and so that $416,000 figure. Is that separate and apart from the portion that is strictly for the general facility maintenance? In other words, that 416 just like all the facilities, and then there's the additional cost of the general facility maintenance operations. Workman field.
Where are you?
Like 2 from the back of this section?
Yeah. So come here, I'll show you.
That should encompass everything,
Including.
department, because it says department. So the whole
So,
department.
so that 416 then does include the very first divisional budget, which includes like 40 salary and.
Are you in the cemetery? Where are you?
Because if you look at each of those there.
Have you finished cemetery?
Okay,
Yeah,
excuse me,
there's some-
excuse me. People need to know where we are. We're talking about the workman, Anthony brought up the question of the workman field and the numbers below it, which seem to be the total. The question is, are they the total for the department?
For the entire department.
For the entire
including
department.
Including the first part that relates to the general.
It says expense, division, and department.
We're
I
on
would assume that means
49, if that's useful, of this section. You're
49, I don't have.
I believe. In the top right hand corner is there page number?
I thought we were still in
No.
cemetery.
he's on.
He's here.
After all the fire
It's
departments.
on, right there. No.
No, am I in the wrong?
Oh, he's on the.
That's what he's asking about.
Yeah, okay, all right, I got it.
Okay.
He's in the.
It's just before the expense
Yeah.
detail. If you have that
Like a
divider.
long
It's
sheet.
the department total.
In cemetery or
I-
public?
Facilities.
So
Facilities.
if you add those up pretty quickly,
So we're done
you're
cemetery.
gonna be around that 400,000
Can't
figure.
add all.
But
It's a long list.
but you see what I mean, each page is a division under.
I see
facility.
that. I'm just trying to understand that $416,000 budget, but very into that on what was the budget type that we provided.
Yeah.
Does include the general.
That's the
And it looks
total
like
of
it does,
everything,
it looks
right?
like.
Yes.
So,
All divisions
Yeah.
are included. It does, his budget last year was 427, 525.
so I note then that essentially this is a $3,000 increase in a $400,000 budget.
Yes.
Honestly, this is not worth spending any time on whatsoever.
Agree.
Because it's a reduction from the budget the year before, and it's a $3,000 increase over the right years.
I have only one question. Jillian, and it's just because we've been putting this to everybody, I'm curious if you have improvements that would fall under this budget, whether it's this, the actual. I think we've been talking, yeah, thank you.
Capital improvement.
Thank you. I'm lost. That's what I was trying to. Oh, present this.
That's not funny.
Yeah, thank you. Let me find.
This is a good one.
We should get a raise.
We have. Capital
We should get a raise.
No.
Did you hear that?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, they actually.
I second that. All in favor?
Reading that.
Where are you coming up with 14,000?
It's the bottom line figure in your budget book for the facility maintenance.
Sure.
Facility maintenance.
It's right after the
Jillian.
Department fee.
I got it now. Yeah, thank you. I just got, and are these though are these requested in this 416 or this is in addition?
This is in
correct?
addition.
These are,
Thank you.
And so that's
right,
not-
these are, capital projects.
He's asking that
Yeah.
price right there.
And are we
Oh,
asking for this full amount in this fiscal year? These are all things that we will buy after June 2026.
For consideration, I think the smaller ones. I mean, you can, yeah, Corey and I talked about them briefly yesterday. Yeah, they are all requests for this year, but I'm not sure that,
Like
the request.
26, 27 year.
Yes.
Yes.
Like the request for 80,000 on that first one, the facilities truck, like we talked about, maybe, which we've done previously, we break that up over 2 or 3 years. Do you 20,000 in 1 year, 20,000 in another year, and then you purchase the vehicle, but although he was very adamant that. Right now, what we're trying to replace is a 2016 F-250, it's got 86,000 miles. And it's basically falling apart, I think. That's low miles.
It's
Yeah.
low miles driving down the highway, it's not low miles plowing snow.
Right.
Hauling trucks.
Jillian. She's really good at being cheap. Let's ask Jillian.
And then my, I'm happy, go ahead, please.
Oh, so when I look at this, is it the request is 80 less the balance or keep the
No,
balance
80.
in the account? and put
Yes.
80, or the
Keep the
whole,
balance plus the 80.
okay, so it's not that what we're buying is the 100.
No,
Okay,
No.
so you keep the balance, but spend
Because
80, I got you.
that truck line is gonna continue to grow, or we'll never be able to rotate and cycle in new vehicles when they get. So,
I understand.
and I put the $80,000 on there because that would be a replacement cost for a truck, F-250.
The one with the, with the 86,000.
Yes, so that would be a replacement cost for that vehicle somewhat. I mean, that's what they gave me for a price. I said, can this cover that vehicle? Yes, for now. So,
Is
And
this
then you wouldn't
vehicle
need to replace
going-
this truck again for another 8 years, 5 years,
probably should be 10 years.
10 years.
We'll probably shoot 10 years.
Okay, great.
Okay, Carol?
will the facilities truck last another year?
Yes,
Could we split this into
we
2
can
years?
split it.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that,
my,
I knew that's what was coming, but. Yes,
it was
it
just
can.
a question.
Yep,
Yeah, he said
Absolutely.
it could be split into.
Right,
yeah, we're gonna put some repairs into it. Over the summer, no doubt about it. I mean, I spent $4,000 on body work 2 or 3 years ago, and it's already,
So repairs this summer are going to be 5,000, 10,000, 2,000,
probably 5,000,
probably 5.
yeah. So you get to that point where you're spending an awful lot of money for something that's awful old,
Right,
so.
it's a lot of interest.
I can't choose. Fine.
I was curious if there's anything else that you can foresee that we need to be saving for. I know everybody's really cautious about what they bring up, but
Well, we just had a conversation, last budget meeting, select board meeting about the
Skid steer.
skid steer. So we're working
We're
on that.
working on that,
So that is not reflected in,
No,
no,
okay, but would impact the money we have on hand.
correct.
So. Okay, I'd like to talk about this skid steer at some point and where that money's coming from, but I'm not sure this is the time at this.
It's not.
Yeah, I thought that we were going to talk about reserve accounts at a later time.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
because we don't have,
got some
we have the
information.
figures, we don't have the figures here for the reserve accounts. Mary?
I was just gonna say, we've received some information from MMA that will help in assisting in the
Yeah.
purchases.
Yeah.
Regarding facilities. Capital reserve account, so, which would be pertinent,
Yes,
very pertinent to expenses that are being asked for.
Okay.
I'd like to compliment Corey. I mean, this is a really unwieldy budget with all the different moving parts. In fact, that he's only requesting $3,000 more than what was spent in 2025. Greatly.
or now, if he's honest, what's he gonna say?
okay, the absorbing twins over here.
Absorbing twins.
Hey, you should even be like.
He's even being.
No, it wasn't bad, but we can do it.
Okay, Carol?
I just was skimming here, the sidewalk removal is in here somewhere. Not the sidewalk.
I
The
think it is.
snow-
I don't think we added 1,500.
No.
No,
It'd be 3,000.
That does need to be in there.
so is that gonna be under contracted
Mary's
services?
question.
Okay, Mary.
Seven?
I think that we did have that discussion, we felt that your budget could absorb,
Absorb it?
Yes.
Yeah.
and so without having to add the additional in. I think we felt that the budget could absorb it in the end. And so we did have the conversation, so should we add in $1,500, $3,000, do we need to?
I mean, if we're expecting it to be covered, it should be.
Covered.
It should be covered whether we put
But
more
this-
money into it or not.
This is a really skinny budget. You should add that $3,000.
Yeah, I think
It should be a new facility, so it's another division, right? Wouldn't it be safe?
I thought it was just gonna be under CFAS.
Would it be under?
Why we-
But it's not.
Would be under contracted services under general.
Yeah, I
Or
think
not.
we can put it under general.
Do you think so?
Yeah, no,
Well, I'm waiting for Lauren to answer my question.
I'm sorry,
Would it be under contracted services?
under general,
Under general
Okay.
contracted services?
under general contracted services.
And we just
No?
know so that if
Sarah?
someone in the public wants to know, they know that that is included.
Sarah?
if just for a reason of transparency, we created a development line for every department for $500, this is 3,000, we need a line. That would be my.
That's what we're saying.
I would create a
Yeah, but-
division and call it,
But
village
not,
sidewalks and budget the $3,000 there.
all right.
Like we have Workman Fields, we have the Center for All
I
Seasons,
think we
we
should
have
keep it like.
Eagle Fire, we have,
My,
right?
my apologies to you, because I understood that there was one line called general services, and you wanted added to that.
But we could, but I like the idea of adding, I originally said add a division. So it is more transparent, it's like every other facility.
Thank you.
Well,
But the
to-
warrant article won't list every single thing.
No.
And to some future point, those sidewalks may need some sort of repair, and that's the line item you would use to do that.
No, there's no,
Well,
it will.
Yeah.
Yes, so why don't we do like
Just create another.
1318 and add contracted services, which would be 2007, and put $3,000 in.
Yeah,
2007 under village sidewalks.
Yep,
What if
so,
we call it sidewalks? Only because in the future, we might have other sidewalks elsewhere.
yeah,
Okay, so
So
just
it's-
sidewalks. And we got
I hope we
2007 at 3,000,
yep, and it would be under 1318.
13.
1318 is health insurance.
No, that's a
Well, on the
facility. It's a division, one of the division numbers.
Okay, we can figure out where it's going to go. So we're over time with facilities. Is there any one last question for facilities before we move on to recreation?
Okay, we added it sidewalks, we're calling it sidewalks.
We're calling it sidewalks.
Sidewalk,
Sidewalks.
We'll see it in the
How much
next
are we putting
version.
in?
3,000.
Okay, last call for Corey and facilities. Okay. Everybody ready for recreation? Find your recreation tab. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Corey. Nice
Going
to meet
fishing?
you.
Am I going fishing?
Going to ski.
Freeze.
Kristen, what did you do? Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'm babysitting.
Oh,
You're gonna be skating there.
Nah, I like Bricker now.
What?
There's a lot of people out there. It's really soft right now, but nice. There's a lot of leaves and stuff.
So I'll probably babysitting. She's napping right now. Hopefully she hasn't got up. There's nobody there to watch her.
Oh, boy. That's state.
Bye, Corey.
See ya.
Bye, Corey. Okay, recreation. Kristen, welcome. We're getting a little punchy and we should get off.
Everyone's ready for lunch.
Yeah. Okay, so we've generally just been starting out with questions from the committee members. Does anybody have any questions off the bat? Or
Just sort of a overview. So. Essentially, like 50,000.
Yeah,
Yes. So where are those costs?
so it's payroll primarily. And because we were asked to look, if you want to go line by line.
No, I don't want to go line by
Okay.
line. I want you to give me an overview.
Yep, so it's payroll, what it is. We are budgeting for summer camp recreation, is 17 to 19 employees total, not in fact, including Avery and I.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
The prior select board meeting, you said 12.
Yep.
Anthony, can you talk, Anthony,
Oh,
can
I'm
you talk a
sorry.
little louder? Cause
Yeah,
I'm way down at the end.
So Kristen said,
We said 12 employees, but that didn't count lifeguards, so 3 additional lifeguards.
okay, but here's my question.
Yep.
So we have lifeguards who are also serving.
We're gonna use 2 as camp counselors, so they have been taken out of that equation, but we have to put in 2 sailing counselors. So we're putting all of that under summer camp recreation. That includes those sailing counselors.
And so does that. So all of those costs are in your regular part-time line.
Yes, it's with the exception of year-round part-time recreation.
Understood. So that's
Yep.
gonna be my next question.
Those are factors.
So. So let's say your assistant.
Yeah.
Is she one of the 17 tonight?
You didn't count her in that total, correct? You are counting, because this.
I believe we have
Yes,
17 plus you two are 19.
It is 19.
This shows, full-time, part-time, seasonal, and we range from 7 to 20.
So here's my concern is. I know this was discussed a lot, but I still am super skeptical about the number that was adopted. For wages in the 6-month budget, because it showed a $30,000 increase. And your counselors don't start working until mid-June,
June, they have 2 weeks of training and we go into summer.
which starts in July.
Correct.
I just don't understand how you spend $30,000 extra dollars for one payroll of part-time employees who earn essentially minimum.
So you have to take into consideration that part-time after school isn't just after school. So last
I'm
week,
not talking about after school, I'm talking about the summer.
but those were put into part-time summer people, but some of those summer people are actually going to go in the spring to cover April vacation, the May kid zones that have been thrown in there,
But-
probably stay at kid zone before summer camp
It
starts.
has those costs in Irish 6-month actuals as well. So this
But
was
we've taken more kids, so that's also a part of it.
$30,000. Again,
Okay,
I-
I'm gonna figure out the payroll, so that comes from Lorna and Penny, but Penny ran the numbers and says this is what it's gonna cost to have this many kids with this many staff.
I'm
Um,
super skeptical that 2 weeks of additional people. And whatever other cost, whatever extra enrollment that you have equates to $30,000 in a 6-month period. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is then it makes me question as to whether or not this additional $50,000 is over budget.
So I guess I'm gonna
I can
defer.
send you the file, Anthony, that we did, that I did for her. But I don't have it right in my little.
I do have this one pen.
Is that the one I sent you originally? You want a copy?
Yeah, that'd be good. So
But
I,
my understanding is you gotta have those people prepared before the kids show up.
They don't start until mid-June. The kids show up in July.
Yeah, mid-June to June.
That's not, and you're not gonna have an additional $30,000 for 2 weeks. Here. When you have part-time employees working for minimum wage. The math doesn't work.
so the other part of that is they're not all minimum wage. So sale camp lead
Okay,
counselor.
but they're not making director salary.
No, but I'm not making director salary either.
That's a different. That's a different.
Maybe that's the perfect place to talk about it. I love that idea. Yes, Jillian.
I got so many panic text messages from friends who got waitlisted, and you guys are working so hard to sort that out. But I just want everybody in this room to understand, for people of school-aged kids, there are almost no good summer programs that are affordable. And in 45 minutes, they had moved from getting a spot to a wait list. Like, we had 3 alarms set for 8 a.m. when that was gonna open. And I texted 2 or 3 friends who had new babies because I knew they might not remember. And like, that's how we got a spot this summer. It is one of the most stressful days as a parent of my year because my job doesn't allow me to get to Waterville with summer camp hours and get to court on time. And so you guys are doing great with the resources you have. The reason I really care about these numbers being accurate is because I don't want them to hold down what we can do for our community. And we want to make sure that we're budgeting appropriately so we can look at what they're bringing in versus the actual cost. Because if there was capacity to expand to meet this community demand, I would love to see that. And those numbers are so important to figure that out. But
So we asked Penny to pull the paper that Mary just copied. I asked Penny to pull because I don't know what it costs times. Right, I just present her with how many employees I have and what they're gonna be paid hourly, and then she figures out the math for everything else that needs to be paid into whatever that might be. So that's what she came up with. I do have 3 lifeguards, 2 full-time sale, thank you. 2 full-time sale counselors, 6 head counselors, or excuse me, 3 head counselors with 3 additional assistant counselors.
But let's be clear that this is not year round.
No, but you're asking about summer camp.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Yes, that's.
I want everyone to understand.
Yes, this isn't year round, so 3 lifeguards, 2 full-time sale counselors, 3 head counselors, 3 assistant counselors, 2 full-time camp noon counselors, 4 part-time floats covers if somebody is out sick, because if you're locking yourself into 1-10 or 1-12 ratio, depending on where it's at. And we're still running a little high with our ratios. So Jillian's not wrong, we opened the camp at 8 a.m. on Wednesday and we were full in 9 minutes. We have 110 kids enrolled for Camp Golden Pond and we are at our max, unfortunately, due to the septic. That's where we're at. So Hans and I are looking at that. We have 60 kids enrolled in our sailing program for the summer and everything is waitlisted across the board. I have 19 kids already waitlisted for the after school program in the fall. So I can only do what I can do. If we want to look tightly at those numbers that I have tried to redo that, Anthony, on a side note, because the payroll always comes up. And what are we going to do with those people? The best I could do is to reduce that estimate where it says summer camp recreation, 17 to 19 employees. We can lock ourselves into 17, but it gives us 0 wiggle room if there is a problem down there. And we can back down some of our lifeguards. So we could take 2 lifeguards and only have them there 25 hours a week. If we do that, there isn't public pool.
I don't want to micromanage.
Right, no, I understand. So if we do that, there isn't an expansion for those hours that people wanted to see. We were using the money to fix the pool. You have to have a lifeguard.
Okay, so segue perfectly into what I want to raise next, which is, so you're bursting at the seams. You've got all the capacity you could handle. you're budgeting less revenue this year than you collect. Seems like the revenue figure should be higher.
I do think the revenue figure should be higher. We have gone up in the, what we're asking for. Yeah. That's what the cost has gone up.
Then we should
Okay,
be,
Lorna has her hand up.
So Mary and I doing our little handiwork yesterday, if you look at your revenue sheet, we did increase. On the flip side of that, number 25 recreation, we put that at 130,000. Last year we were at 99.5. But she actually brought in 130. 130.
I quickly
No, it was
calculated, it's
140 something.
$131,000 collected in 2025. Increased rates in your accommodating the maximum number of children that you can. You should be budgeting more than 130.
130 is significantly higher than what we budgeted
It doesn't, I'm not
previous
concerned
year.
about what we budgeted in the past, I'm only concerned about what we actually collected in 2025. So we should be looking at what the actuals are, not the budget.
I think that matters for perception too, right? Like when a community member looks at the revenue versus the actuals and they see a big gap, they're gonna feel like, well, I'm subsidizing the summer program when the summer program carries a lot of its own weight. So what would you recommend for a number?
That is not mine to say.
Okay, fine, no.
That is for the staff to
Yeah.
come with a recommendation to the
Yeah.
committee.
So we've gone from
And-
118 to 130.
And you should be able to, with your enrollment numbers, you should be able to apply your new rates against your enrollment and come up with some sort of figure that for the rest.
We know that.
Happy?
Yeah.
Oh, is this a half a year or a whole year?
That right there is based on what she needed for annual.
Okay, so this is 12 months.
Yeah.
So I can't really see the seasonality there exactly.
So the not regular part-time, that's for your after school workers.
Yeah.
Yes, after school and school vacation.
So that's the distinction, Kathy. We have at the top, you have Kristen, and you have her assistant, and the not regular part-time are your after school workers, and then you've got your summer person.
Yeah, yeah.
underneath that.
So when we're looking at rates, there's again, a lot of moving parts. You have, let's say we've gone from 90 to 135, but we give second and third child discounts. So then we're trying to find an average, right? Because you can't just say 110 kids at $135 a week. That's not what happens. So if we come up with an average, my math is it would be about another 13,850 if we take the middle line, not counting sailing program. Sailing program is $235 a camper, but if they come to Camp Golden Pond half a day, then we prorate Camp Golden Pond for them. So there's about 40 different scenarios.
It's
here.
never gonna
Right.
be exact,
Right.
but it should be
So-
higher than 130.
Right, so 14,850 would put us somewhat in the average range. And that's trying to take into consideration giving a family a discount for a second or third child and prorating at a lower rate for those kids who are coming in and have subsidized care.
Jillian, 2 questions. One, you now have a ballpark idea of the makeup of what summer camp might look like.
Yeah.
We're obviously. Actually, no, we're thinking about this, we're thinking about the second half of the summer for this summer in my mind.
July through August.
So we might be able to look at that and get a better ballpark idea now that you have a preliminary enrollment. And then I was curious, under the revenue, what is rec fees? Is that like what people pay to come and play pickleball? And then summer camp is tuition for summer camp,
Correct.
and after school is the ASMP.
Yes,
Okay.
and Kids Zone, which are school vacation weeks, go into the after school fun.
Sent you a spreadsheet too.
Yes.
And in 2025, you only took in 130,672. 2025 actual revenue.
Right.
So that 130,000.
Anthony's asking us to look at the
My point
projections.
is, raised in your maximum capacity, so she.
So you're thinking she's gonna add to, how much do you think she's gonna add
That
to
is
that?
for staff to determine.
What I said was if we take an average, because that's what I'm trying to do mathematically, but you've got, let's say a family with 3 kids, we prorate that for them, so they get a 10% discount for each additional child. Yes, Mary?
This is actually an exercise where AI can be very. Yeah, I'm being serious.
I know.
I'm being serious.
I know.
That-
I
Because
like
this is
AI
what we did,
sometimes.
when we talked about us looking at our transfer station rates is I plug those numbers and use it to the AI to calculate 3 different scenarios. What we might anticipate the revenues be.
Mary, did you have something?
No, actually, I'm just gonna hold that thought because I want to research something else, so.
Okay, Jillian?
I am thrilled to see that there is a line item for education and membership dues. I'm curious if that will allow both you and Avery as kind of the permanent staff to do like a professional development or how you're gonna use that.
So unfortunately, there's not a lot of grant opportunities out there anymore for things like the Merkle conference. That's become like $500 to $700. So no, that line doesn't allow for that.
Okay.
But you know, there are online things that Avery and I are taking advantage of that are free and things that come our way. So we are trying. There are places that needed to be prioritized, probably more than that, unfortunately. So we try to look at the services in place. Would we like to go to a conference? Yes, absolutely. But can we ask for $1,000 to do that? It's probably not.
But there's $1,000 in this budget for,
But it doesn't cover membership dues. It doesn't cover all the additional things that.
Wait a second,
what does it cover? Cause we have,
you do have a line item.
yes,
$1,000 flat.
No, that's for
No.
education. That's not.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yes.
so you-
But education will also cover like lifeguard training. If we have a lifeguard certification, that's $165 course. So all of our lifeguards are certified right now, but we have one that needs to be recertified. So we're getting the $165. That would cover the education part. Last year, the education line covered our pool operator. We have to have a pool operator on site at all times to test the water 4 times a day, every time somebody gets in, every time somebody gets out. So this year that's Mary, she's certified, but that she will need to recertify next year.
So what I'm hearing you say is you need more training.
You always need more training money in
Well,
this
I mean,
scenario, but yes, we
I mean,
do try to take advantage of the things that we can take advantage of for free, absolutely. But yes, there's always more. And who knows what it's gonna cost for pool certification next year? I don't know. They don't have that projected. So it cost us $650 for one person to get pool certified. If Mary stays, we can just do the less $165 for recertification. If she leaves, we need another $650 for somebody to get pool certified.
so I guess my question is, if you got to go to like a professional development opportunity this year, I know you didn't in this past year, if we wanted to budget for staff to go to professional development opportunities, which is something is in an ongoing discussion,
Right.
what would you need in order for you and Avery?
Probably an additional 500 would cover something.
Okay.
Yeah, an
Did
additional,
you say that the conference fee is 500?
it's 500, yeah,
So
but
if
we
you-
can do for one grant,
Well, wait,
which is $250.
well, why wouldn't you budget just like another $1,000 that you and your assistant could both go?
And will that cover like transportation,
That would cover-
hotel, so $1,000 would
That
be
would cover
that?
everything.
So we can increase that line item to 2,000 for education, that's what you're saying.
That would be my request. I think that all the staff should have opportunities to do professional development, not every year, but in some sort of structured cycle. And so I think that if there was none last year, I know Kristen is new to this position. And I would advocate for this across different departments, but I would like to see that be in the budget.
And I think $500, if that includes lodging, travel, food, whatever.
1301,
That's really reasonable. Especially if it's a
1301
multi.
increase.
3-day conference, and they tried
I mean,
to,
that's
subsidize this based on the amount of kids we're helping and socioeconomics.
super inexpensive.
What are we recommending? 1301, we're gonna increase it
Well, that would be my request. Obviously, it's the group's purview.
to what?
I would add $1,000.
So make it 2.
That would be my request. Yeah.
Under the education limit. So then if you're going back to, Carol, sorry.
Carol had it.
Yeah, because Doug isn't here. He mentioned the other night at select board. Possibly having. Earlier drop off and later pickup time to accommodate. Families that need to drop the kid off and get to work and get out of work and pick them up. Is that figured in this budget or is it not?
we offer early drop off at 7:30 a.m. and we offer late pickup at 5:30 p.m. for every school vacation week and for kids' own days. We do not offer that for summer camp program. I understand that it is an imposition for families. It would require us to almost double our staff. If you are having a 7:30 drop off for summer camp for 8 solid weeks or 6 solid weeks, parents are there at 7:10. They're leaving their kids on the porch. You're there at 7:15, so that means staff needs to be there for 6:50 to get the pool tested, everything out for the day. It's not possible. You're in overtime the second you walk in. I've had this conversation with families. I understand the way we address that this year is that camp is 8 to 4. We will keep it to 5 p.m. is the pickup time. And if you're staying for that at 5 p.m., which not everybody does, then they're paying an extra $35 a week to do that. It still doesn't cover, we're a summer camp, we're not a daycare. I hate to say that, but I have to say it at some point. So we do try to find a balance between 5 days a week of after program and operating a summer camp. And I've done a lot of research in the area. We want to service families. We do go above and beyond to do that. But to say you're going to be there for 7:30 to 5:30 for 6 solid weeks when there's no other summer camp and people still don't want to see rates go up, it doesn't pay.
Is there a way you could charge for that? I mean, it would be more money if you were gonna leave your.
Well, we are charging for the additional 5 o'clock pickup. It's fair to say, yeah, you could try to charge for that, but you're still gonna be in a position where you've got 110 campers registered. That means you're gonna double your staff, because how are you gonna keep everybody out of overtime? How are you gonna keep them at 40 hours a week?
You're burning people out.
If you need one.
I'm just asking the question is, how, is there a way to do it?
No, there
with-
isn't.
I don't know.
Okay, Jillian?
I was just gonna say, even the 5 o'clock is super helpful, just as the person who is like, Kristen can attest, I am screeching in as they're closing, my kid is waiting for me. Even just that, compared to most other summer camps, like that 8 to 5 option, we are gonna pay more for it. And that gets us enough of a window to get there after work.
8 to 5 is really 7 to 5:30 for staff. Because Avery and I get there early to get the building open, that's the back end side of things that people don't see. The bathrooms need to be cleaned up at the end of the day. The life jackets need to be sprayed off. It's fair to say that you're going to use some of your part-time staff to take care of those things, which they do. Pick up boats, haul them from the lake, put them on the racks, make sure that the pool, but we're trying to avoid overtime. That's what we're trying to avoid. And there's really no way to do that.
Didn't you get manpower?
We did get manpower hours, so we're gonna try to utilize as much of that as possible. It will help offset some of those additional late days. We understand families are running a little late sometimes,
What does that mean, manpower?
It's up 6 employees at 70 hours between the ages of 16 and 24. So it allows us to hire them through manpower. Manpower pays them. It is minimum wage. You can't pay them anymore, so I can't use it for my head counselors. I can't use it for my sailing counselors. I have to use it for my, high school age student who's willing to work for minimum wage. That we might be able to get them to do some of those early morning duties or the late afternoon, so those other people can prep and be ready for the following day.
And then they pay the benefits and everything.
There's no benefits. It's just part-time work, but you can use them up to 70 hours total. Yeah. And then if we keep them.
No, but benefits, social security and.
Yeah, that's taken care of through manpower, correct? They get their check through them. Yeah.
Anthony?
So I have a question about this, Penny, that we were just thinking. So you look at the, and I'm looking at the summer camp staffing. So when you look at 2025, that's $69,000. Was that an actual figure? Or is that just a calculation?
Sorry.
No, I'm looking at summer camp sale programs, average hourly rate 2025, and it looks like the average rate was $16.06.
Over 9 employees.
Okay, so that's, okay, but my question is that a calculation or was that an actual figure?
It's a calculation.
Okay,
Over, I average the hourly rate.
okay,
Yeah.
so that's not what the actual experience was,
Correct.
first of all.
Yep.
Secondly, so in 2026, that's where I'm sort of 2 issues with this. 2026, that $71,000 figure, your summer camp program or your payroll doesn't begin until mid-June. And it goes until June 30th, because that's gonna be essentially the 2026 figure. And it's $71,000.
We did it over 12 weeks because the summer, the season
Okay.
is actually 12 weeks.
It is, but that 2026 budget ends June 30th. And the camps don't begin until July 1.
Right.
Or July 4th. or
Yeah,
whatever.
right after holiday.
So I think that $71,000 figure is not correct. And then also it says hours are based on 40 hours per week for 12 weeks.
Yeah.
Again, my understanding is while the summertime is generally regarded as being 3 months, that the summer program is not operational for 3 months. It's operational for how many weeks?
It's.
Did you just say 6 weeks?
It's 6 weeks of camp, but it's actually 8 weeks with what we call beginning and end of season.
Eight
So
weeks
it's
as
full
eight
staff.
weeks as opposed to 12 weeks.
I couldn't tell you what we did for last year,
Mhm.
but I know we were into September with a couple of, and we were before the actual season.
But that should be part of the summer program at
Right,
that point.
right.
That's an after school, those are after school
We
costs.
should make adjustments.
So I think adjustments need to be made because if the $73,000 figure is based on,
So you wanna base it on, I mean,
it should be based on 8 weeks, not 12 weeks.
And then, so base the summer camp on 8 weeks, and then we're gonna add those additional.
Yeah, and then-
4 weeks into the year-round part-time recreation, so
And
that
then-
counts for.
Yeah, and your not regular part-time should simply be whatever the length of the school is.
So we could, is, do you know what he's saying?
I do,
Okay.
I do, I understand it was, that's stretching it a little thin.
So just on, just so I.
But the program is only 8 weeks. You should only be budgeting 8 weeks. I mean, if you're budgeting 17, 18, 19, that might be where your cushion is, but you shouldn't budget for 12 weeks. Because that's increasing the cost by a third.
Okay,
Wouldn't you
so
not
let's
budget?
take a
Time, please. Kristen?
So we'll make a recommendation for the beginning of summer and the end of summer penny to be put into the part-time recreation. Counselor count, the total.
But if the beginning of the summer and the end of the summer are
before that.
are part of
They'll
the
go into
the summer camp, then shouldn't they be included in, if they're direct expenses leaving, that are required for summer camp, shouldn't they be accounted for under summer camp?
I think you have it better
Can you please repeat that?
if you look at this one.
Can you please repeat that?
Well, what I said was if we need 2 weeks before, 2 weeks of training before.
That's already in the 2026 budget. They shouldn't be part of the.
That's in the
But
6
it
month
should be in
budget.
the 20, it
But
should
it's gonna
be in
have
the
to be
following
excluded,
June.
so they will
So
be
you've
in
got
the-
8 weeks and then 2 weeks later, I mean, at the end of the year.
Well,
So it should be a
because
total of 10
2025 is
weeks.
a 12-month budget and 2026 is just
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
So
And then the 2027 is the full year. So you're saying that's what the issue is?
Should be the
So we need
26,
that.
27,
You're saying
not
other
27.
beginning.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just don't want
the
to.
beginning for next year in June is what.
That's
Penny and I
right.
were-
Right,
Yeah, I just-
guess it's more accurate.
Hey, so
Well,
Lori,
it just looks like we need to do some refiguring.
Yeah, I just don't
so
want
Lori,
the
you
prep
pointed to
and
that,
training.
but what it says on that sheet, it says year-round part-time recreation, 2 or 3 total, 40 hours per week. It says year-round.
That's
Those
after
people
school.
should only be budgeted for the school year.
No, she has people work year round.
So the question is, are you counting those people twice, right? That's the question.
No,
So, okay,
If you got them for year-round, aren't those same 2 or 3 people also part of the summer recreation?
some of them are, so I
Budget.
do think that we can take the 19, take away the 3. So do you see what he's saying? Because like,
It's-
we've got
there's
Mary,
budget.
we've got, I'm trying to think right now.
We don't need
We've
names.
got 3 names, right? Let's just say we've got 3 names that they transfer into summer, but it looks here from the way the chart was done that they're accounted for twice. Because they're counted in the summer camp counselors, but they're also counted in the year-round part-time.
Right.
So for the 6 month, that would have worked, but for the 12 month, right, because we lost some people.
I
That is
believe,
right.
I
So if
believe
you
if
took
I.
that, that's saying that I have 20.
I'll double check my Excel sheet, but I think that I minused out the camp weeks for that you're looking at right now. I'll confirm that. If I didn't, I'll minus them out, but I think I already did minus those out so that they weren't double counted.
Okay, well, I think we need to rework the figures and, or confirm the figures and.
I'll make a note to confirm that.
Yeah, okay, last question for now.
No, I was just gonna suggest we table this discussion until we have reworked figures.
Yeah.
So here's the other question, Lorna, if we take the 19 and we added 3 at the highest, I don't have that in place, so I think they were added twice. So that's 22 people.
But you didn't understand what I just said. I didn't count them maybe for the 52 weeks year round.
Okay.
I backed that out.
Okay.
To account for camp. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I think I already did that. If I didn't, I will.
Okay, Carol had a question first.
Okay, so whatever it is, we probably need to relabel it so it's clearer.
Yeah.
But it would be helpful for me if we did 2025, if we did 6-month 2026, and then the next year we label 26, 27. Because it's not 2027. It's half of 2026 and half of 20.
But you call
that-
it fiscal
you're talking
year
about
27.
Well, I know, but I
Isn't
think we
that how
should label our things
to it
the
in
way they are.
Fiscal year 27, yes. That's how the county does it, that's how you do it.
So
It's
here's-
27.
So here's the other concern on the year-round part-time recreation. You don't have 40 hours a week. Those people are not working 40 hours a week. Like the after-school program is how many hours each day?
So it's 2 hours each day with the but
2 hours each.
But with the exception of those year-round part-time people are people that we use for.
Kristen, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that 2 or 3 hours during the school year. So if you're budgeting them for 40 hours per week for the entire year or the entire school year, that's overstated. Because those most weeks, those people are working
20 hours.
20 hours, yeah.
All together?
In the summer, they go over that, right?
But we're accounting for that in the summer camp recreation line.
I don't know, I had listed out your employees and their average hours, and that's how it came to the average hours.
Right, but year round, every day, Monday through Friday, they're only there 3:30 to 5:30, so that's 2 hours a day.
2 hours. Or how many people a week?
3 to 4. Depending, but
If there's
vacation,
camp.
but then we've got to pull vacation weeks. So we've got 5 vacation weeks in there with kid zones where they're working 25 to 35 hours.
But again, this said it was year-round budgeted for 40 hours a week. That's what I'm hearing Kristen say is that's not accurate.
Yeah, I think we need to relook. I think Carol had a good idea that we just tabled it.
I think the only
until-
one, we just a 40-hour a week.
Right.
Relook, like the staff, rework the numbers.
Well, put this
I think
in the
we're
parking
just
lot.
question. Put this
Come
in the
back.
parking lot.
Under fiscal year 27, Carol?
Yeah.
You
FY
can do fiscal, well, no, it's really,
FY
it's really 26, 27. And I don't know why we can't
The
hike it.
the standard is, call it.
And it may be that other people call it that, but if I'm a taxpayer and I'm looking at this, I'm gonna say, why are they looking at 27? This is 26.
And to your point, that's fair, because this is inside baseball right here.
We're talking ourselves, but
Yeah.
when it goes to the public.
What about FY 27 parentheses 26/27 or something like that?
I mean, technically, FY 27 is shorthand, so you're right, Carol, it's FY 2026, 27.
We're into one.
Easy enough to do.
And I think
Okay,
that's so new.
I move that we break for lunch.
I second that.
So, I know this.
To report us.
I agree with Anthony about the education line. Is that something that other people are open to returning to the 300?
Yeah, I think it would be wise.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a class I could take, I would take it. A lot of them through MMA are offered during the day, during the week. Unfortunately, I can't do that with the job that I have unless it was a Friday. But if they could record and I could Zoom or
Yeah,
replay it,
But
that would be
yeah,
great.
and even when you do that, Mike Lane, there's sometimes a fee associated.
Right, right.
So,
And some of them are, and I think that part of that is based on demand. When I was talking to them on the phone this week, they said that if they hear that a lot of people want it, they're more likely to report stuff. So even letting them know if there's something you're interested in.
well, the reason they charge that fee for looking at the video after the fact is so that you don't have free riders who are
Right.
not taking the class.
Exactly.
They can watch it for free later.
Yeah.
We move on.
Are we moving to Board of Appeals now?
Yeah.
I have two questions, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The full-time wages for Board of Appeals, I'm assuming that was to pay for someone to take minutes if and when the Board of Appeals meets. Is that correct?
It is.
I understand we haven't had a appeal board meeting in a long time, but it could happen and I'm,
They just had one.
okay, so who took the minutes?
Val, and Scott,
And so she's not being.
she's not being.
Okay, so if that's now sort of like a board function, I think that's fine. And then my other question was also advertising. Again, I know the board hasn't met in a while, but my understanding is when you have a Board of Appeals meeting, you have to advertise it in some way in order to let the public know, because it's a sort of quasi judicial hearing. And so I don't know that we should not budget anything.
But if we advertise it on all of our various
That's not the law.
social
I think
Law.
there is specific law
In the paper,
right?
right?
Yeah.
That is, there's been some legislation
I
on
know,
that
I
happening.
testified, that's not going well.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
Yeah, I said, because I would like to have gotten rid of.
And if we're gonna vote to advertising, it could probably be around 500. It's so expensive.
The last time that we have done it, I think it was about $300. It was approximately $300. Per public notice.
Right. Hey, Mary?
I was just gonna say, I know that we talked about this, we discussed it, but we felt that we did not put anything in there because we felt it could be absorbed by someplace else in general government. Because there isn't really another board or committee that it is required by law to advertise in the newspaper except for the Board of Appeals. So we figured that we could cover it under general government.
If it
bottom line. If it so happens that you need to.
I'm trying to recall if the planning board considers a change in a land use ordinance. Does that require a public hearing?
It does require a public
Oh, they
hearing.
have their own separate budget.
They do have their own separate budget.
Sarah?
I have a pet peeve with them saying that we don't want to budget because it can be absorbed later. What I hear when I hear that, because I heard this a lot in the school board and it used to drive me insane, is that we flat out the budget so we can absorb it that way. I'd rather have a line for it and I associate the expense with it rather than making the statement that we have other areas in the budget to really absorb it. It really gives a terrible impression, especially when this thing is being reported. So it's a pet peeve of mine. My board members in the school board have pinned me on that. Well, no, I said, well, you know what? You really, when you say something like that, you're telling the public that we fat up the budget. And that's why we can't absorb things that we're not putting in the budget. So just to clear that out. I didn't mean to demean anybody for it, but it's just that I just putting out a perspective when somebody's hearing to this video, what they're gonna think, oh God, they can absorb that. So that means that the budget is inflated. So that's the perception that can come out of that.
Mary, I just wanted to make a reply to that. So in the past, we have been very, very detailed. We have different board of select people. We have different budget committees. I've been here a long time. I've seen the different committees go back and forth. Right now, we did a consolidation, like with the warrant articles. And so it's kind of been, do we consolidate? Do we not? What kind of transparency do we want to provide? So clear direction from the board would be good, because I know Lauren and I went through a lot of this, as did Penny. And we took a look at things, we're like, oh, can we absorb this someplace else? How detailed do we want to make this budget? So just clear direction
Yeah.
would be good, but
Yeah.
Barbara, you've been here for a while, so you know, we've gone back and forth. Do we itemize right down to the penny these certain things?
Right.
Or do we feel we can absorb it in the budget? So,
Well, where it's something that's required by law, I think that we should put it in the budget, as Sarah says, for transparency. So if we want to just put $300, keep $300 back in, put it up to $500, I think it needs to be there as a line item.
What's the cost to advertise once, Mary? Isn't it more than that?
$4,500, depends on
Well,
how
I
big
think,
your
yeah,
ad
you
is.
said you did one and it was around 300, right? But just
I thought
one,
more than that.
just one,
Okay.
one.
The last one I did was $400, so it was a year.
At least five.
So
Okay,
we should
so let's
put
put
$500.
I suggest we put $500 down for advertising.
Good question.
Yes.
So we only do one public notice in a year?
Well, we didn't do any last year.
For this particular board.
Better.
So this board, well, Sarah, you're on the planning,
Yeah.
they only meet on an as needed basis, and
Yeah.
they're not needed very often, thank goodness.
Yeah, okay, so let's move on to the library now. We took care of a couple of other things there. So we're now ready to go. Library, where's the back?
And here I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, Jared, your budget compared to last year, right? Less than that. Yeah, good job, Mike. However, when you compare it to the actuals, it's up 12%. And so, I'm gonna take you to task for something that's gonna be something you're not gonna expect.
Okay,
You should be spending your budget.
I know.
Hear me out. Contracted services, so that's essentially your program.
So that one has gone down because we were expecting an increase in line, but it never came.
So you were budgeted $2,400, you only spent that.
Yes.
You should not skimp on programming. You should spend on programming whatever is budgeted.
Okay, so contracted services isn't really programming. I
Okay,
it's
so where's-
programming under special projects.
Okay, all right, so what is the contracted services?
That's like our. There's like a copier in there.
Okay,
And the library loan payment goes in there.
I stand correct. But I'm gonna take you to task on another one.
But there
Can you
are
guess-
other lines
Can you
that,
guess which one I'm gonna take you to?
equipment?
No,
No?
books and periodicals.
Yes, okay, it's $1,000 below
You should spend,
every dollar that I have.
yes,
Yes,
because
I agree,
that improves library service.
yes.
So-
That what?
It improves library service. So what I'm advocating for, I'm fine with your budget as proposed. But look at me when I say this,
Hey, to spend the whole thing?
spend it on your programming and your books.
I'm just curious, what was supposed to be $1,000 more that wasn't, just so that you know, kind of a full.
So I spent $3,400 of my $4,200 for books last year.
Sorry, no, I'm harkening back to Anthony's first question.
So
You guys said there was something that was supposed to be, you had budgeted for 2,400 for something?
Yeah, so I thought, when I looked at contracted services.
Yeah.
I was assuming, and you know what happens when we assume. I was assuming that was Jared's programming, and he says his programming is actually budgeted under special projects, and he did spend nearly all of that. And so that was my concern, is let's not skimp on programming.
So my question for Jared though is, what is $1,000 less now? Like, what is it that came in under budget that you were?
The books.
Why is contracted services 1,200 versus 2,400 from 2025? What's the difference?
We expected like a $1,000 bill on our interlibrary loans
Okay.
because
That was my
we lost, or because the funding for library stuff has been very much
But
up in the air.
but Jared, hasn't that gone up? Because.
It hasn't. It's,
But I think is that program, I mean, I know it's a state program, but isn't it federally funded?
it is federally funded, which is why it's been
I think,
very much all over.
I think
the
you should
place.
double check with the state on that because,
They really haven't.
hear me out.
Okay.
In Winthrop, our library director budgeted more for Minerva. Do we use Minerva?
We don't.
Okay. And budgeted more for the interlibrary loan program because it's gotten more expensive since the feds are not funding it. So I think you should double check that.
I'll double check it, but it was supposed to go up like last year and it just didn't happen.
Let me see if I can find that real quick.
Okay.
My memory is that that's one of the things that got cut from this upcoming fiscal congressional appropriations, and so I also could be wrong because I don't follow library stuff as much as legal services, but I remember in one of the bulletins that it said.
And also, I just want to say one thing, that also the special projects line is not all that the library has for programming.
We do
Because
have.
there are a number of special revenue accounts that provide.
Well, there's like one of them that's for a program specifically.
That's all? I thought there was one for
I think
talks. one for
there's
children's
like,
programs.
there are a number of them, but a lot of them are for like, children's books. Or for, there's like some adult audiobooks that I gotta. It's only a couple $100 now when I should spend only one.
Yeah.
Just go to.
And that's not reflected in this budget because
Correct.
it comes from those revenue funds.
Right.
But maybe.
But that's like,
But maybe it should.
but those aren't yearly. Lines, like those are like, there's a couple $100 for audiobooks. There's like. Couple $100 for children's programs. But
So-
once I spend them, they're gone, and I should just spend them.
Yeah, so can you make an effort, are you trying to make an effort during the rest of this year to spend down those small funds?
Yes.
And then they'll be gone.
They'll be gone off your reports forever.
Okay, Sarah.
So this is just a paradigm thing from where we come from and things. So in my mind, I'm coming out of that January meeting where there was a lot of tension about the spending. So in my mind, if I'm directing the group here in Belgrade, I will ask everybody in their own departments. Yeah, of every dollar they're spending, if they can save me 5 cents, I will appreciate it. Because they either research more or do different bits or check out how to do things differently, so they're saving money. So when I hear that left monies left monies or monies that are not spending, they should be spending. So how did we get grilled at that town meeting? So it's a paradigm thing. It's the way I see things. So I'm not sure that saying such is I don't know, is a good thing. If he didn't spend the money, well, it might go in a reserve or can be used for next year. That will be my thought into it.
Well, it does, it just stays in these are special revenue accounts, so it just stays in the special revenue accounts.
So
But the point is that they're
we are directing an employee to say, if before the end of the fiscal year, you have money, spend it. So, I just.
Well, I think the point is that as we look at all these special revenue accounts, many of them are very small. And so we've been talking about, consolidating them, and if there is $200 for audiobooks, go ahead and start. Anthony?
So I think the distinction has to be drawn between the special revenue accounts, which, you know, and this is not Jerry's fault, but it's totally out of control, the number of special revenue accounts we have for
There's a lot
for the library and the operating budget. So when I talk about Jared spending money on his programs and books out of his operating budget, if he can skimp on office supplies, Jared, go for it. But books and programming are the core mission of the library, and I don't think that's where we should be skimping. Now, Jared, just so you know, in our budget in Winthrop, in 2025, we spent $3,700 on the state library delivery service. So far, year to date, we spent $4,500. So it's nearly a 25% increase.
Do you know?
Wait, let me finish.
Okay, yep.
And so in fiscal year 2027, this year we budgeted $4,000. In fiscal year 2027, we're budgeting $7,500, an 87% increase. And the reason for that is simply the increased rates. So again, I would really encourage you to double check. And our library director is ACES, and he's on all the library organizations and boards and everything that can possibly be in the state. So he's very plugged into these sort of things.
I will double check that to make sure that that'll cover it. But like, we're not getting anywhere near that. Like, do you have any idea how many days of delivery you get each week? Because we're still on the standard 1 day.
But if the rates increase, your cost is going to, even if it's just 1 day.
Okay, so I think the question is we need to look into
The
contracted
contracted
services
services,
and make sure that,
the $1,250 that I requested.
yeah, the 1,250 is gonna be adequate because it's gonna be harder to get that back once it goes down to 1,250. Yeah, Jillian. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah was first. Oh, sorry, okay, whatever. Go ahead.
One, I wanna put in the parking lot a discussion about the library capital. We've kind of talked about it on and off, but I'd like to set that for a discussion later when we're talking about kind of all of those collaborative issues. And then 2, I noticed that your education line went from 500 to 0.
I just haven't used it.
Okay.
I don't want to keep requesting a line that I don't use.
That's fair. We've been talking with other departments though about making sure they're getting the education and training that they need to really be successful. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity to have that same request, but if you feel like you can access what you need without spending money, that's fine too. But I just want to give you equal opportunity.
And there are other employees in the department as well.
True, yeah.
Everyone needs professional development. Everyone. Including yours truly. Full advantage.
Okay, Sarah?
I mean, if it's only $500,
I have a question.
Well,
Could that
that's-
be used for tuition reimbursement? Because some
I've asked that.
library.
the answer in the past has been no.
Oh, well, I support that.
I mean, we can look at it. I don't know that we
I'm
have
just
any
curious.
policy as to what it
Yeah,
can be
because
used for.
Ian's, well, Sydney is going for a library master's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the master's program.
So.
It's not in our employee policies.
We don't have a
Yeah.
policy.
Okay, who's
Okay.
next? Jillian? Or
No, I agree, no, yeah, I was gonna say.
Sarah? Go ahead.
So I just, for the new members of the budget committee, I wanna make sure that it's understood the way the library works. The building is under the umbrella of the Friends of the Library. The town exclusively pays for the operational part. Yep, okay. So.
And did you have something, Jillian?
I was just gonna say, the idea of tuition reimbursement is a huge question that needs to be handled. Like independent of these conversations, so if that's something that the town wants to explore, I think that should be brought to the select board.
Yeah, it's a whole other, yeah, okay.
Parking lot.
I feel like that's like the parking lot of the house of staff.
Okay, any other questions for
Where
Jared
did-
Library?
I have a question from something that Sarah raised, because she's exactly right about the status of the building. But if we have to buy, and Barbara, you'll know this as a former library trustee, if we have to buy, let's say shelving, does that come out of the library capital reserve, or is that is it an operating expense, or is it like a friend's reported?
I'll defer to Jared because I.
In the past, it has come out of capital reserve spend.
Okay.
Yeah.
To that end, technology, would that be similar, like computers? and
So we
things?
did in the past, like, buy 15 or 10 or so computers at the same time, and we did do that as a capital purchase.
But I think the finance policy is going to help define what is a capital purchase. I do not consider a computer to be a capital investment.
Okay.
Because,
You're right.
because the lifespan is not long enough.
Yep.
And the expense is too low.
Okay, so do we want to talk about library capital now, or we're not really talking about capital?
You mean
reserves.
the perpetuity article? Is that what you're referring to?
What did you refer to?
Yeah.
Were you referring to the perpetuity article, or were you?
I was referring to the perpetuity, or I wanna just put the parking lot as something that we are thinking of as part of our holistic budget planning.
Okay,
The perpetuity article and how we write the warrant,
okay,
and whether we're gonna use any of that money for, you know,
okay.
defraying the tax burden, just that.
Right, because Jared, we're looking at with the perpetuity articles for the library and the recreation program, that any unexpended balance at the end of the year goes into library reserves or rec reserves. And that's a perpetuity article, so that has to be changed.
Yeah, that's.
And it's usually
We've
not a
done that
lot.
a couple times in the past few years where the end of the, like, the leftover budget gets rolled into next year's budget, which. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's required because it's a perpetuity article, so it's.
To be clear, we're not rolling one budget into the next. Anything left over from library
On research.
gets pushed into the library specific reserves.
Yeah.
Right,
But
okay.
then that can be authorized by select board to be used for a specific purpose.
Oh,
And then you start with a new budget with new numbers and.
Barbara.
Yeah, go.
Jared, quick question. Do you have an AED device at the library?
yes,
You do.
that's what that random EMS line is.
I wondered if that's what the EMS
New
was.
AED pads this year.
Okay.
And
Okay, yeah, the balance. Unexpended balance lasts into the library capital reserve.
Right.
So it is, it is clear, and the same with
Isn't that like the same? with
Parks and Rec.
all departments?
No.
No, it isn't, okay.
No, rec and library are the only two that have a perpetuity
Okay.
article. Several others, it's just been tradition.
Oh, okay.
Public works, i.e. roads, and public safety, fire and rescue, those go into theirs, but that's just on an annual basis, that there's no perpetuity article that requires that.
To the end of asking the same questions that we've been asking other department heads, are there big expenses in years down the line that you are planning for that we should know about?
We've been thinking about, like, the trustees and I have been looking at potentially putting in like a picnic area behind the library. Which would be, decently expensive.
But that would have to wait until the town owns the library, because the town doesn't own the grounds and the building at this point.
Interesting.
But you could put a picnic table back there, right?
I think we have a picnic table.
There is a picnic table. I think.
Like a cement
Yeah.
slab with the.
But the friends own the property,
Shade.
the library and the town could not do that.
Right, okay, interesting. Yes, that's.
The friends could do it.
The friends could do it.
We asked them really.
Okay, anything else for library? Okay, thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared.
Sorry, I missed the original time.
That's okay, we took care of a couple of other items, so we're still on schedule.
All right, we'll have a good afternoon, everyone.
All right, bye, Jared.
Okay, so we've done select board, appeals board. Now we're down to administration, general government administration. It's back to the first tab, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. Anthony?
I have several questions about the administration budget, but my biggest concern deals with the $200 expenditure.
Is what?
Deals with the $200 expenditure. And that is, we're not budgeting anything for a membership to the main tax collectors and treasurers.
Can you tell us what page you're on?
I'm working off the PDF.
Okay.
So it's near the front. It's right after Board of Appeals, where we were at the very beginning.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
I think that falls under other memberships, it's just not broken out.
Which one was it? Which membership?
So
The MTCTA. So that's the membership in the main town tax collectors and treasurers association. Penny, are you currently a member of that organization? Okay. I just want to ensure that that membership has been budgeted for our treasurer, because it's critical in order for her to, again, improve professionally, to have contacts, peers that she can reach out to when she has questions. And I just don't want to skimp on something as that, especially when it's such a small expense and something that's so important to the professional development of our chief financial officer.
But it's not budgeted, but that's because it won't be paid until July.
No, I believe we have it falling under either the MMA line or O3, the other memberships. I think
Well, your MMA should be your MMA should be your MMA dues.
Again, we consolidated again for.
Okay,
Because, yeah.
so it was a question I had. So what are all the other memberships? Like, are all the clerks, is that where all the clerks memberships in the Clerks Association, Mary?
Yes.
Are there
So
any?
they're all part of the main town and city
Clerks
Clerks Association, and they are all part of the tax collector treasurers association. So.
Yeah, and are there any other memberships that y'all know of now?
The only thing that I don't see is that our Lorna, you and I, part of general assistance. That's a membership fee, isn't it?
No.
Yes.
The main welfare director.
I thought it was the welfare's.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
it is a fee, but
Have
it's
we
not,
got that?
so that could be under there, okay.
Have we? put that?
Yeah, we're part of it, because
Although I would say that's an expense that should be charged to general assistance. You
There
have,
is, there's an educate,
you have an expense line item. There were no expenses in general assistance. I would advocate for booking those memberships under that expense category.
can we write that off as part of our 70% reimbursement?
No,
Okay,
that's not assistance to human beings.
yeah, that falls under the general membership, it looks like.
yeah, it does, I think so, our other memberships.
I can see main welfare on here, being paid.
Yeah.
Other membership.
Well, and in looking at the 2025 budget for other memberships was 180, expended 190. And then the 6-month budget goes to 400.
Yeah.
So that would indicate that something was consolidated
Right.
in there.
But also something's missing because it goes from total 590 to 400.
What goes from 590 to 400?
So if you add 03 and 04,
Oh,
we get to 590 actually spent.
Yeah.
And if you add them down
Yeah.
to the 2026, 2027 request, you're at 400.
We brought over, I think we brought over memberships from town manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were again consolidated.
Yes, we consolidated.
But then it should be.
And that was
it
a
should be
board
higher.
decision to
It,
do
well,
that.
we went from 15,460 to 15,960.
So we're going back and
We
forth.
added
Do
$500.
we line item per department? Do we not line item? See, we're doing back and forth.
So we just would like to know what's
consolidation-
under, we just would like to see the sub accounting for what's under other memberships, I guess is the. That's the question.
Well,
But see, it's missing for them, so they're not seeing it,
Well, that's what.
but you may know it.
That's what.
I don't know it.
That's what Barbara said.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't have to be a separate line item, but just so
Like
you
in
know
quotes,
what's in that.
organization.
That's a parking lot issue.
Yeah.
if you look under town manager, there is an MTCMA line. But 0 is allocated for this year.
We moved everything over to admin.
Okay.
Okay, but.
So again,
But if we're gonna skip ahead to that. I don't know what that was spent on, but it wasn't spent on an MTCMA membership. Because you can't get an MTCMA membership for $90.
so if we look at the expense detail.
So Lorna, are you a member of MTCMA?
I believe that.
I don't think that you are.
Being town city manager,
Yes.
I don't think that I am. I'm a member of the SHR, HR. It's an HR membership.
Again, the same, I'm gonna make the same statement that I did about Penny's membership in the Tax Collector and Treasurer Association. It is vital that town managers be a member of that organization because of the training opportunities. Like there's a training at the end of March for town managers that's gonna be super beneficial, especially when it comes to things like reading financials. And conference opportunities, the networking opportunity, the access to the listserv, all of those things help the town manager be a better town manager and do his or her job more effectively.
It's hard to keep track of all the alphabet soup with MT,
Understand.
NTCTA.
I think that was the reason.
NTCMA. But we do need to know what the breakdown is for
So
those.
my point is,
Right.
our town manager should be a member of that organization.
Okay.
It's vital to one's professional development.
Okay. So wherever it falls under membership dues or under town manager, certain it needs to be that.
Hours to main whatever main
Just that
main
main
We're still trying to balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any other questions on?
What should that membership number be?
So for are you talking about for MTCMA? For the
That's on the
County City
town
Managers Association? or
Yeah, there's
something else?
nothing in it, I
nothing
mean,
in it.
Lorna, so,
Right.
but we don't know whether.
So the
it's-
formula, there's a formula, it's a base fee times a percentage of the town manager's salary. So, if the town manager reaches out to the MTCMA, or the MMA, they'll be able to tell them what that fee should be.
I have a suggestion or a proposal. I don't know that this is appropriate for the parking lot today, but I would love maybe a breakdown of what we did last year and what we are planning to do this year so that we can revisit this. And also think about whether we need to add any to the education overall. Because it seems like there's confusion and I just don't want to speculate. Yeah, or just know and then move forward.
But to that point, again, we've reduced the education line item. In administration. I just advocate for encouraging as many of our employees to engage in as much professional development as they possibly can. That, in my opinion, that's not a line item to try to save.
It can be fun.
So
I think it could be fun.
to Jillian's point, I love going to the NTCMA functions because it gives me a chance to meet and talk with my fellow town managers. I always learn something, and you realize you're part of a clan. You're not alone. So I do have some more sort of just a question about the 2025 numbers here for retirement and health insurance. Can I correctly assume that the reason, we were so far under budget was just vacancies in staff during that time period?
Yes, and not all employees do retirement or health insurance.
Okay.
So how,
Yes.
so how come it's doubled for 26, 27? Did you anticipate more people joining in? I mean, you spent 13 and you're asking for 26, so that's like double what you spent last year.
We have to budget for it, whether they take it or not, because we don't know if they will. If the position becomes vacant and we bring somebody new in, they may choose to participate. So we have to budget for it.
Okay, so that's if everybody went in there, that's what it would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And you're fully staffed right now as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have great staff.
So are we increasing, I'm sorry, anyway, am I okay to go?
Go.
Are we increasing the memberships? Cause it seems.
I guess I'm requesting a report back at the next meeting for what memberships we were in last year, what we're
It's-
planning to do this year, and actual prices.
It's $680. You wanna, from last year, it was $680 for memberships between the two. I mean.
For MCTA,
Is that for everybody,
So
every
she's-
membership?
They're looking
Yeah.
for
That's what,
town managers.
Well,
and-
I think it's fine to leave the town managers in the town manager budget, that membership.
I just want
It's already
to.
moved out,
But-
it's already
They
been moved out.
did not decide.
Rather than taking the time to do it now, I think we ought to
I'm just saying, it's just such a small amount, and it's a lot of work to go back and to, to look at that stuff. I can look at it right here, actually, but it's just,
Well, maybe we should be budgeting, to Penny's point, $700 for memberships
Yeah.
under administration.
sure, that's fine. So under other memberships, or you guys will assign it as appropriate?
It'd be under other memberships,
And how much?
700.
700 total.
Instead of 400.
Be 700 total, so we'd add 300.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make more work, to be clear, I just don't wanna pressure people to come up with information on the spot.
Right. I agree.
yeah, I can tell you right now,
You look at the expense report.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right on the expense report, it shows you what we did.
Behind.
No, I have the ones that you guys sent in advance that I was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do it, it's just such a small amount and we are so busy.
May I confirm two numbers under the professional services budget? So the audit, so that's your contract price, $25,000 for your audit.
Because, I'm sorry. We have to do 2 audits next year.
Why is that?
We have to do the 6 month and.
Gotcha, okay, all right. And then, it looks like a pretty, compared to the 2025 experience, a pretty marked decrease in your legal budget as well. Is that a good idea?
We're gonna, the select board has a RFP to put out for legal services if they choose to do so. They will review that at their meeting Tuesday evening.
I don't
Okay,
understand.
but that won't necessarily relate to a decrease in cost.
Correct. Yeah, but we're doing $12.45 a month right now with Bill.
Okay, but there are services that you'll be accessing beyond that at times.
Yes, most of those are for planning board and they get billed under planning board and not the office.
Well, again, just when I look at the recent experience, I'm not so sure that it's a great idea to be decreasing your.
I completely agree with you.
And just, just doing the job that you do as well, Lorna, I just know things come up. And so occasionally I have to call Bernstein, sure, say, help, and it's a service that's not covered by me.
And I would love to see that back up to 25. That would be much better, but
Is there a reason? Is 25 the norm? Like, is that the normal that we should be anticipating, or was there a reason that it was 25 that one year? That involved a lawsuit, or is there something that happened that made it 25 and so we're coming back down? Otherwise, I don't see a reason.
when
I would
when
support.
you're contracted monthly, there are certain things included in that for that price. So anything you call Phil about or Ann that's outside the scope of that, they're gonna charge you by the hour, which we all know is, right? It can add up
That's so
tremendously.
So why did we
and
change
that's
the
the
number?
unknown.
So why did we change the number then?
Because some people wanna put it out to RFP, some people don't. We have a great relationship with Phil. His prices were increasing, but he's doing more for us, there's a lot.
So Lorna, did you check with Phil to find out what your next contract price would be?
Right now, we're doing $12.45.
No, that's not what I asked.
Yeah, oh, if I send him an RFP,
No, that's not what I asked you.
okay,
So in working on the Winthrop budget, we use Bernstein Sure as well. And Bill Socher is our attorney for most things. I called Phil up and I said, hey, Phil, I need to know what the figure is going to be for FY 27 because they base that fee on a 3-year rolling experience. And so if you use it more, like if the town of Delray used the service more this year, the cost may well go up
yeah,
next year.
it's more than 2,000, I think.
He can provide you what that figure is, and I would suggest that at least for the time being, that's the figure. You should budget that plus some additional expense for services beyond the contract for that line.
But we can't because we have to go out to RFP because it's over $15,000.
It doesn't matter.
But we can
We're
still
talking
budget.
about the budget.
Okay.
So at least if you use Bernstein Sure's fixed fee plus some money for additional services as a budget item, then you know that cost is at least mostly going to be covered. Like I think 14,000 may be a bit too skinny.
I agree with Lorna, I think it needs to go to RFP and we.
Well, that's the argument for a select board.
4940 until such time that the RFP comes.
Is that a parking lot?
Yeah, let's put that in the parking lot.
May I just explain something though, because they're not, I think we're falsely relating the two.
Yeah.
How much we budget for what we anticipate we're gonna spend.
Yes.
Does not impact necessarily how we send stuff out for RFP. Like if we think that there's any chance that we're gonna go over 15,000. Based on our past experience, we need to be budgeting for that cost. And then the select board makes decisions about how that, happens with the RFP, but we're looking at likely a $10,000 shortfall. On this line item based on last year's experience. And if you were to say there was a big lawsuit last year, we spent a bunch of money, we're not gonna spend next year, fine. But if that's the norm, we should be budgeting for the norm.
But I also think, Jillian, that we have been aware of, we've been conscious of how much we've been utilizing the services of Bernstein Shore, and so we're making a current conscious effort right now of using MMA more for kind of basic questions.
Okay, so you're
rather than
anticipating
going-
being able to bring that expense down.
Yeah,
based on
we're trying to bring, right,
conduct.
we're trying to bring that expense down.
I am, and as Anthony, and Mary, if you've contacted MMA at all, what they will answer or give you an opinion on is fairly limited.
Yeah,
That's where the experience and the relationship with Phil and his staff comes into play. We're doing this contract and information we've got to do for the USDA for the CDS grant. And so he and Tom and Daniels and I are going back and forth. We have to have a legal opinion for USDA and Bill says, oh, yep, I remember we looked at this 2 years ago with blah, blah, and okay, and so, right, MMA doesn't have that.
Right.
So we see.
But that's my concern though, is I want you to have the money you need allocated to do what you need to.
Right. So the 2025 budget had $25,000 for legal. We expended, say, 18,000. So, maybe we should increase the legal to 20,000 anyway.
Legal service is not where you want to spend.
Yeah, I would agree with that, at least 20.
I mean, we go back to 25, but.
Because we still.
I'm fine,
And-
I'm happy to be 25, because I have
and
a
if
feeling
we-
this year.
And if we, find out when we go out to RFP that we can't get the services, then, I mean.
Right, you've got to be able
Right,
to,
got the proposals.
agree.
There's a couple of people that are really against it though, right? The legal fees. I mean,
I mean, we have to pay legal
I
fees.
agree.
We have to pay legal fees, I think that they just want to make sure that we have that we've looked into getting the most efficient legal fees for the town that we can, whether that's be to stay with what we have currently or go with somebody new. I don't know what that's gonna end up being, that's what the RFP is gonna hopefully tell us. And who knows what's gonna happen after we send that out.
Right.
Yeah.
It
So
may
what
be
we'll get
more
back
than
for-
that.
What we'll get back
Yeah.
for responses.
Yeah, so what does everybody think, 20, 25,
I would do 25 and
25?
then. We'll know more when we get the RFP back.
Okay. So that's line 1502, Penny. Okay, what else?
I also have a question about the website. So in 25, we budgeted $7,800, but we spent 11,000. So how did we manage to spend that much on the website? Is it 2025? And then likewise, I mean, because we use the same platform that the town of Belgrade does. I'm aware that Civic Plus is moving all of their customers to a new platform.
I think
And there's-
that was an increase from, wasn't that an increase or extra something from Civic Plus that we had?
Well, the reason I'm asking is, again, I'm looking at budget where I work, in 2025, we spent $4,000 on our Civic Plus website.
Well, in the website, we have our GIS mapping
Oh, okay,
and hosting,
I got you,
so it's not just Civic Plus.
I got you.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, CAI technology,
okay, understood, thank you.
so that's additional.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So has the town paid the fee for moving to the Civic Plus's new platform?
We have not, we have made a increased payment. I think we already paid them this year too. Didn't we pay them?
But I'm
Yeah.
just talking about the specific fee that comes with them working with you to redo your site as it moves to the new.
We have not received that yet, I don't believe. The full. Because we're also adding, I'm not sure what they call it, it's to help people who may be handicapped accessible.
Yes, I know what you're talking about exactly.
Cause there's some new
This is the
federal,
Microsoft program.
yeah, there's a federal
Yes,
mandate coming, so they're gonna take care of all of that for us.
right.
And
Well, just be
So
aware,
we'll-
you still have to manipulate the software. It doesn't just like happen by osmosis. You still have to run your documents through that
Yeah.
software in order to make it easy.
anyway, it'll help us to be compliant with federal law, so. Yeah.
Lona, does that 15,500 over 7,800 include that new federal requirement? Because they're gonna charge.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we should be good with this.
It does include it, but it's not, that cost is not $8,000.
No,
What? I didn't get what you said.
I think it's.
The cost is included in that, but know that the cost of the software that Lorna just spoke about, it's not $8,000.
No, I think
That's not what's accounting for.
I think it's
for the cost.
25, isn't it? 2,500?
Something like that, yeah.
Where's that gonna go?
It's included in the 15.5 figure.
So,
I thought you just said it wasn't.
no, that's not what I said.
Let's go through it again, sorry.
The $2,500 for the software is included in the 15.5. That's not the total reason that the budget is increasing from either 7,800 or 11,000 to 15.5.
So the new requirement is also included in that and putting it's all in that.
Yes.
Okay, was my question.
So can I get back to the question? Because I don't know that it's been answered. So Lauren, do you know when y'all are transitioning to the new platform?
They just started January 19. So they are in the process of working on things right now. So 2025, our website cost was $35.97.60. In 2026, it's $74.55, and in 27, it will be $78.27.75.
Okay, so we budgeted 15.5 for the 6 month. So that must include the cost of the transition.
The 7,500 plus the balance for CAI.
All I'm asking is the 15.5 budget for the 6 month budget, that does include the cost of the transition of the platform.
Probably because we would have to make that payment in the first 6 months because they started January 19th.
Okay, so now my question is, and there's a fee specific to that move to the new platform. It's a one-time fee. So shouldn't then the website fee for the full year budget be less than 15.5?
I've got CAI at 7,800 and then our website at 74.55, and so that's 15,255.
But the $7,400 for the website, that includes because I'm assuming your cost is like our cost in Winthrop, our annual cost is $4,000. So your CAI.
That cost is going up because 2026, we're at 74.55, 2027, we'll be at 78.27. It's not 4,000.
For Civic Plus?
Yeah.
Did you check with them? Because I did, I checked with them on.
That's their figures.
Okay, well, maybe you've got a premium website.
I don't know, but that's what they gave me.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, so is this something that we wanna look into and revisit?
I think you can double check it. Make a phone call.
I think we need to move on.
So Barbara.
Yes, sir.
Well, never mind. I spoke, this one of the notes, but I spoke about that earlier. I'm sorry.
Okay, anything else under administration? With code enforcement.
So we're looking at town manager now?
Yeah, town manager. Not yet, it's right after that. Okay, yeah, got it. Yeah.
So, there is a rumor, and it may just be that, so I just would like some clarification, that the town manager is gonna earn a higher salary increase than the rest of the employees. When I do the calculations here, this 92,365 does represent a 1.5% increase, which we talked about earlier. So I just like to get it on the record and let's confirm that the town manager is in the same boat as all the other town employees and is eligible for the same raise as all the others.
I'd have to look at the contract.
Yeah, it's
So I have a question related to that. When I've reviewed the contract, it looks like there is the possibility in March after your review, Lorna, that you could get a merit raise of 2 to 5%.
I didn't see that for March.
No, but that's
So
in the
that's when
contract.
when we review your contract.
When you read the contract.
That annual contract.
Yeah,
in
because she's now on
September.
an annual,
September, not March.
well, September is when the contract renews.
It looks like there's a March review from, and I mean, I skimmed them pretty quickly late at night, so I could be wrong, but it looks like there's a March review that's scheduled. And that there will be a potential merit. There's eligibility for a merit raise of 2 to 5% based on that. And so I didn't know if that, I had a similar question. I just wanted to understand what the situation is in terms of what we're budgeting for the town manager. But that 2 to 5% should have been budgeted in part in the 6-month budget that we just passed. And
No,
then,
because it doesn't take effect in March.
Takes effect in September.
Right.
My anniversary is September.
So if you pass. Okay, so even if you get told that you're eligible for a merit increase in March, you wouldn't actually get that merit increase until September? That's.
I don't think it's March. I think it's, my annual review is usually September.
Okay, maybe I read it.
So maybe the March review is just a six.
March is just a
six.
interim review. And then my regular review is September.
So then for this budget cycle, we need to budget enough based on the contract to cover that 2 to 5% raise starting September. So September, October, November, December, January, February, like there's a chunk of it that we need to be accounting for that.
So it would be not July and August, so it would be 10 months.
So we probably need to refigure this based on the eligibility for that.
Happy?
I don't think it was rumor. I thought I heard a vote where Lorna got an extra 7% raise. Was that in the last year, not this year?
That was when we renewed her contract last year.
Oh, so that's
because she had reached the end of her 3-year contract. And so we renegotiated, and we wanted to bring the town manager's salary up to par because of
Okay, so that was last year? Okay.
Yeah.
And we
Sarah,
were looking to get equity with other town managers in the area.
No, I
The
understand.
same
I'm just-
thing we did 4 years ago. We looked at all of our department heads and made sure that, and there was some substantial increases done then,
Yeah.
substantial.
I didn't mean anything.
So it's just a process that we do to make sure that we are staying competitive in those positions. And when we did that 4 years ago, we did all of them, I think.
Yep.
As well as our paid part-time, to make sure that we were competitive, and there were some substantial increases then.
and that's reflected, we have those figures.
And
I
the
think
front,
I think it's the very first page that lists wages and benefits starting with 2019, and that shows.
that the board made significant effort after COVID because it was hard to get people to come to work.
So I don't think that's the question at hand.
Exactly.
Right now.
Well, I think part of it, I'm not so much sure it was a pay raise as it was bringing the position to an equity value and then an evaluation from there. So that, I think that's.
May I respond? My question was only, are we appropriately budgeting for the contractual obligations? There was no commentary intended.
I didn't mean commentary either. I just was asking if that was in the prior year. That's all. 'Cause I didn't see.
So I don't know what we put in, so I can't answer that question.
I think I put 3%,
Put
like
3.
everybody else.
Sarah?
So I know there was, a disclosure, of, why the questions were made. But the initial, dialogue started with the concept that there's a rumor that the rest of the employees are not in balance with the raises for the town manager. It's not uncommon to give higher raises to the top head of an organization. As a matter of fact, when you were here, the first year you got hired here, your increase was over like $10,000. It was like 10% increase. So for a manager that in 1 year, there's a grant that brings to the town $4.1 million, I think that the select board did a good decision in raising that software that way.
So again, I don't think that's the issue at hand. When I came here, Denny Ketchel was essentially a part-time town manager. And
But it went-
wait a second.
The first year after you were in, your raise was 10%.
No, it wasn't.
It was like 10,000. Oh, yeah,
No.
we got them.
No, it wasn't. I wish it were, but it's
Just,
not.
just feel like a hot.
Okay, we need to move on. We need to
Okay.
we need to make sure this is relevant to the discussion.
So I have one other question, just about the budgeting of this. And
Just about what?
just about the budgeting of the salary. And I would recommend that the select board, at your next meeting, have an executive session. And you guys need to be determining what the figure that's going in here is. That doesn't mean you're being held to it, but it's just a little unseemly for the town manager to be budgeting his or her own salary. Those are decisions made a step above him. And so if you go and look at the Winthrop proposed budget right now, you see my salary is flat with a note that says the town council needs to determine prior to the fiscal year what my salary is going to be. So I'm just saying, from an optical standpoint, I don't think that that's.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think that this is a starting point.
Fair.
She didn't negotiate that, did she? I mean, she didn't. The town manager didn't say that figure, did she? You guys did. No?
The select board did not enter that number.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
I'm sorry?
The select board did not enter that number, but I mean, we have negotiated with Lorna, we've negotiated the contract, we'll negotiate again, because now she's on a renewable 1-year contract, so we will look at the contract every year.
And that's what she used for a figure,
And
right?
this is just what she used as like a placeholder, or I don't know.
So
Let's
to
wait
me-
until she's back to
So to me,
Talk
she's
about it.
not.
talk about it.
She's not putting that.
And she said, no, she said she put in,
She said it's.
there's a question, Lorna, of the figure for the total wages and benefits for your positions. And whether the select board came up with that figure or whether you did. And I mean, you said you put it in as a 3% increase, which, seems reasonable, but the select board hasn't reviewed these
We haven't
figures
reviewed it.
before today, so, it's not as if, we.
I did a 3% like everybody else, 3%.
Yeah. So, yes.
And I'm just asking the select board does obviously to reference the contract, just to make sure that we're budgeting, if you're eligible for the 5%. That we're budgeting enough to cover whatever that contract is eligible for. That was my primary concern.
Okay.
Did we do that?
Well, the select board's gonna determine that.
Yeah. So that's gonna be on the list.
Yeah, I think part
We'll have to do that as a
probably.
board.
Yeah,
But what I'm
Right.
saying is, she used the contract to put the figure in, so I don't see it.
Well, she used what everyone else used.
Right, choose what everyone else.
I mean,
used.
if we're gonna be consistent in the way in which we've done other budgets, is we should probably budget for the maximum amount and maybe not use it.
Right.
If we're gonna be consistent as how we're budgeting for retirement benefits, even though someone doesn't have them in retirement. So that consistency would say we should budget here for the highest maximum she could get, whether
Right.
she does get it or not is.
Right,
another
for the
issue.
5% rather than
It's
just
5%,
3%, which is where
3%.
it stands
So
now.
this doesn't reflect the 5, it only reflects the 3.
Right, yeah.
So we should up it.
I think that's a select board decision.
No,
Yes,
no, I don't
What-
think
what-
so.
what
It's a
did you-
budget.
Why wasn't this have to be select board decision? We just announcing what it should be in the budget. Now, the select board decision is on the contract, and maybe she can be demoted and said, no, we're not gonna go that way, it's gonna go down. That's in part of the process, but for this process of the budget,
Right.
it's appropriate that the numbers put in there.
I'm aware of what the organizational structure is, and if I've heard the select women correctly, they said that the board as a whole is gonna determine the number that goes in, which is appropriate.
What would 2% be of 92,365? I think we should increase it by that.
Well, that.
Okay, we don't have to do that now. I don't
Right.
know that we wanna take the time to do that now, but.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah, we can put it on the list and we'll rework it with the other figures.
But it's a simple process of 92,365 times 2%.
It's not actually 2% because that's a 3%.
That's the
right
increase,
there.
but we
Okay.
can do that, at that, we don't have to figure that
Okay,
out.
we don't have to do that now is what I'm
We
saying.
can
Okay.
figure out a 5% instead of 3%,
Thank
plug it
you.
in, if that's what we decide to do.
Sarah,
I guess what I'm trying to say is that for this process, there have to be number there.
Right,
yeah, there will be a
and there
number.
will be a
We
number.
just don't know what it is today.
Yeah.
The final number is obviously decided by the board, but for today, there have to be a number there, that's all.
Okay, well, now we have a number, but we know it's low, since it includes 3%, but it shouldn't.
That's not what I heard.
5%.
I heard that it was too much. Is what I heard.
That's not,
Too much? Nobody said it was too much.
I thought I heard it was too much.
no.
No.
we won't say that.
Okay, anything else?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm gonna advocate again, we shouldn't be decreasing the education line item. Just because I think that the same class that you wanted to get for mention of. The 355 was the cost of that class. I think the town manager should be taking more than one class per year. Should be attending the conference should be attending the MTCMA training days, MMA convention, all that good stuff. I just think that, again, we shouldn't be reducing that line. It should be budgeted a certain amount, and there should be an expectation that it's going to be used.
Okay, so if it was $300 budgeted in 2025, then that wouldn't even cover the cost of that,
Of the conference.
of the conference now, so we should increase it to $500.
I don't know,
At
it's the either Melissa White in customer services at MMA or the MTCMA can provide the cost of what the conferences are, what the trainings are.
Okay,
But I think I think 350 is woefully under budgeted. And again, I would also advocate that we budget a membership in the MTCMA and there be an expectation that.
Well, let's take one item at a time. Let's do the education. What do you
I'm
wanna
just
increase that
stating
to?
my opinion. I'm not making any decisions. I'm just stating my opinion.
I know, but let's do it one at a time. What are we gonna make education? Are we gonna make it 750 or 500?
I don't think we know that figure because I
I think they need to call Penny and get what the cost of the conference would
Right.
be. So,
Okay, but we do agree we're gonna increase it or not?
yeah, I will
Okay.
increase it, yes.
Okay,
So I think those numbers and we need to make sure that the membership, you were already gonna look at that. The membership numbers.
yes.
and you said she should be a member of,
the MTCMA.
well, okay. Membership MTCMA. Add. We don't know what that is.
It's dependent upon the manager's salary.
Oh, that's right, okay.
May I add a comment? Just kind of for the record, I know that we're talking a lot about adding costs. From my perspective, as someone who sometimes sues municipalities, I rarely sue someone who I see at these conferences when I go to teach at them. And so I think it's money well spent. So I know we're talking about adding costs, but these are the things that prevent towns from making mistakes that end them and cause them to end up spending more. So.
And sometimes you really learn how to make money.
Yeah.
I just always make, every time I go to that, one of these functions, I learn something that makes me a better town manager. I'm able to serve the investment.
Okay, assessing. Anything else on town manager?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we'd moved on.
Assessing. Where is assessing?
Oh, I was just going to my book.
Assessing is the last one in this section.
Isn't that part of the administrative services budget? The assessing contract?
Yeah, assessing is under admin. It's just a one line. Oh, there.
Oh, well, that's three pages,
back.
that's a page at the end.
I think it maybe
It's 3
three
pages back from the
itself,
town
but it's
manager.
not. It's under administration, account
Well,
10,
there's no budget there, so there's
1504 assessing. Budget request of $30,625. But we're a contractor, but that's contracted.
Wait, can you say again when that is under administration?
Administration, 10, 1504.
10.
10, 1504.
Oh, 1504, yeah, okay, 10.
So there's your assessment.
Okay, got it.
Back up in time.
But that's
I'm not finding it.
Assessing,
We're writing
$30,000
down.
on this paper.
No.
it's under general, it's under the.
I know, but there's
overall-
one here that says assessing.
I know, and there's nothing else.
I think
there's
it's
no
all,
budget there, there's no need to talk.
I think it's all,
Can we pull it out?
yeah, you can.
The finals are there.
But it has the final.
The final numbers are there,
Huh?
so you don't.
I'll
want to
leave
pull
it.
out.
Leave it, oh, sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
My error.
So I think we should be talking about planning board, right?
Right.
Okay, we don't need to talk about assessing because that's a contract, so the first is, right? Planning board.
So one quick question, what is the regular part-time, what is that expense?
Secretarial for minutes,
I'm sorry,
secretary for minutes.
okay, so the Board of Appeals does its own minutes, but then we hire someone to do planning board minutes?
Yes, we have been paying someone to do planning board minutes, I think for at least 3 years
Well,
now.
where's the expense? Oh, is that in the full-time wages?
Yeah.
I got you.
But it's,
I got you. No need to explain anything. I got you.
okay. You saw the error of our ways being fixed, right?
Now, what about legal for planning board?
So what's the full-time wages they request for 26, 27?
We don't have anything in there.
It's
Okay,
25.
excuse me, Penny,
What is the 26, 27 request for 10-12?
It's 0.
it's been moved down to regular part-time,
It's been moved to regular part-time?
10:25.
10:25.
Yeah, 10:25.
10:25, just a few rows down.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
But. Barbara, where is legal for planning board?
Under
That's,
professional services, but there's no.
No,
Yeah, but there's no
it's
money.
a capital account.
It's what?
It's a capital project account. It's a reserve account.
It's what pays planning board's legal fees?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
But should that still be here? If we.
That there's not, it's not funded. It shows up, if I go into Trio and remove it from this budget, you won't see it again.
So.
I haven't done that.
So that reserve, and I remember when that
Oh,
was set up.
planning board legal fund,
Yeah.
Yes,
607.
So it's dwindled to $8,400 from
Yes.
$1,000.
wait,
I'm not asking for an explanation.
But we need to put some money in there.
yes,
My
we're limping for the 6 months, but we normally have 25 in there. So we may want to bring that up for this June budget, up to that 25 level for the 12-month budget.
We have, yes, we're gonna need that.
So
Or I think we're gonna need it.
legal services, we're still on for planning board?
So would you put it here, Lorna, or is that on funding capital account?
It's the capital account, yeah.
It's what, Lorna?
It's the capital projects account. It's
Okay,
on this sheet where you see all of these little GL accounts.
Yeah.
There's a legal, planning board legal, I can't remember what it's called. Planning board legal fund, 607 -00 is the number.
And why did we do it? Can you remind me?
I'm not sure why it was set in, Anthony, that was set up.
because there were so many, well,
Planning board issues.
yeah, you recall the Jones case, the Jones.
Where-
case. And so-
You'll do it if you want
So, and so there were so many legal fees being spent by the planning board. We thought it was a good idea just to sock some money away because we didn't have to guess from year to year what the expense was going to be.
It's significant.
You know,
But having
But is this, I mean, look at the transparency, is this, I mean, is this the most transparent way to do this? I mean, we don't do it with any other contract.
It is not the most transparent, but I think it makes the most business sense.
And those are separated in our warrants, right? When we're
Yes.
Yes,
paying for
Yes.
records and stuff, yeah.
yes,
Yes.
yeah, you'll see.
Yeah, I know, I'm looking.
You'll
Yeah.
remember, yeah, you'll see a monthly, right, scope of services, but then there are other billings
Yeah.
that are paying for it, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So we probably want to increase that by
You will,
$20,000.
yeah, we'll wanna kick that up to at least 25 to start July 1.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, anything else on planning board? Town historian.
Are we not gonna talk about hearings and elections? Mary, nice try.
I know, Mary's.
It's week 5.
I have a question on that one,
On what one?
on hearings and elections, is that where we are?
Yes,
Yes, we'll add it. That'll be 8.
Right. election workers is the town clerk included in that? That's just,
No.
That's just election markers.
okay. What is the part-time 2,000?
So Mary, what is the difference?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
I wasn't finished. I asked what was the 2,000 for 6 months? You know, in 26.
Those are election workers for the 2 town meetings. There's actually 3 days. We held a special town meeting in January. We
Yep.
have elections and school budget June 9, and then we have in-person town meeting June 13. So those are all of the people that help Mary to put those on, the
Okay.
election workers.
We're not gonna combine the school and the town.
They are all.
They are.
It's on the
So we
same
had, yeah, we have the, for this upcoming year. We have the June and it's the primary. I may need additional workers, which will be a combination of a town. Gubernatorial primary and the RSU 18 vote. So we will have those 3 things going on at that one time. In November, I may need additional workers. It is the gubernatorial election, the general election. And then because it goes around here, it would be, is it the primary the following year for the presidential? No, it's the next year. Okay.
So Mary, what is the difference between your regular part-time and your contracted services? What's under contracted services?
So contracted services, that, what happened is that people, and I just followed historically what had been done. That's where my workers were getting paid out of. In November, it got moved over to payroll.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why there's that difference there, and so anyway, we maybe should have waited to the end of the year to move it to payroll, but
No, it's fine. So
we had a discussion.
my question had to do with the coming year's budget. So what is the $1,000
Where?
supposed for contracted services?
07.
So I saw.
For contract.
Yeah, I can.
Those your these thumb drives?
Yeah, it might be the thumb drives. So it was. We were supposed to get a machine too.
Did that not happen?
It did not happen. I did not know till after we had already done the whole January budget. I called and I said, when are we gonna get the machines? You know, when is the state contract going through? Because I was piggybacking on it. And they said, oh, well, we decided we don't have enough time to do it.
So should you have money to for rental? Isn't that where you?
I
pieces of that?
need money for rental, we rent the machine.
We don't have anything budgeted.
That's under purchase.
Oh, you guys gonna milk this all day?
Yeah, we're having so much fun.
Let me just take a.
The last time she came to a meeting.
I know, that was nice, well, years ago.
And my rentals should be
No Macy's over here.
under.
We should schedule it for hours.
Okay.
Okay, we're.
So Mary was just saying, if we don't have a voting machine, we're gonna have to budget for the rental of a voting machine. If it's, well, will it be here after July 1, Mary?
They said that, that we will have it for the fall, for the gubernatorial general.
Oh, for the November election?
Yeah, yeah, but they didn't contact me and I
That's
didn't
fine,
know
that's
this
fine.
until
So we
after.
don't, so we don't have to actually worry about that
We don't.
in the 27 budget.
It's an equipment.
Yeah,
Did we move it down to equipment?
this will be the second one, right? We're keeping the first
It
one.
is under.
We didn't get one.
Don't we have one now?
That doesn't belong to us. It's a state machine.
Ah.
So the state takes priority because they have ownership of it. So I have to use that for the primary, for the gubernatorial. So, and
So the 6-month budget won't actually be spent.
Cause that was a lot
That's right.
intended for a rental, right? Mary?
A rental.
Oh, I see.
About
Okay.
$4,000.
Not all of it, just
Yeah.
part, whatever the rental.
That's why I wanted to buy one, because it's a $3,000 to $4,000.
So that expense will hit another line item, which will be in the red, but this one won't be spent at all.
Right.
Do we have security here? Don't we use recently?
Yes,
We
it is here.
2010.
Security systems.
security system.
For sure, definitely.
$800? I thought it was like $1,200 to have a sheriff.
Wait, the security systems?
I
is
think
that-
it's eight.
I was gonna
no,
say-
they used to do 8 hours, with them.
Yeah.
$100 an hour,
hours.
right? $100 an hour.
But we're open from
95
12
an
hours,
hour.
right? Aren't we open from 8 to 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I wasn't anticipating using them for, actually in the 6-month budget. Now we're into the next budget. In the 6-month budget, I've already budgeted for June.
Okay.
Okay. This budget right here is going to cover me for November. And then I
Right.
shouldn't need anybody the following June, right? 8 hours. So 8 hours, so $95 an hour, 4-hour block mandatory. And so what do we have? 360, about $700. I'm good.
And where is that shown?
Right here on the
security.
security system, we put 800.
Okay.
But that only gives us that only gives us 10 hours of coverage.
Yeah. That would
I
be
mean, that
fine
only gives
because
us
this
8
is
hours.
this is the second half. And I don't anticipate next June, not this coming June. Next June it will just be the school and anything for the
No,
town.
but in November, we're going to have the gubernatorial one, and I would think.
That is this coverage, that's this budget right
But
here.
that's only 8 hours
8 hours.
of the 12 hours is what
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
say. And we're willing to go with 8 hours and not 12.
I'll schedule them to come in for 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I'll be all set.
Anthony.
So Mary, I have one other question for you. I just want to make sure in this case that the budget is adequate, and that's for your postage. Simply because the gubernatorial election will be a high profile election. There'll be lots of interest in it. And is that an adequate amount given the number of ballots that you may be mailing?
I banged $600 worth of postage sitting in my ball.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I anticipated.
Good for you. All right. No further questions. I rest you.
Okay, anything else from that? Now, we still have town historian, which is the next page.
There are other questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah?
No worries. I thought we were at the end. That's
We're
right.
almost at the end.
Okay, so historian. $600 for the historian.
Yay.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do use her, Diane Dowd. I do
Yeah,
use
she
her.
does a
for-
great job.
For records that go back beyond the 1800s, because for us to sit at the front desk and try to go through those books is just not gonna work. So she does the research. She does a good job.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's all that's on the list.
May I put one more question in the
Yes.
parking lot?
Yes.
And it gets to Kathy's point early in the day, so it's, she is helpful to show that year over year, she one, actually, not really year over year, because it's 25 and 27. But it's a 1% increase. I think it would be good to have the compare what the proposed budget is to what the actuals in 2025.
In my opinion,
Overall.
that's the real comparison.
Yep,
Yeah.
it is.
Right.
So the only snag in that is that we'll have a 6-month gap because,
It's not gonna be an apples to apples
Yeah.
comparison, but it won't be apples to kumquats either, so it'll be similar.
yeah,
I mean,
we
you're
won't
looking
have, we
at,
won't have reflected whatever costs increased in this 6-month period.
correct, but
Yeah.
at least you'll have. And at least you'll have actuals for 1 year for a 1 year span and the proposed for another year.
Yeah. Dylan, and then with those monthly running totals for 2026, we can kind of keep an eye on what's happening in 2026 and know if we need to move stuff kind of as we get further into the year. We can kind of compare that third point to see how we're doing.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna be getting monthly reports, right?
So Jillian said that, now Kathy, it did spark something I wanted to ask about. And that is at our informational meeting, we were told that beginning in January, we were gonna see posted figures year to date against the budget for each month. And I don't know that I've seen it.
I sent you that.
I'm talking about on the website.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Under financials.
I looked at that, Penny, I did not see
I
it.
didn't find it either, but I did eventually.
But
find
if
it
it,
before
pull
it's
up,
out.
pull up the financials,
I,
please.
okay.
Do you
yeah.
see it?
No,
Clicked on it.
I saw it. That, I fixed it, you know.
You did fix it?
Yeah.
We
Nothing.
couldn't find it. Looked all over. So maybe it just needs its own line, because when it got.
Okay, so-
Yeah, 6 months.
yes, I was suggesting. So this requires someone to have to scroll.
Couldn't find it.
If you upload the document and it's page, it's shown right here. And so
It's not that you do.
Slide.
That's not perfect. There are so many windows on that array.
But I want to add a parking lot.
Right.
each month, right there.
Or add a.
So. And I
Right.
was.
By three. By three. By three, zero to make starts.
That's right.
Okay. Are we all set? Sarah?
Are we doing parking lot today or no?
No, I would like to propose that we do parking lot at a session when we're fresh.
All right.
Yeah.
Amen.
But,
And when Doug and Bruce can be
And when
there.
Doug
Yeah.
goes to, yeah,
and Dan,
and Dan.
and but I would like to add one thought to the parking lot issue. Because it's been rolling around in my brain for the last 3 or 4 hours. Right now, we're doing evaluations in April. And then the budget gets approved and then we go back to January. I don't know how to do it, so that's like everyone can noodle and figure this out. But what if we find a way that we do all the evaluations, complete them in April? And they become effective the following July with a new fiscal budget.
Oh, I think that's too far.
And then all we would have to do is figure out, well, then we could say we'll do the evaluations in May. I'm just saying, there's 6 months in there, we need to figure out how to do it. But then we're not doing an getting the budget approved in June and going all the way back to the prior January. That it seems if we can find a way to align it, and my brain's been noodling, but it's not cooked. But just think about that when we get to that parking lot discussion of, is there a way we could do that? So that our pay raises go with our new budget in our new fiscal year.
COLA,
So-
July 1.
So what?
COLA, July 1.
COLA's 2.8.
Well,
right?
that we
depends on
figure out
the
a
year.
way that we're not looking back so many months.
It's 2.8.
So
Okay,
Anthony has.
So I have
to do
a-
that.
Anthony.
So I have a question. Why aren't the evaluations just done on an employee's anniversary date? And then you do the evaluation and you make the raise effective on the employees.
We used to do that, but there was a reason.
I
Why?
think because we changed when we jumped everyone's salary. Is that when we changed?
So
it?
we started doing them all.
I think that maybe because everyone got.
I mean, to me, so to me, so I'm gonna assume Lorna does the vast majority of the evaluation because she has the most people reporting. I would much rather do and that's the same with my situation. I'd much rather do the evaluations throughout the year as opposed to try to do 10 of them in 1 month.
And they're odious.
Well, I don't agree with that. But
We can talk about it, but
I to me, it makes sense just just to do it based on people's anniversary date. I mean, you do it with the town manager.
We used to do that, right?
We did.
So I always had this anniversary date.
Sarah has had her hand up.
So, just for the group of reference, we talk about this and can be confusing, it bothered me the whole time, I was thinking, I was like, gee, I didn't know about it. It's not a fact. Mr. Wilson is correct, in the fact that there's a term called revenue surplus.
Called what?
Revenue surplus. And there's a term called expenditure surplus. And a term called budget surplus. And the three of them are the same thing. According to Google. Now, what is different, definitely, which is another way of talking about the budget, is a revenue deficit is not the same as an expenditure deficit. That's different. So that's in Google. The last thing I want to say is I want to send an apology to Mr. Wilson. I think it came out from the Root statement of saying that there were rumors about the town manager being ahead of employees. And I guess the rumor word got scratched in my head. That was a statement. So I apologize.
We're gonna have to try harder than that to offend you, Sarah.
What was that?
You're gonna have to try harder than that to offend you,
Good.
not offend you.
Like that.
So I just wanted to let everybody know, MMA appears to have a free downloadable budgeting workshop that you can watch. It is a couple years old. It's from 2023, but it's currently free. I'm gonna plan to watch it at some point on a Saturday. It's like 5 hours. If anybody's interested in joining me for that fun endeavor, I will bring snacks. But I just wanted to put the invitation out there, whether it's someone here or a community member who hears us recording. And then I am hoping to attend on May 28th, there is going to be the in-person and Zoom annual budgeting basics webinar put on by MMA. So I am going to try to attend that. And if anybody else is interested, it's $95 a person.
I'm just, and again, I think the town should be paying that, but do you know a live portion of, you know, where it's occurring?
I don't. She just gave me the date and what she thought would be the cost, though I don't think the cost is set. Because it is far enough that it's not on their calendar. I just wanted to hold the date on mine so I could participate.
So Madam Chair,
Yes.
should we be deciding when we're going to gather again to take up those parking lot issues?
Yes, we should be doing that. We might have to do it with an email.
Right.
Since everybody's.
I think I'll have to grab some dates and send that out.
About a doodle poll.
A Google call?
Doodle.
Huh? Doodle poll? We could do a doodle poll.
Oh, it's I mean, you send an email out with a bunch of availability and people click what's there available. And then it populates like an answer like 95% are available at this date at this time without a brain having to.
Yes, it's free.
Yeah.
I've never used it.
Is it part of Google?
No,
No.
it's a website.
Doodle.
A doodle poll.
Not Google. Doodle.
Doodle poll. Okay.
Doodle. Thanks.
Well, we probably want to do it within the next.
I've never used it. I don't know.
Are we gonna try to do another weekend day? We're gonna try to do I don't think we can do another weekend day. I think this is good to give us a really good head start. But,
We gotta go put.
I think we would be looking at the date probably within, what, 3 weeks maybe? 2 to 3 weeks.
Can we ask if everybody's okay?
What happened?
Can we ask if everybody's okay?
Do we want to stop this before we?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so we are, closing the meeting, which was the joint.
Well, it's a select board meeting, so I move we adjourn the meeting.
Second, okay, all in favor?
We have to
adjourn?
vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
We're done.
now, if that's